Little Big by John Crowley. Copyright 1981 by John Crowley. Narrated by Eda Seasongood.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Poignant adult fairy tale that begins in the 1880s on the imaginary estate of an eccentric Victorian architect, John Drinkwater. One day, attending a lecture on the supernatural, he is mesmerized by a young woman, Violet Bramble, who is said to have access to other worlds. This story tells of their marriage and chronicles 5 generations of their family, a clan of mystics, sibyls, fairies, and gnomes. Some descriptions of sex. From the book jacket. Little Big. It's enchanting and enchanted. It's strange, funny, mysterious, magical, sensual, brave, triumphant, unforgettable. It's a world of real wonders. It's a timeless American tale. Little Big. It's about Smoky Barnable, who falls in love with Daily Alice of the Drinkwater family, and all the things that keep happening, or seem to. About the author. John Crowley came to New York City from the Midwest in 1964 and earned his living there in films and television. In 1977, he moved to the Berkshire Hills of Massachusetts, where he has lived in one small town or another writing novels. Little Big, his 4th, was begun in New York in 1969 and finished in Lenox, Massachusetts in 1978. He is 38. Other books by John Crowley. Beasts, The Deep, Engine Summer. For Linda, who first knew it, with the author's love. Contents. Little Big, or The Fairies' Parliament. Book 1, Edgewood. Chapter 1, Side 1. Somewhere to Elsewhere. A Long Drink of Water. Anonymity. Name and Number. A City Mouse. At First Sight. The Young Santa Claus. A Sea Island. Correspondence. Make-Believe. Life is Short or Long. Trumps Turned at Edgewood. Junipers. Chapter 2. Side 1. A Gothic Bathroom. From Side to Side. Sophie's Dream. Led Astray. An Imaginary Bedroom. In the Walled Garden. Houses and Histories. Dr. Drinkwater's Advice. The Architecture of Country Houses. Just Then. Chapter 3. Side 2. Strange insides. For it was he. Strange and shaded lanes. Call them doors. No end to possibility. A turn around the house. Tell me the tale. All questions answered. Gone, she said. Chapter 4. Side 2. A Suit of Truman's. The Summer House. Woods and lakes. Touching noses. Happy aisles. A sheltered life. As quietly as she had come. Suppose one were a fish. Chapter 5. Side 3. Lucky children. Some final order. Can you find the faces? These few windows. To see what he could see. But there it is. In the woods. By the way. Good advice. What about it? Book 2, Brother Northwind's Secret. Chapter 1. Side 4. Retreats and Operations. A Swell Idea. Some notes about them. What you most want. Something horrific. Anthology of Love. Darker before it lightened. The last day of August. Strange way to live. No catching up. Chapter 2. Side 5. Robin Bird's Lesson. The End of the World. Brother North Wind's Secret. The Only Game Going. The One Good Thing About Winter. The Old Age of the World. Unflinching Predators. Responsibilities. Harvest Home. Seized by the Tail. Chapter 3. Side 5. Time flies. A definite hazard. Up on the hill. Cocoa and a bun. The Orphan Nymphs. The least trumps. Only fair. Chapter 4. Side 6. Agreement with Newton. Letters to Santa. Room for one more. A gift they had to give. Old World Bird. Lucy, then Lilac. Little Big. Solstice Night. In all directions. Book 3, Old Law Farm. Chapter 1. Side 6. Keeping People Out. News from Home. What George Mouse heard. George Mouse goes on overhearing. A friend of the doctor's. A shepherd in the Bronx. Look at the time. The club meets. Pictured Heavens. Chapter 2. Side 7. Old Law Farm. The bee or the sea. A winged messenger. A folding bedroom. Sylvie and Destiny. Gate of Horn. Chapter 3. Side 8. Lilacs and Fireflies. That's a secret. Books and a battle. The old geography. Hills and dales. A getaway look. Two beautiful sisters. Chapter 4. Side 8. The Art of Memory. A geography. Wakings up. No going back out. Slow fall of time. Princess. Brownie's house. A banquet. Book 4. The Wild Wood. Chapter 1. Side 9. A Time and a Tour. Rainy Day Wonder. That's the lot. A secret agent. The worm turned. Hidden ones revealed. Glory. Not yet. Chapter 2. Side 9. Tossing and Turning. La Negra. The Seventh Saint. Whispering Gallery. Right Side Up. What a Tangle. Chapter 3. Side 10. The Top of a Stair. Daughter of Time. The Child Turned. An Imaginary Study. Nevertheless Spring. Let Him Follow Love. Chapter 4. Side 11. More would happen. Something going. Uncle Daddy. Lost for sure. The Wild Wood. This is war. Unexpected seam. From east to west. Sylvie. Book 5. The Art of Memory. Chapter 1. Side 11. The Hero Awakened. A Secret Sorrow. A year to place upon it. In the first place. And in the second place. And in the third. Chapter 2. Side 12. Not her, but this park. Never, never, never. Doesn't matter. Sylvie and Bruno concluded. How far you've gone. Bottom of a bottle. Door into nowhere. Ahead and behind. Chapter 3. Side 12. Not a moment too soon. Needle in the haystack of time. Crossroads. An awful mess. Slowly I turn. Embracing himself. Chapter 4. Side 13. Nothing for something. Quite long-sighted. Ever after. 3 lilacs. Thinking of waking. Book 6, The Fairies' Parliament. Chapter 1. Side 14. Winters. 52. Carrying a torch. Something he could steal. Escapements. Caravans. Newfound land. Just about over. Chapter 2. Side 14. What a surprise. Walking from there. A parliament. Not all over. Lady with the alligator purse. Still unstolen. Chapter 3. Side 15. Is it far? Only pretending. Where was she headed? Too simple to say. Another country. Chapter 4. Side 16. Storm of difference. Watch your step. A family thing. A watch and a pipe. Middle of nowhere. 52 pickup. Chapter 5. Side 16. Her blessing. So big. More, much more. Only the brave. Quite close. Give way, give way. Come or stay. Not going. Land called the Tail. Awake. A real gift. She's here, she's near. Once upon a time. Daughter of Reverend Theodore Byrne Bramble, Violet Bramble, whose first child, Oberon Drinkwater, by Oliver Hawksquill, grandfather of Ariel Hawksquill, married John Drinkwater, with whom she had Nora, Timmy Willie, and August. Nora married Harvey Cloud. Timmy Willie married Alexander Mouse, son of Lionel Mouse. August, the youngest, who also fathered other children, had an illegitimate son named John Storm Drinkwater by Amy Meadows, who married Chris Woods. Timmy Willie and her husband Alexander Mouse produced Raymond and Stanley, who married Phyllis Towns, and with her produced Franz Mouse and George Mouse. John Storm Drinkwater married Sophie Dale. They had 2 daughters, Sophie and Daly Alice, who married Smoky Barnable. They had 4 children, Tacy, Lily, Lucy, and Oberon. Daly Alice's sister Sophie and George Mouse were the unmarried parents of Lilac. A little later, remembering man's earthly origin, dust thou art, and to dust thou shalt return, they liked to fancy themselves bubbles of earth. When alone in the fields, with no one to see them, they would hop, skip, and jump, touching the ground as lightly as possible, and crying, "We are bubbles of earth, bubbles of earth, bubbles of earth." Flora Thompson, Lark Rise. Book 1, Edgewood. Chapter 1. Men are men, but man is a woman. Chesterton. On a certain day in June 19 blank, a young man was making his way on foot northward from the great city to a town or place called Edgewood, that he had been told of, but had never visited. His name was Smoky Barnable, and he was going to Edgewood to get married. The fact that he walked and didn't ride was one of the conditions placed on his coming there at all. Somewhere to elsewhere. Though he had left his city room early in the morning, it was nearly noon before he had crossed the huge bridge on a little-used walkway and come out into the named but boundaryless towns on the north side of the river. Through the afternoon he negotiated those Indian-named places, usually unable to take the straight route commanded by the imperious and constant flow of traffic. He went neighborhood by neighborhood, looking down alleys and into stores. He saw few walkers, even indigenous, though there were kids on bikes. He wondered about their lives in these places, which to him seemed gloomily peripheral, though the kids were cheerful enough. The regular blocks of commercial avenues and residential streets began gradually to become disordered, thinning like the extremes of a great forest, began to be broken by weedy lots as though by glades. Now and then a dusty undergrown woods or a scruffy meadow announced that it was available to be turned into an industrial park. Smoky turned that phrase over in his mind, since that seemed truly the place in the world where he was, the industrial park, between the desert and the Somme. He stopped at a bench where people could catch buses from somewhere to elsewhere. He sat, shrugged his small pack from his back, took from it a sandwich he had made himself, another condition, and a confetti-colored gas station road map. He wasn't sure if the map were forbidden by the conditions, but the directions he'd been given to get to Edgewood weren't explicit, and he opened it. Now, this blue line was apparently the cracked macadam lined with untenanted brick factories he had been walking along. He turned the map so that this line ran parallel to his bench, as the road did. He wasn't much of a map reader, and found, far off to his left, the place he walked toward. The name Edgewood didn't appear, actually, but it was here, somewhere, in this group of 5 towns marked with the legend's most insignificant bullets. So, there was a mighty double red line that went near there, proud with exits and entrances. He couldn't walk along that. A thick blue line, on the model of the vascular system Smoky imagined all the traffic flowing south to the city on the blue lines, away on the red, ran somewhat nearer, extending corpuscular access to towns and townlets along the way. The much thinner sclerotic blue line he sat beside was tributary to this. Probably commerce had moved there. Tool Town, Food City, Furniture World, Carpet Village. Well, but there was also, almost indistinguishable, a narrow black line he could take soon instead. He thought at first that it led nowhere, but no, it went on, faltering, seeming at first almost forgotten by the map-maker in the ganglia, but then growing clearer in the northward emptiness, and coming very near a town Smoky knew to be near Edgewood. That one, then. It seemed a walker's road. After measuring with his thumb and finger the distance on the map he had come, and how far he had to go, much farther, he slung on his pack, tilted his hat against the sun, and went on. A long drink of water. She was not much in his mind as he walked, though for sure she hadn't been far from it often in the last nearly 2 years he had loved her. The room he had met her in was one he looked into with the mind's eye often, sometimes with the trepidation he had felt then, but often nowadays with a grateful happiness. Looked in to see George Mouse showing him from afar a glass, a pipe, and his 2 tall cousins, she and her shy sister behind her. It was in the Mouse townhouse, last tenanted house on the block, in the library on the 3rd floor, the one whose mullioned windows were patched with cardboard, and whose dark rug was worn white in pathways between door, bar, and windows. It was that very room. She was tall. She was nearly 6 feet tall, which was several inches taller than Smoky. Her sister, just turned 14, was as tall as he. Their party dresses were short and glittered, hers red, her sister's white. Their long stockings glistened. What was odd was that, tall as they were shy, especially the younger, who smiled but wouldn't take Smoky's hand, only turned away further behind her sister. Delicate giantesses. The older glanced toward George as he made debonair introductions. Her smile was tentative. Her hair was red gold and curly fine. Her name, George said, was Daly Alice. He took her hand, looking up. A long drink of water, he said, and she began to laugh. Her sister laughed too, and George Mouse bent down and slapped his knee. Smoky, not knowing why the old chestnut should be so funny, looked from one to another with a seraphic idiot's grin, his hand unrelinquished. It was the happiest moment of his life. Anonymity. It had not been, until he met Daily Alice Drinkwater in the library of the Mouse townhouse, a life particularly charged with happiness, but it happened to be a life suited just right for the courtship he then set out on. He was the only child of his father's second marriage, and was born when his father was nearly 60. When his mother realized that the solid Barnable fortune had largely evanesced under his father's management, and that there had been therefore little reason to marry him, and less to bear him a child, she left him in an access of bitterness. That was too bad for Smoky, because of all his relations she was the least anonymous. In fact, she was the only one of any related to him by blood whose face he could instantly bring to memory in his old age, though he had been a boy when she left. Smoky himself mostly inherited the Barnable anonymity, and only a streak of his mother's concreteness. An actual streak, it seemed to those who knew him, a streak of presence, surrounded by a dim glow of absence. They were a large family. His father had 5 sons and daughters by his first wife. They all lived in anonymous suburbs of cities in those states whose names begin with an I, and which Smoky's city friends couldn't distinguish from one another. Smoky confused the catalogue himself at times, since his father was supposed by them to have a lot of money, and it was never clear what he intended to do with it. Dad was always welcome in their houses, and after his wife's departure he chose to sell the house Smoky was born in and travel from one to another with his young son, a succession of anonymous dogs, and 7 custom-made chests containing his library. Barnable was an educated man, though his learning was of such a remote and rigid kind that it gave him no conversation, and didn't reduce his natural anonymity at all. His older sons and daughters regarded the chests of books as an inconvenience, like having his socks confused in the wash with theirs. Later on, it was Smoky's habit to try to sort out his half-siblings and their houses, and assign them to their proper cities and states while he sat on the toilet. Maybe that was because it was in their toilets that he had felt most anonymous to the point of invisibility. Anyway, he would pass the time there shuffling his brothers and sisters and their children like a pack of cards, trying to match faces to porches to lawns, until late in life he could deal out the whole of it. It gave him the same bleak satisfaction he got from solving crossword puzzles, and the same doubt. What if he had guessed words that crossed correctly, but weren't the words the maker had in mind? The next week's paper with the solution printed would never arrive. His wife's desertion didn't make Barnable less cheerful, only more anonymous. It seemed to his older children, as he coalesced in and then evaporated from their lives, that he existed less and less. It was only to Smoky that he gave the gift of his private solidity, his learning. Because the two of them moved so often, Smoky never did go to a regular school, and by the time one of the states that began with an I found out what had been done to Smoky by his father all those years, he was too old to be compelled to go to school any more. So at 16, Smoky knew Latin, classical and medieval, Greek, some old-fashioned mathematics, and he could play the violin a little. He had smelled few books other than his father's leather-bound classics. He could recite 200 lines of Virgil more or less accurately, and he wrote in a perfect chancery hand. His father died in that year, shriveled, it seemed, by the imparting of all that was thick in him to his son. Smoky continued their wanderings for a few more years. He had a hard time getting work because he had no diploma. At last he learned to type in a shabby business school in South Bend, he later thought it must have been, and became a clerk. He lived a lot in 3 different suburbs with the same name in 3 different cities, and in each his relatives called him by a different name, his own, his father's, and Smoky, which last so suited his evanescence that he kept it. When he was 21, an unknown thrift of his father's threw down some belated money on him, and he took a bus to the city, forgetting as soon as he was past the last one all the cities his relatives had lived in, and all his relatives too, so that long afterwards he had to reconstruct them face by lawn, and once arrived in the city, he dispersed utterly and gratefully in it, like a raindrop fallen into the sea. Name and number. He had a room in a building that had once been the rectory of the very old church that stood revered and vandalized behind it. From his window he could see the churchyard, where men with Dutch names turned comfortably in their old beds. In the morning he got up by the clock of sudden traffic, which he could never learn to sleep through, as he had the long thunder of Midwestern trains, and went to work. He worked in a wide white room where the little sounds he and the others made would rise to the ceiling and descend again strangely altered. When someone coughed, it was as though the ceiling itself coughed, apologetically, with covered mouth. All day long there, Smoky slid a magnifying bar down column after column after column of tiny print, scrutinizing each name and its attendant address and phone number, and marking red symbols next to those that were not the same as the name and address and phone number typed on each card of stack after stack of cards that were piled daily next to him. At first the names he read were meaningless to him, as deeply anonymous as their phone numbers. The only distinction a name had was its accidental yet ineluctable place in the alphabetical order, and then whatever idiot errors the computer could dress it in, which Smoky was paid to discover. That the computer could make as few errors as it did impressed Smoky less than its bizarre witlessness. It couldn't distinguish, for instance, when the abbreviation $ST meant street and when it meant saint, and directed to expand these abbreviations, would without a smile produce the 7th Saint Bar and Grill and the Church of All Streets. As the weeks fell away, though, and Smoky filled up his aimless evenings walking block after block of the city, not knowing that most people stayed inside after dark, and began to learn the neighborhoods and their boundaries and classes and bars and stoops, the names that looked up at him through the glass bar began to grow faces, ages, attitudes. The people he saw in buses and trains and candy stores, the people who shouted to each other across tenement shaftways and stood gaping at traffic accidents and argued with waiters and shopgirls, and the waiters and shopgirls, too, began to mill through his flimsy pages. The book began to seem like a great epic of the city's life, with all its comings and goings, tragedies and farces, changeful and full of drama. He found widowed ladies with ancient Dutch names who lived, he knew, in high-windowed buildings on great avenues, whose husbands, estates of, they managed, and whose sons had names like Steele and Eric, and were INTR, DCRTRS, and lived in bohemian neighborhoods. He read of a huge family with wild Greek-sounding names who lived in several buildings on a noisome block he had walked once, a family that grew and discarded members every time he passed them in the alphabet. Gypsies, he decided at last. He knew of men whose wives and teenage daughters had private phones on which they cooed with their lovers, while their men made calls on the many phones of the financial firms that bore their names. He grew suspicious of men who used their first initials and middle names because he found them all to be bill collectors, or lawyers whose BSNS had the same address as their RSDNCE, or city marshals who also sold used furniture. He learned that almost everyone named Singleton and everyone named Singletary lived in the northern Black City, where the men had for first names the names of past presidents, and the women had gem-like names, Pearl and Ruby and Opal and Jewel, with a proud Mrs. before it. He imagined them large and dark and glowing in small apartments, alone with many clean children. From the proud locksmith who used so many A's in his tiny shop's name that he came first, to Archimedes Ziziandotti, who came last, an old scholar who lived alone, reading Greek newspapers in a shabby apartment. He knew them all. Beneath his sliding bar, a tiny name and number would rise up like flotsam borne up a beach by waves and tell its story. Smoky listened, looked at his card, found them the same, and was turning down the card even as the distorting glass threw up the next tale. The reader next to him sighed tragically. The ceiling coughed. The ceiling laughed loudly. Everyone looked up. A young man who had just been hired had laughed. "I've just found," he said, "a listing here for the Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club." He could barely finish it for laughing, and Smoky was amazed that the silence of every other proofreader there didn't hush him. Don't you get it? The young man appealed to Smoky. It sure would be a noisy bridge. Smoky suddenly laughed too, and their laughter rose to the ceiling and shook hands there. His name was George Mouse. He wore wide suspenders to his wide pants, and when the day was done, he threw around himself a great woolen cloak whose collar trapped his long black hair, so that he must reach back and flip it out like a girl. He had a hat like Svengali's, and eyes like him too, dark-shadowed, compelling, and humorous. It wasn't a week later that he was fired, to the relief of every pair of bifocals in the White Room. But by then he and Smoky had become, as only Smoky in the whole world, it seemed, could any longer say with all seriousness, fast friends. A City Mouse. With George as his friend, Smoky began a course of mild debauchery, a little drink, a little drugs. George changed his clothes and his patterns of speech to a city Tattersall, and introduced him to girls. In not too long a while, Smoky's anonymity became clothed, like the invisible man in his bandages. People stopped bumping into him on the street, or sitting on his lap in buses without apology, which he had attributed to his being very vaguely present to most people. To the Mouse family, who lived in the last tenanted building of a block of buildings the first City Mouse had built, and which they still mostly owned, he was at least present. And more than for his new hat and his new lingo, he thanked George for that family of highly distinguishable and loudly loving folk. In the midst of their arguments, jokes, parties, walkings out in bedroom slippers, attempts at suicide, and noisy reconciliations, he sat unnoticed for hours. But then Uncle Ray or Franz or Mom would look up startled and say, "Smoky's here," and he would smile. "Do you have country cousins?" Smoky asked George once as they waited out a snowstorm over Café Royal in George's favorite old hotel bar. And indeed he did. At first sight. "They're very religious," George told him with a wink as he led him away from the giggly girls to introduce him to their parents, Dr. and Mrs. Drinkwater. "Not a practicing doctor," said the doctor, a wrinkled man with woolly hair and the unsmiling cheerfulness of a small animal. He was not as tall as his wife, whose generously fringed and silken shawl trembled as she shook Smoky's hand and asked him to call her Sophie. She, in turn, wasn't as tall as her daughters. All the Dales were tall, she said, looking up and inward as though she could see them all somewhere above her. She had given her surname, therefore, to her two great daughters, Alice Dale and Sophie Dale Drinkwater. But Mother was the only one who ever used the names, except that as a child Alice Dale had been called by some other child Daily Alice, and the name had stuck. So now it was Daily Alice and plain Sophie, and there was nothing for it except that anyone looking at them could certainly see that they were Dale, and they all turned to look at them. Whatever religion it was that they practiced didn't prevent them from sharing a pipe with Franz Mouse, who sat at their feet since they too took up all of a small divan, or from taking the rum punch Mom offered them, or from laughing behind their hands, more at what they whispered to each other than at anything silly Franz said, or showing, when they crossed their legs, long thighs beneath their spangled dresses. Smoky went on looking. Even though George Mouse had taught him to be a city man and not afraid of women, a lifetime's habit wasn't so easily overcome, and he went on looking. And only after a decent interval of being paralyzed with uncertainty did he force himself to walk the rug to where they sat, eager not to be a wet blanket. "Don't be a wet blanket, for God's sake," George was always telling him. He sat down on the floor by them, a fixed smile on his face, and a bearing that made him look, and he was stunned to feel, as Daily Alice turned to look at him, visible to her, oddly breakable. He had a habit of twiddling his glass between thumb and forefinger, so that the ice trembled rapidly and chilled the drink. He did it now, and the ice rattled in the glass like a bell rung for attention. A silence fell. "Do you come here often?" he said. "No," she said evenly. "Not to the city. Only once in a while, when Daddy has business, or—" Other things. He's a doctor. Not really. Not any more. He's a writer. She was smiling, and Sophie beside her was giggling again, and Daily Alice went on with the conversation as though the object were to see how long she could keep a straight face. He writes animal stories for children. Oh, he writes one a day. He looked up into her laughing eyes, clear and brown as bottle glass. He had begun to feel very odd. They must not be very long, he said, swallowing. What was happening? He was in love, of course, at first sight. But he had been in love before, and it had always been at first sight, and he had never felt like this, as though something were growing inexorably within him. He writes under the name of Saunders, Daily Alice said. He pretended to search his memory for this name, but in fact he was searching within for what it was that made him feel so funny. It had extended now outward to his hands. He examined them where they lay in his houndstooth lap, looking very weighty. He interlaced the ponderous fingers. Remarkable, he said, and the two girls laughed, and Smoky laughed too. The feeling made him want to laugh. It couldn't be the smoke. That always made him feel weightless and transparent. This was the opposite. The more he looked at her, the stronger it grew. The more she looked at him, the more he felt. What? In a moment of silence they simply looked at each other, and understanding hummed, thundered within Smoky as he realized what had happened. Not only had he fallen in love with her, and at first sight, but she, at first sight, had fallen in love with him. And the two circumstances had this effect. His anonymity was being cured. Not disguised, as George Mouse had tried to do, but cured from the inside out. That was the feeling. It was as though she stirred him with cornstarch. He had begun to thicken. The young Santa Claus. He had gone down the narrow back stairs to the only John in the house that still worked, and stood looking into the wide, black-flecked mirror of that stone place. Well, who would have thought it? From the mirror a face looked out at him, not unfamiliar really, but still as though seen for the first time. A round and open face, a face that looked like the young Santa Claus, as we might see him in early photographs, a little grave, dark-moustached, with a round nose and lines by the eyes already, where little laughing birds had walked, though he wasn't yet 23. All in all, a face of sunny disposition, with something in the eyes still blank and unresolved, pale and missing, that would, he supposed, never fill in. It was enough. In fact, it was miraculous. He nodded, smiling at his new acquaintance, and glanced at him again over his shoulder as he left. As he was going up the back stairs, he met Daily Alice coming down, suddenly, at a turning. Now there was no idiot grin on his face. Now she wasn't giggling. They slowed as they approached each other. When she had squeezed past him, she didn't go on, but turned to look back at him. Smoky was a step higher than she, so that their heads were in the relation dictated by movie kisses. His heart pounding with fear and elation, and his head humming with the fierce certainty of a sure thing, he kissed her. She responded as though for her, too, a certainty had proved out, and in the midst of her hair and lips and long arms encircling him, Smoky added a treasure of great price to the small store of his wisdom. There was a noise then on the stair above them, and they started. It was Sophie, and she stood above them, eyes wide, biting her lip. "I have to pee-pee," she said, and danced by them lightly. "You'll be leaving soon," Smoky said. "Tonight. When will you come back?" "I don't know." He held her again. The second embrace was calm and sure. "I was frightened," she said. "I know," he said, exulting. God, she was big. How was he to handle her when there was no stair to stand on? A Sea Island. As a man well might who had grown up anonymous, Smoky had always thought that women choose or do not choose men by criteria he knew nothing of, by caprice, like monarchs, by taste, like critics. He had always assumed that a woman's choice of him or of another was foregone, ineluctable and instant. So he waited on them, like a courtier, waited to be noticed. Turns out, he thought, standing late that night on the mouse stoop, turns out not so. She anyway, is flushed with the same heats and doubts, is like me shy and overcome by desire, and her heart raced like mine when the embrace was at hand. I know it did. He stood for a long time on the stoop, turning over this jewel of knowledge, and sniffing the wind which had turned, as it infrequently does in the city, and blew in from the ocean. He could smell tide and shore and sea detritus, sour and salt and bitter-sweet, and realized that the great city was, after all, a sea island, and a small one at that. A sea island. And you could forget so basic a fact for years at a time if you lived here. But there it was. Amazing, but true. He stepped off the stoop and down the street, solid as a statue from breast to back, his footsteps ringing on the pavement. Correspondence. Her address was Edgewood, that's all, George Mouse said, and they had no phone. And so, because he had no choice, Smoky sat down to make love through the mails with a thoroughness just about vanished from the world. His thick letters were consigned to this Edgewood place, and he waited for reply until he couldn't wait any more, and wrote another. And so their letters crossed in the mail, as all true lovers' letters do, and she saved them and tied them with a lavender ribbon, and years later her grandchildren found them and read of those old people's improbable passion. I found a park, he wrote, in his black, spiky goblin's hand. There's a plaque on the pillar where you enter it that says, Mouse Drinkwater Stone 1900. Is that you all? It has a little pavilion of the seasons and statues, and all the walks curve so that you can't walk straight into the middle. You walk and find yourself coming back out. Summer's very old there. You don't notice in the city, except in parks. It's whiskery and dusty, and the park is little, too. But it all reminded me of you. As if everything did not. I found an old pile of newspapers, said her letter which crossed his, the two truck drivers waving to each other from their tall blue cabs on the misty morning turnpike. There were these comic strips about a boy who dreams. The comic strip is all his dream, his dreamland. Dreamland is beautiful. Palaces and processions are always folding up and shrinking away, or growing huge and out of hand, or when you look closely turn out to be something else, you know, just like real dreams, only always pretty. Great Aunt Cloud says she saved them because the man who drew them, his name was Stone, once was an architect in the city, with George's great-grandfather and mine. They were Beaux-Arts architects. Dreamland is very Beaux-Arts. Stone was a drunkard. That's the word Cloud uses. The boy in the dreams always looks sleepy and surprised at the same time. He reminds me of you. After beginning thus timidly, their letters eventually became so face-to-face that when at last they met again, in the bar of the old hotel outside whose leaded windows snow fell, they both wondered if there had been some mistake, if somehow they had sent all those letters to the wrong person, this unfocused and nervous stranger. That passed in an instant, but for a while they had to take turns speaking at some length, because it was the only way they knew. The snow turned to blizzard. The Café Royal turned cold. A phrase of hers fell in with one of his, and one of his with one of hers, and, as elated as if they were the first to discover the trick of it, they conversed. You don't get, bored up there, all alone, all the time? Smoky asked when they had practiced a while. Bored? She was surprised. It seemed like an idea that hadn't before occurred to her. No, and we're not alone. Well, I didn't mean... What sort of people are they? What people? The people you're not alone with. Oh, well, there used to be a lot of farmers. It was Scotch immigrants at first there, MacDonald, McGregor, Brown. There aren't so many farms now, but some. A lot of people up there now are our relatives, too, sort of. You know how it is. He didn't exactly. A silence fell, and rose as they both started to speak at once, and fell again. Smoky said, "It's a big house?" She smiled. "Enormous." Her brown eyes were deliquescent in the lamplight. "You'll like it. Everybody does, even George, but he says he doesn't." "Why?" "He's always getting lost there." Smoky smiled to think of George, the pathfinder, the waymaker through sinister night streets, baffled in an ordinary house. He tried to remember if in a letter he'd used the joke about city mice and country mice. She said, "Can I tell you something?" "Sure." His heart beat fast, with no reason to. "I knew you when we met." "What do you mean?" "I mean I recognized you." She lowered her furry red-gold lashes, then stole a quick look at him, then looked around the somnolent bar as though someone might overhear her. "I'd been told about you." "By George?" No, a long time ago, when I was a kid." "About me?" "Well, not about you exactly. Or about you exactly, but I didn't know that till I met you." On the plaid tablecloth she cupped her elbows in her hands and leaned forward. "I was 9 or 10. It had been raining for a long time. Then there was a morning when I was walking Spark in the park." "What?" "Spark was a dog we had. The park is, you know, the grounds around. There was a breeze blowing, and it felt like the rain was going to end. We were all wet. Then I looked west. There was a rainbow. I remembered what my mother said. 'Morning rainbow in the west, then the weather will be best.'" He imagined her very vividly, in a yellow slicker and high wide-mouthed boots, and her hair finer even and curlier than now, and wondered how she knew which way west was, a problem he still sometimes stumbled over. "It was a rainbow, but bright, and it looked like it came down just there, you know, not far. I could see the grass, all sparkling, and stained every color there. The sky had got big, you know, the way it does when it clears at last after a long rainy time, and everything looked near. The place the rainbow came down was near, and I wanted more than anything to go stand in it and look up and be covered with colors." Smoky laughed. "That's hard," he said. She laughed too, dipping her head and raising the back of her hand to her mouth in a way that already seemed heart-stirringly familiar to him. "It sure is," she said. "It seemed to take forever." "You mean every time you thought you were coming close, it would be just as far off in a different place. And if you came to that place, it would be in the place you came from. And my throat was sore with running and not getting any closer. But you know what you do then? Walk away from it," he said, surprised at his own voice, but somehow sure this was the answer. "Sure. That isn't as easy as it sounds, but—" "No, I don't suppose." He had stopped laughing. "But if you do it right—" "No, wait," he said. "Just right, then—" "They don't really come down now," Smoky said. "They don't, not really." "They don't here," she said. "Now listen. I followed Spark. I let him choose, because he didn't care, and I did. It took just one step and turn around, and guess what?" "I can't guess. You were covered in colors?" "No, it's not like that. Outside, you see colors inside it. So inside it, you see colors outside it. Yes, the whole world colored, as though it were made of candy. No, like it was made of a rainbow. A whole colored world as soft as light all around as far as you can see. You want to run and explore it, but you don't dare take a step, because it might be the wrong step. So you only look and look, and you think, 'Here I am at last.'" She had fallen into thought. "At last," she said again softly. "How—" he said, and swallowed, and began again. "How did I come into it? You said someone told you—" "Spark," she said, "or someone like him." She looked closely at him, and he tried to compose his features into a semblance of pleasant attention. "Spark is the dog," he said. "Yes." She had become reluctant, it seemed, to go on. She picked up her spoon and studied herself, tiny and upside down in its concavity, and put it down. Or someone like him. Well, it's not important. Wait, he said. It only lasted a minute. While we stood there, I thought, guardedly and not looking at him, I thought Sparks said... She looked up at him. Is this hard to believe? Well, yes, it is hard to believe. I didn't think it would be. Not for you. Why not for me? Because, she said, and cradled her cheek in her hand, her face sad, disappointed even, which silenced him utterly. Because you were the one Spark talked about. Make-believe. It was probably only because he had nothing at all left to say that in that moment, or rather in the moment after that moment, a difficult question or delicate proposition which Smoky had been mulling over all day tumbled out of his mouth in a far from finished form. Yes, she said, not raising her cheek from her hand, but with a new smile lighting her face like a morning rainbow in the west. And so when the false dawn of the city's light showed them the snow piled deep and crisp and even on their window ledge, they lay with the deep, crisp bedclothes up around their necks. The hotel's heat had failed in the sudden cold, and talked. They hadn't yet slept. What, he said, are you talking about? She laughed and curled her toes against him. He felt strange, giddy, in a certain way he hadn't felt since before puberty, which was odd, but there it was. That feeling of being filled up so full that the tips of his fingers and the top of his head tingled. Shone, maybe, if he were to look at them. Anything was possible. It's make-believe, isn't it? He said, and she turned over smiling and fitted their bodies together like a double S. Make-believe. When he was a kid, when he and others found some buried thing, neck of a brown bottle, tarnished spoon, a stone even that bore half an ancient spike-hole, they could convince themselves it was of great age. It had been there when George Washington was alive. Earlier, it was venerable and immensely valuable. They convinced themselves of this by a collective act of will, which at the same time they concealed from each other, like make-believe, but different. But see, she said, it was all meant to be, and I knew it. But why? He said, delighted, in torment. Why are you so sure? Because it's a tale, and tales work out. But I don't know it's a tale. People in tales don't know always. But there they are. One winter night when he was a boy, boarding then with a half-brother who was half-heartedly religious, he first saw a ring around the moon. He stared up at it, immense, icy, half as wide as the night sky, and grew certain that it could only mean the end of the world. He waited thrilled in that suburban yard for the still night to break apart in apocalypse, all the while knowing in his heart that it would not, that there is nothing in this world not proper to it, and that it contains no such surprises. That night he dreamt of heaven. Heaven was a dark amusement park, small and joyless, just an iron Ferris wheel turning in eternity, and a glum arcade to amuse the faithful. He awoke relieved, and never after believed his prayers, though he had said them for his brother without rancor. He would say hers if she asked him to, and gladly, but she said none that he knew of. She asked instead assent to something so odd, so unencompassable by the common world he had always lived in, so... He laughed, amazed. A fairy tale, he said. I guess, she said sleepily. She reached behind her for his hand and drew it around her. I guess, if you want. He knew he would have to believe in order to go where she had been. Knew that, if he believed, he could go there even if it didn't exist, if it was make-believe. He moved the hand she had drawn around her down her long flesh, and with a little sound she pressed herself against him. He searched himself for that old will, long in disuse. If she went there, ever, he didn't want to be left behind, wanted never to be farther from her than this. Life is short or long. In May at Edgewood, Daily Alice in the dark of the woods sat on a shining rock that jutted out over a deep pool, a pool made by the fall of water down a cleft in high rock walls. The stream that hurtled ceaselessly through the cleft to plunge into the pool made a speech as it did so, a speech repetitive, yet always full of interest. Daily Alice listened, though she had heard it all before. She looked a lot like the girl on the soda bottle, though not so delicate, and lacking wings. "Grandfather Trout," she said to the pool, and again, "Grandfather Trout." She waited then, and when nothing came of this, took up 2 small stones and plunged them into the water, cold and silky as only falling water held in stone pools seems to be, and knocked them together, which within the water made a sound like distant guns, and hung longer than sounds hang in air. Then there swam out from somewhere in the weed-bearded hidey-holes along the bank a great white trout, an albino without speckle or belt, his pink eyes solemn and large. The repeated ripples caused by the waterfall made him seem to shudder, his great eye to wink, or maybe tremble with tears. Can fish cry? She wondered, not for the first time. When she thought she had his attention, she began to tell him how she had gone to the city in the fall and met this man in George Mouse's house, and how she had known instantly, or at least decided very quickly, that he would be the one that it had been promised she would find or make up, as Spark had long ago put it to her. "While you slept through the winter," she said shyly, tracing the quartz muscle of the rock she sat on, smiling but not looking at him, because she spoke of whom she loved, we met again, and made promises, you know." She saw him flick his ghostly tail. She knew this to be a painful subject. She stretched out her great length on the cool rock, and chin in hands and eyes alight, told him about Smoky in terms glowing and vague, which didn't seem to move the fish to enthusiasm. She took no notice. It must be Smoky that had been meant. It could be no other. "Don't you think so? Don't you agree?" More cautiously then, "Will they be satisfied?" "No telling," Grandfather Trout said gloomily. "Who's to say what's in their minds?" "But you said—" "I bring their messages, daughter. Don't expect any more from me." "Well," she said, put out, "I won't wait forever. I love him. Life is short." "Life," said Grandfather Trout, as though his throat were thick with tears, "is long, too long." He turned his fins carefully, and with a motion of his tail slid backwards into his hiding-place. "Tell them I came anyway," she shouted after him, her voice small against the waterfalls. "Tell them I did my part." But he was gone. She wrote to Smoky, "I'm going to get married," and his heart turned cold where he stood by the letter-box, until he realized she meant to him. "Great Aunt Cloud has read the cards very carefully, once for each part. It's to be Midsummer Day, and this is what you have to do. Please, please follow all these instructions very carefully, or I don't know what might happen." Which is how Smoky came to be walking, not riding, to Edgewood, with a wedding suit in his pack, old not new, and food made not bought, and why he had begun to look around himself for a place to spend the night that he must beg or find, but not pay for. Trumps turned at Edgewood. He had not known how suddenly the industrial park would quit and the country begin. It was late afternoon, and he had turned westerly, and the road had become edge-worn and patched like an old shoe in many shades of tar. On either side the fields and farms came down to meet the road. He walked beneath guardian trees, neither farm nor road, that cast multifold shadows now and then over him. The gregarious weeds that frequent roadsides, dusty, thick, and blousy, friends to man and traffic, nodded from fence and ditch by the way. Less and less often he would hear the hum of a car. The hum would grow intermittently, as the car went up and down hills, and then suddenly it would be on him, very loud, and roar past surprised, potent, fast, leaving the weeds blown and chuckling furiously for a moment. Then the roar would just as quickly subside to a far hum again, and then gone, and the only sounds, the insect orchestra, and his own feet striking. For a long time he had been walking somewhat uphill, but now the incline crested, and he looked out over a broad sweep of midsummer country. The road he stood on went on down through it, past meadows and through pastures and around wooded hills. It disappeared in a valley near a little town whose steeple just showed above the bursting green, and then appeared again, a tiny grey band curling into blue mountains in whose cleft the sun was setting amid roly-poly clouds. And just then a woman on a porch at Edgewood, far away, turned a trump called the Journey. There was the traveller, pack on his back and stout stick in his hand, and the long and winding road before him to traverse. And the sun, too, though whether setting or rising she had never decided. Beside the card's unfolding pattern, a brown cigarette smouldered in a saucer. She moved the saucer and put the Journey in its place in the pattern, and then turned another card. It was the host. When Smoky reached the bottom of the first of the rolling hills, the road stitched up. He was in a trough of shadow, and the sun had set. Junipers. On the whole, he preferred finding a place to sleep to asking for one. He had brought 2 blankets. He had even thought of finding a hay barn to sleep in, as travelers do in books, his books. But the real hay barns he passed seemed not only private property, but also highly functional and crowded with large animals. He began to feel, in fact, somewhat lonely as the twilight deepened and the fields grew vague. And when he came on a bungalow at the bottom of the hill, he went up to its picket fence and wondered how he might phrase what he thought must be an odd request. It was a white bungalow snuggled within bushy evergreens. Roses just blown grew up trellises beside the green Dutch door. White painted stones marked the path from the door. On the darkling lawn a young deer looked up at him, immobile in surprise, and dwarves sat cross-legged on toadstools or snuck away holding treasure. On the gate was a rustic board with a legend burned on it. The Junipers. Smoky unlatched the gate and opened it, and a small bell tinkled in the silence. The top of the Dutch door opened, and yellow lamplight streamed out. A woman's voice said, "Friend or foe?" and laughed. "Friend," he said, and walked toward the door. The air smelled unmistakably of gin. The woman leaning on the door's bottom half was one of those with a long middle age. Smoky couldn't tell where along it she stood. Her thin hair might have been gray or brown. She wore cat's eye glasses and smiled a false-toothed smile. Her arms folded on the door were comfortable and freckled. "Well, I don't know you," she said. "I was wondering," Smoky said, "am I on the right road for a town called Edgewood?" "I couldn't tell you," she said. "Jeff, can you tell this young man the way to Edgewood?" She awaited an answer from within he couldn't hear, and then opened the door. "Come in," she said. "We'll see." The house was tiny and tidy and stuffed with stuff. An old dog of the dust-mop kind sniffed at his feet, laughing breathlessly. He bumped into a bamboo telephone table, shouldered a knick-knack shelf, stepped on a sliding scatter-rug, and fell through a narrow archway into a parlor that smelled of roses, bay rum, and last winter's fires. Jeff put down his newspaper and lifted his slippered feet from their hassock. "Edgewood?" he asked around his pipe. "Edgewood. I was given directions, sort of." "You hitching?" Jeff's lean mouth opened like a fish's to puff as he perused Smoky doubtfully. "No, walking, actually." Above the fireplace was a sampler. It said, "I will live in a house by the side of the road and be a friend to man. Margaret Juniper, 1927. I'm going there to get married." "Ah," they seemed to say. "Well," Jeff stood. "Marge, get the map." It was a county map or something, much more detailed than Smoky's. He found the constellation of towns he knew of, neatly outlined, but nothing for Edgewood. It should be somewhere around these. Jeff found the stub of a pencil, and with a and a let's see, connected the centers of the 5 towns with a 5-pointed star. The pentagon enclosed by the lines of the star he tapped with the pencil, and raised his sandy eyebrows at Smoky. An old map-reader's trick, Smoky surmised. He discerned the shadow of a road crossing the pentagon, joining the road he walked, which stopped for good here at Meadowbrook. He said. That's about all I can tell you, Jeff said, re-rolling the map. You going to walk all night? Marge asked. Well, I've got a bedroll. Marge pursed her lips at the comfortless blankets strapped to the top of his pack. And I suppose you haven't eaten all day. Oh, I've got, sandwiches and an apple. The kitchen was papered with baskets of impossibly luscious fruit, blue grapes and russet apples, and cleft peaches that protruded like bottoms from the harvest. Marge moved dish after steaming dish from stove to oilcloth, and when it was all consumed, Jeff poured out banana liqueur into tiny ruby glasses. That did it. All his polite remonstrance with their hospitality vanished, and Marge did up the Davenport, and Smoky was put to bed wrapped in an earth-brown Indian blanket. For a moment after the Junipers had left him, he lay awake looking around the room. It was lit only by a nightlight that plugged right into the outlet, a nightlight in the shape of a tiny rose-covered cottage. By its light he saw Jeff's maple chair, the kind whose orange paddle arms had always looked tasty to him, like glossy hard candy. He saw the ruffled curtains move in the rose-odorous breeze. He listened to the dust-mopped dogs sigh in his dreams. He found another sampler. This one said, he thought, but could not be sure, the things that make us happy make us wise. He slept. Chapter 2. You may observe that I do not put a hyphen between the 2 words. I write country house, not country-house. This is deliberate. V. Sackville West. Daily Alice awoke, as she always did, when the sun broke in at her eastward windows with a noise like music. She kicked off the figured coverlet, and lay naked in the long bars of sun for a time, touching herself awake, finding eyes, knees, breasts, red gold hair all in place, and where she had left them. Then she stood, stretched, brushed the last of sleep from her face, and knelt by the bed amid the squares of sun, and said, as she had every morning since she could speak, her prayers. O great, wide, beautiful, wonderful world, with the wonderful waters around you curled, and the beautiful grass upon your breast, O world, you are beautifully dressed. A Gothic Bathroom. Devotions done, she tilted the tall standing mirror that had been her great-grandmother's, so that she could see her whole length in it, asked the usual question of it, and got the right reply this morning. Sometimes it was equivocal. She belted around herself a long brown gown, did a turn on her toes so that its frayed edges flew out, and went out wary into the still, cold hall. She passed her father's study, and listened briefly to his old Remington click-clacking about the adventures of mice and rabbits. She opened the door to her sister Sophie's room. Sophie was tangled in her bedclothes, a long golden hair in her parted lips, and her sleeping hands closed like a baby's. The morning sun was just then looking in at this room, and Sophie stirred, resentful. Most people look odd asleep, foreign, not themselves. Sophie asleep looked most like Sophie, and Sophie liked sleep and could sleep anywhere, even standing up. Daily Alice stayed a while to watch her, wondering what her adventures were. Well, she would hear later, in detail. At the end of a whirl of hall was the Gothic bathroom, the only one in the house with a tub long enough for her. Stuck as it was at a turning of the house, the sun hadn't yet reached it. Its stained windows were dim, and its cold tile floor made her stand tiptoe. The gargoyle faucet coughed tizzically, and deep within the house The plumbing held conference before allowing her some hot water. The sudden rush had its effect, and she gathered up her brown skirts around her waist and sat on the somewhat episcopal hollow throne, chin in hand, watching the steam rise from the sepulchral tub and feeling suddenly sleepy again. She pulled the chain, and when the loud clash of contrary waters was done, she unbelted and stepped from her gown, shuddered, and climbed carefully into the tub. The Gothic bathroom had filled with steam. Its sort of Gothic was really more woodland than church. The vaulting of it arched above Daily Alice's head and interlaced like meeting branches, and everywhere carven ivy, leaves, tendrils, and vines were in restless biomorphic motion. On the surface of the narrow stained-glass windows, dew formed in drops on cartoon-bright trees, and on the distant hunters and vague fields which the trees framed. And when the sun on its lazy way had lit up all 12 of these, bejeweling the fog that rose from her bath, Daily Alice lay in a pool in a medieval forest. Her great-grandfather had designed the room, but another had made the glass. His middle name was Comfort, and that's what Daily Alice felt. She even sang. From side to side. While she scrubbed and sang, her bridegroom came on, footsore, and surprised at the fierceness of his muscles' retaliation for yesterday's walk. While she breakfasted in the long and angular kitchen and made plans with her busy mother, Smoky climbed up a buzzing, sunshot mountain and down into a valley. When Daily Alice and Sophie were calling to each other through intersecting halls, and the doctor was looking out his window for inspiration, Smoky stood at a crossroads where 4 elder elms stood like grave old men conversing. A signboard there said Edgewood, and pointed its finger along a dirt road that looped down a shadowy tunnel of trees, and as he walked it, looking from side to side, and wondering what next, Daily Alice and Sophie were in Daily Alice's room, preparing what Daily Alice next day would wear, while Sophie told her dream. Sophie's dream. I dreamt that I had learned a way of saving time I didn't want to spend, and having it to spend when I needed it, like the time you spend waiting in a doctor's office, or coming back from some place you didn't enjoy going to, or waiting for a bus, all the little useless spaces. Well, it was a matter of taking them and folding them up, like broken boxes, so that they took up less room. It was really an easy trick, once you knew you could do it. Nobody seemed surprised at all when I told them I'd learned how. Mother just nodded and smiled, you know, as though, of course, everybody learns at a certain age how to do these things. Just break it along the seams, be careful not to lose any, fold it flat. Daddy gave me this enormous envelope of sort of marbled paper to put it all in, and when he gave it to me, I remembered seeing envelopes like that around and wondering what they were for. Funny how you can make up memories in dreams to explain the story. While she talked, Sophie's quick fingers were dealing with a hem, and Daily Alice couldn't always hear her because she talked with pins in her mouth. The dream was hard to follow anyway. Daily Alice forgot each incident as soon as Sophie told it, just as though she were dreaming them herself. She picked up and put down a pair of satin shoes and wandered out onto the tiny balcony of her oriel window. I got frightened then, Sophie was saying. I had this big, dreary envelope stuffed with unhappy time, and I didn't know how to get any out and use it when I wanted it, without letting all the dreary waiting and stuff out. It seemed maybe I'd made a mistake starting this. Anyhow, Daily Alice looked down the front way. A brown drive with a tender spine of weed, all trembling in leaf shadow. Down at the end of the drive, gate-posts grew up with a sudden curve from a wall, each topped with a pitted ball like a grey stone orange. As she looked, a traveller turned hesitantly in at the gate. Her heart turned over. She had been so happily calm all day that she had decided he wasn't coming, that somehow her heart knew he wouldn't come today, and that therefore there was no reason for it to sink and hammer in expectation. And now her heart was taken by surprise. Then it all got mixed up, It seemed there wasn't any time that wasn't being broken flat and put away, that I wasn't doing it any more, that it was happening by itself, and that all that was left was awful time, walking down halls time, waking up in the night time, nothing doing time. Daily Alice let her heart hammer, there being nothing she could say to it anyway. Below, Smoky came closer, slowly, as though in awe. She could not tell of what. But when she knew that he saw her, she undid the brown robe's belt and shrugged the robe from her shoulders. It slid open down her arms to her wrists, and she could feel, like cool hands and warm, the shadows of leaves and the sun on her skin. Led astray. There was a hot flush in his legs that began with the soles of his feet and travelled midway up his shins, as though the long friction of his journey had heated them. His bitten head hummed with the noonday, and there was a sharp thread-like pain in the inside of his right thigh. But he stood in Edgewood, there was no doubt. Even as he came down the path toward the immense and many-angled house, he knew he wouldn't ask the old woman on the porch for directions, because he needed none. He had arrived, and when he came close to the house, Daily Alice showed herself to him. He stood staring, his sweat-stained pack dangling in his hand. He didn't dare respond. There was the old woman on the porch, but he couldn't look away. "Lovely, isn't it?" the old woman said at last. He blushed. She sat upright, smiling at him from her peacock chair. There was a little glass-topped table by her, and she was playing solitaire. "I say, lovely," she repeated, a little louder. "Yes, yes, so graceful. I'm glad it's the first thing you see coming up the drive. The casements are new, but the balcony and all the stonework are original. Won't you come up on the porch? It's difficult to talk this way." He glanced up again, but Alice was gone now. There was only a fanciful housetop painted with sunlight. He ascended to the pillared porch. "I'm Smoky Barnable." "Yes, I'm Nora Cloud. Won't you sit?" She picked up her cards with a practised hand and put them into a velvet bag. The velvet bag she then put into a tooled box. "Was it you, then," he said, sitting in a whispering wicker chair, "who put these conditions on me about the suit and the walking and all?" "Oh, no," she said. "I only discovered them." "A sort of test." "Perhaps. I don't know." She seemed surprised by the suggestion. She took from her breast pocket, where a neat and useless handkerchief was pinned, a brown cigarette, and lit it with a kitchen match she struck on her sole. She wore a light dress of the sort of print proper to old ladies, though Smoky thought he had never seen one quite so intensely blue-green, or one with leaves, tiny flowers, vines, so intricately intertwined, as though cut from the whole day. "I think prophylactic, though, on the whole." "For your own safety." "Ah, I see." They sat in silence a while, Great Aunt Cloud's a calm and smiling silence, his expectant. He wondered why he wasn't taken within, introduced. He was conscious of the heat rising from his shirt's open neck. He realized it was Sunday. He cleared his throat. "Dr. and Mrs. Drinkwater at church?" "Why, in a sense, yes." It was odd the way she responded to everything he said, as though it were a notion that had never occurred to her before. "Are you religious?" He had been afraid of this. "Well," he began, "the women tend to be more so, don't you think?" "I guess. No one I grew up with cared much about it." "My mother and I felt it far more strongly than my father or my brothers, though they suffered from it perhaps more than we." He had no answer for this, and couldn't tell if her close inspection of him just then awaited one or didn't, or was merely short sight. "My nephew also, Dr. Drinkwater. Well, of course, there are the animals, which he does pay close attention to. He pays very close attention there. The rest seems to pass him by." "A pantheist, sort of?" "Oh, no, he's not that foolish. It just seems to—" She moved her cigarette in the air. Pass him by. Ah? Who's here? A woman in a large picture hat had turned in at the gate on a bicycle. She wore a blouse, printed like clouds, but more patent, and a pair of large jeans. She dismounted inexpertly, and took a wooden bucket from the bike's basket. When she tilted her picture hat back, Smoky recognized Mrs. Drinkwater. She came up and sat heavily on the steps. "Cloud," she said, "that is forever the last time I will ever ask you for advice about burying again." "Mr. Barnacle and I," said Cloud merrily, "were discussing religion." "Cloud," said Mrs. Drinkwater darkly, scratching her ankle above a slip-on sneaker frayed about the big toe. "Cloud, I was led astray." "Your bucket is full." "I was led astray." "The bucket, hell! I filled that the first 10 minutes I got there." "Well, there you are." "You didn't say I would be led astray." "I didn't ask." There was a pause then. Cloud smoked. Mrs. Drinkwater dreamily scratched her ankle. Smoky, who didn't mind not being greeted by Mrs. Drinkwater, in fact hadn't noticed it, that comes from growing up anonymous, had time to wonder why Cloud hadn't said, "You didn't ask." "As for religion," Mrs. Drinkwater said, "ask Oberon." "Ah, there you see, not a religious man." To Smoky, "My older brother." "It's all he thinks about," Mrs. Drinkwater said. "Yes," Cloud said thoughtfully. "Yes. Well, there it is, you see." "Are you religious?" Mrs. Drinkwater asked Smoky. "He's not," Cloud said. "Of course, there was August." "I didn't have a religious childhood," Smoky said. He grinned. "I guess I was sort of a polytheist." "What?" said Mrs. Drinkwater. "The Pantheon. I had a classical education." "You have to start somewhere," she replied, picking leaves and small bugs from her bucket of berries. "This should be nearly the last of the foul things. Tomorrow's Midsummer Day, thank it all." "My brother August," Cloud said, "Alice's grandfather, he was perhaps religious. He left, for parts unknown." "A missionary?" Smoky asked. "Why, yes," Cloud said, again seeming newly struck with the idea. "Yes, maybe so." "They must be dressed by now," Mrs. Drinkwater said. "Suppose we go in." An imaginary bedroom. The screen door was old and large, its wood pierced and turned a bit to summery effect, and the screen pot-bellied below from years of children's thoughtless egress. When Smoky pulled its porcelain handle, the rusty spring groaned. He stepped across the sill. He was inside. The vestibule, tall and polished, smelled of cool, trapped night air and last winter's fires, lavender sachets and brass-handled linen closets. What else? Wax, sunlight, collated seasons, the June day outside brought in as the screen groaned and clacked shut behind him. The stairs rose before him and above him, turning a half-circle by stages to the floor above. On the first landing, in the light of a lancet window there, dressed now in jeans made all of patches, her feet bare, his bride stood. A little behind her was Sophie, a year older now, but still not her sister's height, in a thin white dress and many rings. "Hi," said Daly Alice. "Hi," Smoky said. "Take Smoky upstairs," Mrs. Drinkwater said. "He's in the imaginary bedroom, and I'm sure he wants to wash up." She patted his shoulder, and he put his foot on the first stair. In later years he would wonder, sometimes idly, sometimes in anguish, whether, having once entered here, he had ever again truly left. But at the time he just mounted to where she stood, deliriously happy that after a long and extremely odd journey he had at last arrived, and that she was greeting him with brown eyes full of promise, and perhaps then this was the journey's only purpose, his present happiness, and if so a good one, and all right with him, and taking his pack and his hand, and leading him into the cool upper regions of the house. "I could use a wash," he said, a little breathless. She dipped her big head near his ear and said, "I'll lick you clean like a cat." Sophie giggled behind them. "Hall," Alice said, running her hand along the dark wainscoting. She patted the glass doorknob she passed. "Mom and Dad's room. Dad's study. Shh! My room, see?" He peeked in and mostly saw himself in the tall mirror. "Imaginary study. Old orrery up those stairs. Turn left, then turn left." The hallway seemed concentric, and Smoky wondered how all these rooms managed to sprout off it. "Here," she said. The room was of indiscernible shape. The ceiling sank toward one corner sharply, which made one end of the room lower than the other. The windows there were smaller, too. The room seemed larger than it was, or was smaller than it looked. He couldn't decide which. Alice threw his pack on the bed, narrow and spread for summer in dotted Swiss. "The bathroom's down the hall," she said. "Sophie, go run some water." "Is there a shower?" he asked, imagining the hard plunge of cool water. "Nope," Sophie said. "We were going to modernize the plumbing, but we can't find it any more." "Sophie!" Sophie shut the door on them. First she wanted to taste the sweat that shone on his throat and fragile clavicle. Then he chose to undo the tails of her shirt that she had tied up beneath her breasts. But then impatient, they forgot about taking turns and quarreled silently, eagerly over each other, like pirates dividing treasure long sought, long imagined, long withheld. In the walled garden. Alone together at noon, they ate peanut butter and apple sandwiches in the walled garden at the back front of the house. The back front? Opulent trees looked over the grey garden wall, like calm spectators leaning on their elbows. The stone table they sat at, in a corner beneath a spreading beech, was marked with the coiled stains left by caterpillars crushed in other summers. Their cheerful paper plates lay on its thickness, flimsy and ephemeral. Smoky struggled to clear his palate. He didn't usually eat peanut butter. "This used to be the front," Daily Alice said. "Then they built the garden and the wall, so the back became the front. It was a front, anyway. And now this is the back front." She straddled the bench and picked up a twig, at the same time drawing out with her pinky a glittering hair that had blown between her lips. She scratched a quick 5-pointed star in the dirt. Smoky looked at it, and at the tautness of her jeans. "That's not really it," she said, looking bird-wise at her star. "But sort of. See, it's a house all fronts. It was built to be a sample. My great-grandfather, who I wrote you about, he built this house to be a sample, so people could come and look at it from any side and choose which kind of house they wanted. That's why the inside is so crazy. It's so many houses, sort of put inside each other or across each other, with their fronts sticking out." "What?" He had been watching her talk, not listening. She saw it in his face and laughed. "Look, see?" she said. He looked where she pointed, along the back front. It was a severe, classical facade, softened by ivy, its grey stones stained as though by dark tears, tall, arched windows, symmetrical detail he recognized as the classical orders, rustications, columns, plinths. Someone was looking out one tall window with an air of melancholy. "Now come on." She took a big bite, big teeth, and led him by the hand along that front, and as they passed, it seemed to fold like scenery. What had looked flat became outthrust. What stuck out folded in. Pillars turned pilasters and disappeared, like one of those Ripley pictures children play with, where a face turns from grim to grin as you move it. The back front altered, and when they reached the opposite wall and turned to look back, the house had become cheerful and mock Tudor, with deep curling eaves and clustered chimneys like comic hats. One of the broad casement windows, a stained piece or two glittered among the leaded panes, opened on the second floor, and Sophie looked out, waving. "Smoky," she called, "when you've finished your lunch, you're to go talk to Daddy in the library." She stayed in the window, arms folded and resting on the sill, looking down at him smiling, as though pleased to have brought this news. "Oh, aha!" Smoky called up nonchalantly. He walked back to the stone table, the house translating itself back into Latin beside him. Daily Alice was eating his sandwich. "What am I going to say to him?" She shrugged, mouth full. "What if he asks me what are your prospects, young man?" She laughed, covering her mouth, the way she had in George Mouse's library. "Well, I can't just tell him I read the telephone book." The immensity of what he was about to embark on, and Dr. Drinkwater's obvious responsibility to impress it on him, settled on his shoulders like birds. He wavered suddenly, doubted doubts. He looked at his big beloved. What, anyway, were his prospects? Could he explain to the doctor that his daughter had cured Smoky's anonymity as if in one blow, one glancing blow, and that was enough? That the marriage service once completed, and whatever religious commitments they would like him to make made, he intended to just live happily ever after, like other folks. She had taken out a little jackknife and was peeling a green apple in one segmented curling ribbon. She had such talents. What good was he to her? "Do you like children?" she asked, without taking her eyes from her apple. Houses and Histories. It was dim in the library, according to the old philosophy of keeping a house shut up on hot summer days to keep it cool. It was cool. Dr. Drinkwater wasn't there. Through the draped, arched windows he could just glimpse Daily Alice and Sophie talking at the stone table in the garden, and he felt like a boy kept indoors, bad or sickly. He yawned nervously, and looked over nearby titles. It didn't appear that anyone had taken a book from these laden shelves in a long time. There were sets of sermons, volumes of George MacDonald, Andrew Jackson Davis, Swedenborg. There were a couple of yards of the doctor's children's stories, pretty, shoddily bound, with repetitious titles. Some nicely bound classics propped against an anonymous laureled bust. He took down Suetonius, and brought down with it a pamphlet that had been wedged between the volumes. It was old, both dog-eared and foxed, illustrated with pearly photogravure, and titled Upstate Houses and Their Histories. He turned its pages carefully so as not to break the old glue of the binding, looking at dim gardens of black flowers, a roofless castle built on a river island by a thread magnet, a house made of beer vats. He looked up, turning the page. Daily Alice and Sophie were gone. A paper plate leapt from the table and spun balletically to the ground. And here was a photograph of two people sitting at a stone table having tea. There was a man who looked like the poet Yeats, in a pale summer suit and spotted tie, his hair full and white, his eyes obscured by the sunlight glinting from his spectacles, and a younger woman in a wide white hat, her dark features shaded by the hat and blurred perhaps by a sudden movement. Behind them was part of this house Smoky sat in, and beside them, reaching up a tiny hand to the woman, who perhaps saw it and moved to take it, and then again perhaps not, it was hard to tell, was a figure, personage, a little creature about a foot high in a conical hat and pointed shoes. His broad inhuman features seemed blurred, too, by sudden movement, and he appeared to bear a pair of gauzy insect wings. The caption read, John Drinkwater and Mrs. Drinkwater, Violet Bramble, Elf, Edgewood, 1912. Below the picture, the author had this to say: Oddest of the turn-of-the-century folly houses may be John Drinkwater's Edgewood, although not strictly conceived as a folly at all. Its history must begin with the first publication of Drinkwater's Architecture of Country Houses in 1880. This charming and influential compendium of Victorian domestic architecture made the young Drinkwater's name, and he later became a partner in the famed landscape architecture team of Mouse Stone, In 1894, Drinkwater designed Edgewood as a kind of compound illustration of the plates of his famous book, thus making it several different houses of different sizes and styles collapsed together, and quite literally impossible to describe. That it presents an aspect or aspects of logic and order is a credit to Drinkwater's already waning powers. In 1897, Drinkwater married Violet Bramble, a young Englishwoman, daughter of the mystic preacher Theodore Byrne Bramble, and in the course of his marriage came completely under the influence of his wife, a magnetic spiritualist. Her thought informs later editions of Architecture of Country Houses, into which he interpolated larger and larger amounts of theosophist or idealist philosophy, without, however, removing any of the original material. The sixth and last edition, 1910, had to be printed privately, since commercial publishers were no longer willing to undertake it, and it still contains all the plates of the 1880 edition. The Drinkwaters assembled around them in those years a group of like-thinking people, including artists, aesthetes, and world-weary sensitives. From the beginning, the cult had an Anglophile twist, and interested correspondents included the poet Yeats, J.M. Barrie, several well-known illustrators, and the sort of poetic personality that was allowed to flourish in that happy twilight before the Great War, and that has disappeared in the harsh light of the present day. An interesting sidelight is that these people were able to profit from the general depopulation of the farms in that area at that time. The Pentagon of 5 towns around Edgewood saw the heels of impoverished yeoman farmers driven to the city in the west, and the bland faces of poets escaping economic realities who came to take their houses. That all who still remained of this tiny band were conscientious objectors at the time of their country's greatest need is perhaps not surprising, nor is the fact that no trace of their bizarre and fruitless mysteries has survived to this day. The house is still lived in by Drinkwater's heirs. There is reputed to be a genuine folly summer house on the very extensive grounds, but the house and grounds are not open to the public at any time. Elf. Dr. Drinkwater's advice. "So we're supposed to have a chat," Dr. Drinkwater said. "Where would you like to sit?" Smoky took a club chair of buttoned leather. Dr. Drinkwater, on the Chesterfield, ran his hand over his woolly head, sucked his teeth for a moment, then coughed in an introductory kind of way. Smoky awaited his first question. "Do you like animals?" he said. "Well," Smoky said, "I haven't known very many. My father liked dogs." Dr. Drinkwater nodded with a disappointed air. "I always lived in cities or suburbs. I liked listening to the birds in the morning." He paused. "I've read your stories. I think they're very true to life, I imagine." He smiled what he instantly realized to be a horridly ingratiating smile, but the doctor didn't seem to notice. He only sighed deeply. "I suppose," he said, "you're aware of what you're getting into." Now Smoky cleared his throat in introduction. "Well, sir, of course I know I can't give Alice, well, the splendor she's used to, at least not for a while. I'm in research. I've had a good education, not really formal, but I'm finding out how to use what I know. I might teach." "Teach?" "Classics." The doctor had been gazing upward at the high shelves burdened with dark volumes. This room gives me the willies. Go talk to the boy in the library, Mother says. I never come in here if I can help it." "What is it you teach, did you say?" "Well, I don't yet. I'm breaking into it." "Can you write?" "I mean write handwriting. That's very important for a teacher." "Oh, yes, I have a good hand." Silence. "I've got a little money, an inheritance." "Oh, money. There's no worry there. We're rich." He grinned at Smoky. "Rich as Croesus." He leaned back, clutching one flannel knee in his oddly small hands. "My grandfather's mostly. He was an architect. And then my own, from the stories." And we've had good advice." He looked at Smoky in a strange, almost pitying way. "That you can always count on having. Good advice." Then, as if he had delivered a piece of it himself, he unfolded his legs, slapped his knees, and got up. "Well, time I was going. I'll see you at dinner? Good. Don't wear yourself out. You've got a long day tomorrow." He spoke this last out the door, so eager was he to go. The architecture of country houses. He had noticed them, behind glass doors up behind where Dr. Drinkwater had sat on the Chesterfield. He got up now on his knees on the sofa, turned the convolute key in its lock, and slid open the door. There they were, 6 together, just as the guide-book had said, neatly graduated in thickness. Around them, leaning together or stacked up horizontally, were others, other printings, perhaps. He took out the slimmest one, an inch or so thick. Architecture of Country Houses. Intaglio cover, with that rustic Victorian lettering, running bias-wise, that sprouts twigs and leaves, the olive color of dead foliage. He riffled the heavy leaves. The perpendicular, full or modified. The Italianate villa, suitable for a residence on an open field or campagna. The Tudor and the modified neoclassical, here chastely on separate pages. The cottage. The manor. Each in its etched circumstances of poplars or pines, fountain or mountain, with little black visitors come to call, or were they the proud owners come to take possession? He thought that if all the plates were on glass, he could hold them all up at once to the mote-inhabited bar of sunlight from the window, and Edgewood would appear whole. He read a bit of the text, which gave careful dimensions, optional fancies, full and funny accounting of costs, $10 a week stonemasons long dead, and their skills and secrets buried too, and, oddly, what sort of house suited what sort of personality and calling. He returned it. The next one he drew out was nearly twice as thick. 4th edition, it said. Little Brown, Boston, 1898. It had a frontispiece, a sad, soft pencil portrait of Drinkwater. Smoky vaguely recognized the artist's hyphenated double name. Its chock-full title page had an epigraph. "I arise and unbuild it again. Shelley." The plates were the same, though there were a set of combinations that were all floor plans and labeled in a way Smoky couldn't comprehend. The 6th and last edition, great and heavy, was beautifully bound in Art Nouveau mauve. The letters of the title stretched out shuttered limbs and curling descenders as though to grow. The whole seemed as though reflected in a rippled lily-pond surface, all in bloom at evening. The frontispiece was not Drinkwater now, but his wife, a photograph like a drawing, smudged like charcoal. Her indistinct features. Perhaps it wasn't the art. Perhaps she was as he had been, not always fully present. But she was lovely. There were dedicatory poems and epistles, and a great armor of prefaces, forewords and prolegomena, red type and black, and then the little houses again just as before, looking now old-fashioned and awkward, like an ordinary small town swept up in a modern mania, as though violets amanuensis were struggling for some last grasp of reason over the pages and pages, studded with capitalized abstractions. The type had grown smaller as books had grown thicker. There were marginal glosses every page or so, and epigraphs, chapter headings, and all paraphernalia that makes a text into an object, logical, articulated, unreadable. Tipped in at the end against the watered end papers was a chart or map, folded over several times, a thick packet, in fact. It was of thin paper, and Smoky at first couldn't see how to go about unfolding it. He began one way, winced at the little cry it made as an old fold tore slightly, began again. As he glimpsed parts of it, he could see it was an immense plan. But of what? At last he had the whole unfolded. It lay crackling across his lap face down. He had only to turn it face up. He stopped then, not sure he wanted to see what it was. "I suppose," the doctor had said, You're aware of what you're getting into." He lifted its edge. It rose up lightly like a moth's wing, so old and fine it was. A shaft of sunlight pierced it, and he glimpsed complex shapes studded with notions. He laid it down to look at it. Just then, "Will she go then, Cloud?" Mother asked, and Cloud answered, "Well, it appears not so." But she wouldn't add any more, only sat at the far end of the kitchen table, the smoke of her cigarette an obscurity in the sunlight. Mother was powdered to the elbows in the process of pie-making, not a mindless task, though she liked to call it that. In fact, she found that at it her thoughts were often clearest, notions sharpest. She could do things when her body was busy that she could at no other time, things like assemble her worries into ranks, each rank commanded by a hope. She remembered verse sometimes, cooking, that she had forgotten she knew, or spoke in tongues, her husband's, or her children's, or her dead father's, or her unborn, clearly seen grandchildren's, 3 graduated girls and a lean, unhappy boy. She knew the weather in her elbows, and mentioned, as she slipped the old glass pie plates into the oven which breathed its heated breath on her, that it would storm soon. Cloud made no answer, only sighed and smoked, and dabbed at the dew at her wrinkled throat with a little hanky, which she then tucked neatly back into her sleeve. She said, "It will be lots clearer later," and went slowly from the kitchen, and through the halls to her room to see if she might be able to close her eyes for a while before dinner had to be prepared. And before she lay down on the wide feather bed that for a few short years had been hers and Henry Cloud's, she looked out toward the hills, and yes, white cumulus had begun to assemble itself that way, climbing like imminent victory, and no doubt Sophie was right. She lay and thought. At least he came all right, and contradicted none of it. Beyond that, she couldn't tell. Just then, where the old stone fence divides the green meadow from the old pasture which goes down rocky and leaping with insects to the margin of the lily pond, Dr. Drinkwater in a wide-awake hat stopped, panting from his climb. Slowly the roar of his own blood diminished in his ears, and he could begin to listen to the scene in progress of his only drama, the interminable conversations of birds, cicadas' semitune, the rustle and thump of 1,000 creatures' entrances and exits. The land was touched by the hand of man, though that hand was in these days mostly withdrawn. Way down beyond the lily pond he could see the dreaming roof of Brown's barn, and knew this to be an abandoned pasture of his enterprise, and this wall his ancient marker. The scene was variegated by man's enterprise, and room made for many houses, large and small, this capacious wall, that sunny pasture, that pond. It all seemed to the doctor just what was truly meant by the word ecology, which he saw now and then misused in the dense columns that bordered his chronicles of this place in the city paper. And as he sat on a warm lichened stone, utterly attentive, a little breeze brought him news that by evening a mountain of cloud would break in pieces here. Just then, in Sophie's room, on the wide feather bed where for many years John Drinkwater lay with Violet Bramble, their 2 great-grandchildren lay. The long pale dress that next day daily Alice would put on, and then, presumably, not again ever completely put off, was hung carefully from the top of the closet door, and made in the closet door mirror another like it, which it pressed back to back, and below it and around it were all things proper to it. Sophie and her sister lay naked in the afternoon heat. Sophie brushed her hand across her sister's sweat-damp flank, and daily Alice said, "Ah, it's too hot," and felt hotter still her sister's tears on her shoulder. She said, "Some day soon it'll be you. You'll choose, or maybe be chosen, and you'll be another June bride." And Sophie said, "I'll never, never," and more that Alice couldn't hear, because Sophie buried her face against her sister's neck and murmured like the afternoon. What Sophie said was, "He'll never understand or see. They'll never give him what they gave us. He'll step in the wrong places, and look when he should look away. Never see doors, or no turnings. Wait and see. You just wait and see." Which just then Great Aunt Cloud was pondering. What they would see if they waited, and what their mother also felt, though not with the same plain curiosity, but a sort of manoeuvring within of the armies of possibility. And what Smoky, too, left alone for what he imagined was the general Sunday siesta, day of rest, in the black and dusty library with the whole plan before him, just then trembled with, sleepless and erect as a flame. Chapter 3. There was an old woman who lived under the hill, and if she's not gone, she lives there still. It was during a glad summer toward the end of the last century that John Drinkwater, while on a walking tour of England ostensibly to look at houses, came one twilight to the gates of a red-brick vicarage in Cheshire. He had lost his way, and his guide-book, which he had foolishly knocked into the mill-race by which he had eaten his lunch hours before. He was hungry, and however safe and sweet the English countryside, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Strange insides. In the vicarage garden, an unkempt and riotous garden, moths glimmered amid a dense cascade of rose bushes, and birds flitted and rustled in a gnarled and domineering apple-tree. In the tree's crook someone sat, and as he looked, lit a candle. A candle? It was a young girl in white, and she cupped the candle with her hands. It glowed and faded, and then glowed again. She spoke, not to him. "What's the matter?" The candle glow was extinguished, and he said, "I beg your pardon." She began to climb quickly and expertly down from the tree, and he stood away from the gate so as not to look importunate and prying when she came to speak to him. But she didn't come. From somewhere, or everywhere, a nightingale began, ceased, began again. He had come not long before to a crossroads. Not a literal crossroads, though many of those, too, in his month's walk, where he had to choose to go down by the water or over the hill, and found it not much use as practice for the crossroads in his life. He had spent a hateful year designing an enormous skyscraper that was to look, as exactly as its hugeness and use allowed, like a 13th-century cathedral. When he had first submitted sketches to his client, it had been in the nature of a joke, a fancy, a red herring even, meant to be dismissed, but the client hadn't understood that. He wanted his skyscraper to be just this, just what it eventually would become, a cathedral of commerce. And nothing John Drinkwater could think of, brass letterbox like a baptismal font, grotesque bas-reliefs in Cluniac's style of dwarves using telephones or reading stone ticker tape, gargoyles projecting from the building at such a height that no one could ever see them, and wearing, though even that the man had refused to recognize, his client's own headlamp eyes and porous nose. Nothing was too much for him, and now it would all have to be executed just as he had conceived it. While this project dragged on, a change attempted to come over him. Attempted, because he resisted it. It seemed a thing apart from him, a thing he could almost but not quite name. He first noticed it as an insinuation into his crowded yet orderly day of peculiar daydreams, abstract words merely, that would suddenly be spoken within him as though by a voice. Multiplicity was one. Another, on another day, as he sat looking out the tall windows of the University Club at the sooty rain, was combinatory. Once uttered, the notion had a way of taking over his whole mind, extending into the workplace there and into the counting-house until he was left paralyzed and unable to take the next long-prepared and well-thought-out step in the career everyone described as meteoric. He felt he was lapsing into a long dream, or perhaps awaking from one. Either way, he didn't want it to happen. As a specific against it, he thought, he began to take an interest in theology. He read Swedenborg and Augustine. He was soothed most by Aquinas, could sense the angelic doctor building stone by stone the great cathedral of his Summa. He learned then that at the end of his life Aquinas regarded all that he had written as a heap of straw. A heap of straw. Drinkwater sat at his broad board in the long skylit offices of Mouse, Drinkwater, Stone, and stared at the sepia photographs of the towers and parks and villas he had built, and thought, a heap of straw, like the first and most ephemeral house the three pigs in the story built. There must be a stronger place, a place where he could hide from whatever this wolf was that pursued him. He was 39 years old. His partner Mouse found that after he had been some months at his drawing-board, he had gotten no further with firm plans for the Cathedral of Commerce, had been sitting instead, hour after hour, doodling tiny houses with strange insides, and he was sent abroad for a while, to rest. Strange insides. By the path that led up from the gate to the fan-lighted door of the vicarage, he could see a machine or garden ornament, a white globe on a pedestal surrounded by rusted iron hoops. Some of the hoops had sprung and lay fallen on the path, obscured in weeds. He pushed the gate, and it opened, making a brief song on its hinges. Within the house a light was moving, and as he came up the weedy path, he was hailed from the door. For it was he. "You are not welcome," said Dr. Bramble, for it was he. "You are none of you any more. Is that you, Fred? I shall have a lock to that gate if people can't have better manners." "I'm not Fred." His accent made Dr. Bramble stop to think. He raised his lamp. "Who are you, then?" "Just a traveler. I'm afraid I've lost my way." "You don't have a telephone?" "Of course not." "I didn't mean to barge in." "Mind the old orrery there. It's all fallen and a dreadful trap. American?" "Yes." "Well, well, come in." The girl was gone. Strange and shaded lanes. 2 years later, John Drinkwater was sitting sleepily in the overheated and spiritually lit rooms of the City Theosophical Society. He never guessed that any of the ways his crossroads pointed out would lead him there, but there he was. A subscription was being raised for a course of lectures by variously enlightened persons, and among the mediums and gymnosophists who were awaiting the Society's decision, Drinkwater found the name of Dr. Theodore Byrne Bramble to speak on the smaller worlds within the large. As soon as he read the name, he saw at once and unsummoned the girl within the apple-tree, the light within her cupped hands going dim. "What's the matter?" He saw her again come into the dusky dining-room, unintroduced by the vicar, who couldn't bring himself to break his paragraph long enough to speak her name, only nodded and pushed aside a pile of mildewed books and sheaves of papers tied with blue tape, so that there was room for her to put down, without raising her eyes to him, the tarnished tea-service and cracked plate of kippers. She might have been daughter or ward or servant or prisoner or keeper even, for Dr. Bramble's ideas were odd and obsessive enough, though mildly expressed. "Paracelsus is of the opinion, you see," he said, and paused to light his pipe. Drinkwater managed to say, "The young lady is your daughter?" Bramble shot a look behind him as though Drinkwater had seen some member of the Bramble family he didn't know about. Then he agreed, nodding, and went on. "Paracelsus, you see." She brought white port and ruby, unsummoned, and when that was gone, Dr. Bramble was inflamed enough to speak of some of his personal sorrows, how his pulpit had been taken from him because he would speak the truth as he learned it, and how they came around now to taunt him and tie tins to his dog's tail, poor dumb creature. She brought whiskey and brandy, and at last he didn't care, and asked her name. "Violet," she said, not looking at him. When Dr. Bramble finally showed him to a bed, it was only because if he had not, Drinkwater would have got out of earshot. As it was, he had ceased to understand anything Dr. Bramble was saying. "Houses made of houses within houses made of time," he found himself saying aloud, when just before dawn he awoke from a dream of Dr. Bramble's kindly face, and with a fierce burning in his throat. When he tipped up the ewer at his bedside, a discomfited spider crawled out, and he stood at the window unrelieved, pressing the cool porcelain to his cheek. He looked out at the wind-ordered islands of mist that lay between the lacy cut-out trees, and watched the last fireflies extinguishing themselves. He saw her returning from the barn, shoeless and in her pale dress, with a bucket of milk in each hand that threw out drops on the ground at her every step, however carefully she walked. And he understood, in a moment of knife-like clarity, how he would go about making a sort of house, a house that a year and some months later became the house Edgewood. And here now in New York was her name before him, whom he had thought never to see again. He signed the subscription. He knew that she would accompany her father, knew this the moment he read the name. He knew, somehow, that she would be even more lovely, and that her never-cut hair would be 2 years longer. He didn't know that she would arrive 3 months pregnant by Fred Reynard, or Oliver Hawksquill, or some other not welcome at the parsonage. He never asked the name. It didn't occur to him that she, like him, would be 2 years older, and have come upon hard crossroads of her own, and gone a ways down strange and shaded lanes. Call them doors. Paracelsus is of the opinion, Dr. Bramble told the Theosophists, that the universe is crowded with powers, spirits, who are not quite immaterial, whatever that means or meant, perhaps made of some finer, less tangible stuff than the ordinary world. They fill up the air and the water, and so on. They surround us on every side, so that our every movement— He moved his long-fingered hand gently in the air, causing turmoil amid his pipe smoke. We displace thousands. She sat by the door, just out of the light of a red-shaded lamp, bored or nervous or both. Her cheek was in her palm, and the lamp lit the dark down of her arms and turned it blonde. Her eyes were dark and feral, and she had a single eyebrow. That is, it extended without a break across her nose, unplucked and thick. She didn't look at him, or when she did, didn't see him. Nereids, dryads, sylphs, and salamanders is how Paracelsus divides them, Dr. Bramble said. That is to say, as we would express it, mermaids, elves, fairies, and goblins or imps. One class of spirit for each of the 4 elements, mermaids for the water, elves for the earth, fairies for the air, goblins for the fire. It is thus that we derive the common name for all such beings, elementals, very regular and neat. Paracelsus had an orderly mind. It is not, however, true, based as it is on the common error, the old, the great error that underlies the whole history of our science, that there are these 4 elements, earth, air, fire, water, out of which the world is made. We now know, of course, that there are some 90 elements, and that the old 4 are not among them. There was a stirring at this among the more radical or Rosicrucian wing of the assembly, who still set great store by the 4, and Dr. Bramble, who desperately needed this appearance to be a success, gulped water from a goblet beside him, cleared his throat, and tried to march on to the more sensational or revelatory parts of his lecture. The question is really, he said, why, if the elementals are not several kinds of being, but only one, which I believe, why they manifest themselves in such various forms. That they do manifest themselves, ladies and gentlemen, is no longer open to doubt. He looked meaningfully at his daughter, and many there did also. It was her experiences, after all, that lent Dr. Bramble's notions what weight they had. She smiled faintly, and seemed to contract beneath their gaze. Now, he said, collating the various experiences, both those told of in myth and fable, and those more recent ones verifiable by investigation, we find that these elementals, while separable into 2 basic characters, can be any of several different sizes and, as we might put it, densities. The 2 distinct characters, the ethereal, beautiful, and elevated character on the one hand, and the impish, earthy, gnome-like character on the other, is in fact a sexual distinction. The sexes among these beings are much more distinct than among men. The differences observed in size is another matter. What are the differences? In their sylph-like or pixie manifestation, they appear no bigger than a large insect or a hummingbird. They are said to inhabit the woods. They are associated with flowers. Droll tales are spun of their spears of locust thorns, and their chariots made of nutshells drawn by dragonflies, and so on. In other instances, they appear to be a foot to 3 feet in height, wingless, fully formed little men and women of more human habits. And there are fairy maidens who capture the hearts of, and can apparently lie with, humans, and who are the size of human maidens. And there are fairy warriors on great steeds, banshees and pukas and ogres who are huge, larger by far than men. What is the explanation for this? The explanation is that the world inhabited by these beings is not the world we inhabit. It is another world entirely, and it is enclosed within this one. It is, in a sense, a universal retreating mirror image of this one, with a peculiar geography I can only describe as infundibular. He paused for effect. I mean by this that the other world is composed of a series of concentric rings, which, as one penetrates deeper into the other world, grow larger. The further in you go, the bigger it gets. Each perimeter of this series of concentricities encloses a larger world within, until, at the center point, it is infinite, or at least very, very large. He drank water again. As always, when he began to explain it all, it began to leak away from him. The perfect clarity of it, the just seizable perfect paradox of it, which sometimes rang like a bell within him, was so difficult, maybe, oh Lord, impossible to express. The unmoved faces before him waited. We men, you see, inhabit what is in fact the vastest outermost circle of the converse infundibulum, which is the other world. Paracelsus is right. Our every movement is accompanied by these beings, but we fail to perceive them, not because they are intangible, but because, out here, they are too small to be seen. Around the inner perimeter of this circle, which is our daily world, are many, many ways, call them doors, by which we can enter the next smaller, that is, larger circle of their world. Here the inhabitants appear the size of ghost birds or errant candle flames. This is our most common experience of them, because it is only through this first perimeter that most people ever pass, if at all. The next innermost perimeter is smaller, and thus has fewer doors. It is therefore less likely anyone would step through by chance. There the inhabitants will appear fairy children or little people, a manifestation correspondingly less often observed. And so on further within. The vast inner circles, where they grow to full size, are so tiny that we step completely over them, constantly in our daily lives, without knowing we do so, and never enter there at all. Though it may be that in the old heroic age access there was easier, and so we have the many tales of deeds done there. And lastly, the vastest circle, the infinity, the center point, fairy, ladies and gentlemen, where the heroes ride across endless landscapes and sail sea beyond sea, and there is no end to possibility. Why, that circle is so tiny, it has no door at all. He sat, spent. Now, he put his dead pipe between his teeth. Before I proceed to certain evidences, certain demonstrations, mathematical and topographical, he patted a messy pile of papers and place-marked books beside him. You should know that there are individuals to whom it is given to be able to penetrate at will or nearly, the small worlds I have discussed. If you require first-hand evidence of the general propositions I have laid down, my daughter, Miss Violet Bramble—" The company, murmuring, it was this they had come for, turned toward where Violet sat in the light of the red-shaded lamp. The girl was gone. No end to possibility. It was Drinkwater who found her, huddled on the landing of the stairs that led up from the society's rooms to a lawyer's office on the next floor. She didn't stir as he climbed toward her, only her eyes moved, searching him. When he moved to light the gas above her, she touched his shin. "Don't. Are you ill?" "No." "Afraid?" She didn't answer. He sat down beside her and took her hand. "Now, my child," he said paternally, but felt a thrill as though some current ran through her hand to his. "They don't want to hurt you, you know. They won't badger you." "I am not," she said slowly. "A circus show." No. How old could she be, to have to live so? 15, 16. Closer to her now, he could see that she was weeping softly. Big tears formed in the dark pools of her eyes, trembled at the thick lashes, and tumbled one by one down her cheek. "I feel so sorry for him. He hates to do this to me, and yet he does it. It's because we're desperate." She said it quite simply, as though she had said, "It's because we're English." She hadn't released his hand. Perhaps she hadn't noticed it. "Let me help." That had sprung to his lips, but he felt any choice about her was anyway beyond him. The 2 years of vain struggle that lay between the twilight he saw her in the apple tree and now seemed to shrivel into a mote and blow away. He must protect her. He would take her away, somewhere safe, somewhere— She would say nothing further, and he could not. He knew that his well-built life, masoned and furnished over 40 careful years, had not weathered the wind of his dissatisfaction. He felt it crumble, the foundations slipped, vast cracks appeared, the whole edifice of it caved in with a long noise he could almost hear. He was kissing the warm salt tears from her cheek. A turn around the house. "Perhaps," John Drinkwater said to Violet when all their boxes and trunks had been piled in the doorway for the servant to put away, and Dr. Bramble had been installed in a comfortable chair on the wide marmoreal porch, "you'd like to take a turn around the house." Wisteria had been trained up the tapering columns of the porch, and their crystalline green leaves, though the summer was young, already curtained the scenes he offered them with his hand, the broad lawn and young plantings, the view to a pavilion, the distant sheet of water arched by a neat classical bridge. Dr. Bramble declined, already drawing an octavo volume from his pocket. Violet murmured her assent. How demure she must now be in this great place. She had expected log cabins and red Indians. She really knew very little. She took the arm he offered her, a builder's strong arm, she thought, and they went out across the new lawn, walking a gravel path between stone sphinxes set at intervals to guard the way. The sphinxes were cut by his Italian stonemason friends, the same who were just then cutting garlands of grapes and queer faces all across the facades of his partner Mouse's city blocks. They were cut quickly in soft stone that the years would not be kind to, but that was all to come. "You must stay on now as long as you like," Drinkwater said. He had said it in Sherry's restaurant, where he had taken them after the lecture ended inconclusively, when he had first shyly but insistently invited them. He had said it again in the mean and odorous hotel lobby when he came to collect them, and in Grand Central Station, beneath the great twinkling zodiac which, Dr. Bramble couldn't help but notice, ran the wrong way across the night-blue ceiling. And again in the train as she nodded in a doze beneath the silk rosebud which nodded too in its railroad bud vase. But how long did she like? "It's very kind of you," she said. "You will live in many houses," Mrs. Underhill had told her. "You will wander and live in many houses." She had wept hearing that, or rather later, when she thought of it on trains and boats and in waiting rooms, not knowing how many houses were many, or how long it took to live in one. For sure it would take an immensity of time, for since they had left the vicarage in Cheshire 6 months ago, they had lived only in hotels and lodgings, and seemed likely to go on doing so. How long? As in a drill, they marched up one neat stone path, turned right, marched along another. Drinkwater made an introductory noise to announce he was about to break the silence they had fallen into. "I'm so interested in these, well, experiences of yours," he said. He raised an honest palm. "I don't mean to pry or upset you, if it upsets you to talk of them. I'm just very interested." She said nothing. She could only tell him that they were all over in any case. Her heart for a moment grew great and hollow, and he seemed to sense it, because he pressed the arm he held very slightly. "Other worlds," he said dreamily, "worlds within worlds." He drew her to one of the many small benches set against a curving clipped wall of box hedge. The complex house front beyond, buff-colored and patent in the late afternoon sun, seemed to her severe yet smiling, like Erasmus' face in a frontispiece she had seen over Father's shoulder. "Well," she said, "those ideas about worlds within worlds and all that, those are Father's ideas. I don't know." "But you've been there." "Father says I have." She crossed her legs and covered an old, ineradicable brown stain on her muslin dress with interlaced fingers. "I never expected this, you know. I only told him about all that, what had happened to me, because I hoped to lift his spirits. To tell him it would be all right, that all the troubles were part of the tale." "Tale?" She grew circumspect. "I mean, I never expected this, to leave home, to leave them," she almost said. But since the night at the Theosophical Society, the last straw, she had resolved not to speak any more about them. It was bad enough to have lost them. "Miss Bramble," he said, "please, I certainly wouldn't pursue your tale." That wasn't true. He was rapt before it. He must know it, know her heart. "You won't be bothered here. You can rest." He gestured toward the cedars of Lebanon he had planted in that careful lawn. The wind in them spoke in a childish gabble, faint presage of the great grave voice they would speak in when they were grown. "It's safe here. I built it for that." And she did feel, despite the deep constraints of formality that seemed laid on her here, a kind of serenity. If it had all been a terrible error telling Father about them, if it had inflamed, not settled his mind, and sent the two of them out on the road like a pair of itinerant preachers, or a gypsy and his dancing bear, more nearly, to make their living entertaining the mad and the obsessed in glum lecture halls and meeting rooms, and counting afterwards their take, good Lord, then rest and forgetfulness were the best issue it could have. Better than they could have expected, only... She rose, restless, unreconciled, and followed a radiating path toward a kind of stage-set wing of arches that protruded from a corner of the house. "I built it," she heard him say, "for you, really, in a way." She had passed through the arches and come around the corner of the house, and suddenly out of the plain pillared envelope of the wing a flowered valentine was unfolded and offered her, whitewashed and American, bright with flower beds and lacy with jigsaw work. It was a wholly different place. It was as though the severe face of Erasmus had tittered behind his hand. She laughed, the first time she had laughed since she had shut the wicket on her English garden forever. He came almost at a run, grinning at her surprise. He tilted his straw hat on the back of his head, and began to talk with animation about the house, about himself. The quick moods came and went in his big face. "Not usual, no," he laughed. "Not a thing about it's usual. Like here. This was to be the kitchen garden, you see, where anybody'd put a kitchen garden, but I've filled it with flowers. The cook won't garden, and the gardener's a great one with flowers, but says he can't keep a tomato alive." He pointed with his bamboo walking-stick at a pretty cut-out pump-house. "Just like," he said, "one my parents had in their garden, and useful, too." and then the pierced ogee arches of the porch, which broad grape leaves had begun to climb. "Hollyhocks," he said, taking her to admire some that the bumblebees were engaged on. "Some people think hollyhocks are a weed, not me." "Wear heads there!" called out a broad Irish voice above them. A maid upstairs had flung open a window and shook a dust-mop in the sun. "She's a great girl," Drinkwater said, indicating her with his thumb. "A great girl." He looked down at Violet, dreamy again, and she up at him, as the dust-motes descended in the sun like Danae's gold. "I suppose," he said gravely, the bamboo stick swinging pendulum fashion behind his back, "I suppose you think of me as old." "You mean you think that's so?" "I'm not, you know. Not old." "But you expect— I think. You're supposed to say, 'I guess,'" she said, stamping her small foot and raising a butterfly from the Sweet William. "Americans always say 'I guess,' don't they?" She put on a bumpkin basso. "I guess it's time to bring the cows in from the pasture. I guess there'll be no taxation without representation." "Oh, you know." She bent to smell flowers, and he bent with her. The sun beat down on her bare arms, and as though tormenting them, made the garden insects hum and buzz. "Well," he said, and she could hear the sudden daring in his voice. "I guess, then. I guess I love you, Violet. I guess I want you to stay here always. I guess—" She fled from him along the flagged garden path, knowing that next he would take her in his arms. She fled around the next corner of the house. He let her go. "Don't let me go," she thought. What had happened? She slowed her steps, finding herself in a dark valley. She had come behind the shadow of the house. A sloping lawn fell away down to a noiseless stream, and just across the stream a sudden hill arose straight up, piney and sharp, like a quiver of arrows. She stopped amid the yew trees planted there. She didn't know which way to turn. The house beside her was as grey as the yews, and as dreary. Plump stone pillars, oppressive in their strength, supported flinty string courses that seemed purposeless, covered. What should she do? She glimpsed Drinkwater then, his white suit of paleness loitering within the stone cloister. She heard his boots on the tiles of it. In a change, the wind pointed the yew's branches toward him, but she wouldn't look that way, and he, abashed, said nothing. But he came closer. "You mustn't say those things," she said to the dark hill, not turning to him. "You don't know me, don't know—" "Nothing I don't know matters," he said. "Oh," she said. "Oh." She shivered, and it was his warmth that caused it. He had come up behind her and covered her now with his arms, and she leaned against him and his strength. They walked on together thus, down to where the full-charged stream ran foaming into a cave's mouth in the hillside, and was lost. They could feel the cave's damp and stony breath. He held her closer, protecting her from what seemed the cold infection of it that made her shiver. And from within the circle of his arms she told him, without tears, all her secrets. "Do you love him, then?" Drinkwater said when she had done. "The one who did this to you?" It was his eyes that were bright with tears. "No, I didn't, ever." It had never till this moment mattered. Now she wondered what would hurt him more, that she loved the one who had done this to her, or did not. She wasn't even absolutely certain which one it was, but he would never know that. Sin pressed on her. He held her like forgiveness. "Poor child," he said. "Lost, but no more. Listen to me now. If—" He held her at arm's length to look into her face. The single eyebrow and the thick lashes seemed to shutter it. "If you would accept me. You see, no stain on you can make me think less of you. I'd still be unworthy. But if you could, I swear the child will be raised here, one of mine." His face, stern with resolve, softened. He almost smiled. "One of ours, Violet. One of many." Now at last the tears came to her eyes. wondering tears at his goodness. She hadn't before thought of herself as in terrible trouble. Now he had offered to save her from it. What goodness! Father had hardly noticed. Lost, though, yes, that she knew herself to be. And could she find herself here? She left his touch again, and went around the next corner of the house, beneath beetling arcades grotesquely carved and thick castellations. The white ribbons of her hat, which she held now in her hand, trailed across the damp emerald grass. She could sense him following at a respectful distance. "Curious," she said out loud when she had rounded the corner. "How very curious." The stonework of the house had changed from grim grey to cheerful brickwork in eye-intriguing shades of red and brown, with pretty enamel plaques set here and there, and white woodwork. All the Gothic heaviness had been stretched, pulled, pointed, and exploded into deep curving, high-sweeping eaves, and comical chimney-pots, and fat useless towers, and exaggerated curves of stacked and angled brick. It was as though, and here the sun shone again too, picking out the brickwork and winking at her, it was as though the dark porch and soundless stream and dreaming yews had all been a joke. "What it is," Violet said when John, hands behind his back, came up to her, "is many houses, isn't it?" "Many houses," he said, smiling. "Every one for you." Through a silly piece of cloistery archwork she could see a bit of Father's back. He was still ensconced in his wicker chair, still looking out through the curtain of wisteria, presumably still seeing the avenue of sphinxes and the cedars of Lebanon. But from here his bald head could be a dreaming monk's in a monastery garden. She began to laugh. "You will wander and live in many houses." "Many houses." She took John Drinkwater's hand. She almost kissed it. She looked up laughing at his face, that seemed just then to be full of pleasant surprises. "It's a great joke," she said. "Many jokes. Are there as many houses inside?" "In a sense," he said. "Oh, show me." She pulled him toward the white arched door that was hinged with neat brass Gothic ease. In the sudden darkness of the brief painted vestibule within, she lifted his big hand to her lips in an access of gratitude. Beyond the vestibule there was a vision of doorways, long lists of arches and lintels through which underscorings of light were painted by unseen windows. "However do you find your way about?" Violet asked, on the threshold of all this. "Sometimes I don't, in fact," he said. "I proved that every room needed more than 2 doors, but couldn't ever prove that any could get along with only 3. He waited, unwilling to hurry her. "Perhaps," she said, "one day you'll be thinking of such a thing and not be able to get out at all." Hands on the walls and going slowly, as though she were blind, but in fact only marveling, Violet Bramble stepped into the pumpkin shell John Drinkwater had made to keep her in, which he had first transformed into a golden coach for her delight. "Tell me the tale." After moonrise, Violet awoke in a large and unfamiliar bedroom, feeling the pressure of cold light and the sound of her name called. She lay deathly still for a long moment on the tall bed, holding her breath, waiting for the tiny call to come again, but it didn't come. She threw off the coverlet and climbed down from the tall bed and across the floor. When she opened the casement, she thought she heard her name again. "Violet?" Summer odors invaded the room, and a host of small noises from which she couldn't sort out the voice, if it was one, that had called her, if it had. She pulled her big cloak from the steamer trunk which had been put in her room, and quickly, quietly left the room on the balls of her feet. Her white calico nightgown billowed in the stale air which came searching up the stairways for the window she had left open. "Violet?" But that was only her father, perhaps asleep, as she passed his room. And she didn't answer. It took some time of cautious creeping, feet growing cold on the uncarpeted stairs and halls, to find which way went down and out. And when at last she found a door flanked by windows which showed the night, she realized she had no idea which way she was faced. Did it matter? It was that grand, still garden. The sphinxes watched her pass, their identical faces mobile in the aqueous moonlight. A frog spoke from the fish-pond's edge, but not her name. She went on, across the spectral bridge, and through a screen of poplars like frightened heads of hair on end. Beyond was a field, crossed by a kind of hedge, not a proper hedge, a line of bushes and small sighing trees, and the piled stones of a crude wall. She followed this, not knowing where she was going, feeling, as Smoky Barnable would years hence, that she may not have left Edgewood at all, only turned down some new, illusory outdoor corridor of it. She went what seemed a long way. The hedge beings, rabbits and stoats and hedgehogs, did they have such creatures here? Didn't speak, but they have no voices, or don't use them, she didn't know which. Her naked feet were cold at first in the dew, then numb. She drew the cloak over her nose, though it was a mild night, for the moonlight seemed to chill her. Then, without knowing which foot had taken the step, or when, she began to feel she was in familiar places. She looked up at the moon, and could tell by its smile that she was somewhere she had never been, but knew, somewhere elsewhere. Ahead, the sedgy, flower-starred meadow rose up to a knoll, and there grew an oak tree and a thorn together, in deep embrace, inseparable. She knew, her feet quickening and her heart too, that there would be a path around the knoll, and it would lead to a small house built underside. "Violet?" Lamplight shone from its round window, and a brass face on the round door held a knocker in its teeth. But the door opened as she came to it. No need to knock. "Mrs. Underhill," she said, trembling between joy and hurt, "why didn't you tell me this is how it was to be? Come in, child, and ask me not. If I'd known more than I said, I'd have said it." "I thought," Violet said, and for a moment couldn't speak, couldn't say that she had thought never to see her, never to see any of them again, not a single glowing person in the gloom of the garden, not one small secret face sipping at the honeysuckle. The roots of oak and thorn that made Mrs. Underhill's house were lit by her little lamp, and when Violet raised her eyes to them and sighed a long, shuddering sigh to keep from weeping, she inhaled the black odor of their growing. "But how?" she said. Tiny, bent Mrs. Underhill, who was mostly shawl-bound head and great slippered feet, raised an admonitory finger as long almost as the needles she knitted with. "Don't ask me how," she said, "but there it is." Violet sat at her feet, all questions answered, or at least not mattering any more. "Only, you might have told me," she said, her eyes starred with happy tears, "that all the houses I'm to live in are one house." "Are they?" Mrs. Underhill said. She knitted and rocked. The scarf of many colors beneath her needles grew quickly longer. "Time past, time to come," she said comfortably. "Somehow the tale gets told." "Tell me the tale," Violet said.
"Ah, if I could, I would."
"Is it too long?"
"Longer than any. Why, child, they'll have put you long beneath the earth, and your children, and your children's children, before that tale's all told."
She shook her head.
"That's common knowledge."
"Does it have," Violet asked, "a happy ending?" She'd asked all this before. These weren't questions, but exchanges, as though she and Mrs. Underhill passed back and forth with compliments, the same gift, each time expressing surprise and gratitude.
"Well, who's to say?"
Mrs. Underhill said. The scarf grew longer, row by row.
"It's a tale, is all. There are only short ones and long ones. Yours is the longest I know."
Something, not a cat, began to unravel Mrs. Underhill's fat ball of yarn.
"Stop that, bold thing,"
she said, and beat at it with a knitting needle she drew from behind her ear. She shook her head at Violet.
"Not a moment's peace in centuries."
Violet got up and cupped her hand to Mrs. Underhill's ear. Mrs. Underhill leaned close, grinning, ready for secrets.
"Are they listening?"
Violet whispered. Mrs. Underhill put her fingers to her lips.
"I think not," she said. "Then tell me truly," Violet said, "how do you come to be here?" Mrs. Underhill started in surprise. "I?" she said. "Whatever do you mean, child? I've been here all the time. It's you who've been in motion." She took up her whispering needles. "Use your sense." She leaned back in her rocker. Something caught beneath the tread shrieked, and Mrs. Underhill grinned maliciously. "Not a moment's peace," she said, "in centuries." All questions answered. After his marriage, John Drinkwater began to retire or retreat more and more from an active life in architecture. The buildings he would have been called on to build came to seem to him at once heavy, obtuse, and lifeless, and at the same time ephemeral. He remained with the firm. He was constantly consulted, and his ideas and exquisite initial sketches, when reduced to ordinariness by his partners and their teams of engineers, continued to alter the cities of the East, but they were no longer his life's work. There were other schemes to occupy him. He designed a folding bed of astonishing ingenuity, in effect an entire bedroom disguised as, or contained within, a sort of wardrobe or armoire, which in a moment, a quick motion of brass catches and levers, a shift of heavy counterweighting, became the bed which made the bedroom a bedroom. He enjoyed that idea, a bedroom within the bedroom, and even patented his scheme, but the only buyer he ever found was his partner Mouse, who, chiefly as a favor, installed a few in his city apartments. And then there was the Cosmo-Opticon. He spent a happy year working on this with his friend the inventor Henry Cloud, the only man John Drinkwater had ever known who could actually sense the spin of the earth on its axis and its motion around the sun. The Cosmo-Opticon was an enormous, hideously expensive, stained glass and wrought iron representation of the zodiacal heavens and their movement, and the movement of the planets within them. And it did move. Its owner could sit within it on a green plush seat, and as great weights fell and clockwork ticked over, the dome of many-colored glass would move, just as the heavens did, in their apparent motion. It was a measure of Drinkwater's abstraction that he thought there would be a ready market for this strange toy among the wealthy. And yet, strange, no matter how he removed himself from the world, no matter how he poured the rich gains of his working life into such schemes, he flourished. His investments turned over at a great rate. His fortune only increased. "Protected," Violet said. Taking tea at the stone table he had placed to overlook the park, John Drinkwater looked up at the sky. He had tried to feel protected. He had tried to repose himself within the protection she was so certain of, and to laugh at the world's weather from within it. But in his heart he felt unsheltered, bareheaded, abroad. In fact, as he grew older, he became more and more concerned with the weather. He collected almanacs, scientific and not so, and he studied the daily weather surmise in his paper, though it was the divination of priests he didn't entirely trust. He only hoped, without having reason to, that they were right when they read the omens fair, and wrong when they read them foul. He watched the summer sky especially, could feel as a burden on his own back any far-off cloud that might obscure the sun, or that might bring others after it. When fluffy, harmless cumulus trod the sky like sheep, he was at ease, but watchful. They could combine suddenly into thunderheads. They could drive him indoors to listen to the dull fall of rain on his roofs, as they seemed just now to be doing over in the west, and he powerless to stop them. They drew his eye, and each time he looked, they were piled that much higher. The air was dense and palpable. There was then little hope that rain and storm would not begin soon. He was not reconciled. In the winter he wept often. In the spring he was desperately impatient, rageful when he found heaps of winter still piled in the corners of April. When Violet spoke of spring, she meant a time of flowers and baby animals, a notion. A single clear day in April was like what she had in mind, he supposed, or May, rather, because it had become clear to him that her idea of the qualities of months differed from his. Hers were English months, Februaries when the snow melted, and Aprils when flowers burst, not the months of this harsher exile place. May there was like June here, and no experience of these American months could change her mind, or even reach it, he sometimes thought. Perhaps that conspiracy of cloud on the horizon was stationary, a kind of decoration merely, like the high-piled clouds behind country scenes in his children's picture books. But the air around him belied that, laden and sparkling with change. Violet thought, or did she? He spent hours grappling with her cryptic remarks, with Dr. Bramble's elaborate explications for a guide, and yet he wasn't sure that it was always spring there. But spring is a change only. All seasons collated into a string of fast-following days like changes of mood. Was that what she meant? Or did she mean the notional spring of young grass and new unfurled leaves, changeless, single, equinoctial day? There is no spring. Perhaps it was a joke. There would be precedent for that. He felt sometimes that all she said to his urgent inquiries was a joke. Spring is all seasons, and no season. It's always spring there. There is no there. A humid wave of despair washed over him, a thunder mood, he knew, and yet... It wasn't that he loved her less as they grew older, or rather as he grew older and she grew up, only that he lost that first wild certainty that she would lead him somewhere, a certainty that he had because for sure she had been there herself. He couldn't, as it happened, follow. After a bitter year he knew that. Better years followed. He would be purchased to her pilgrims. He would tell her journeys to the world, her travellers' tall tales of marvels he would never see. She had intimated to him, he thought, that without the house he had built, the whole tale could not be told, that it was the beginning and perhaps the end in some way, like the house that Jack built, cause of a chain. He didn't understand, but he was satisfied. And there was no time when, even after years, after 3 children, after who knows how much water under what crumbling bridges, his heart would not swell when she came up to him, and put her small hands on him suddenly, and whispered in his ear, "Go to bed, old goat." Goat, she called him for his shameless ceaselessness, and he would mount the stairs and await her. And look what he possessed now, all framed against the vertiginous height of cloud forming. Here were his daughters, Timothea Wilhelmina and Nora Angelica, come home from a swim, and his son, her son, his, Oberon, stalking across the lawn with his camera, as though seeking something to strike with it, and his baby August in a sailor suit, who had never smelled the sea. He had named him for that month when the year stands still, and blue day follows blue day, when for a while he stopped looking at the sky. He looked at the sky now. The white clouds were being edged with somber gray, sagging like old men's sad eyes. Yet still before him his shadow lay amid the shadows of leaves. He shook his newspaper, and changed the way his legs were crossed. Enjoy, enjoy. Among many other and odder beliefs, his father-in-law was sure that a man can't think or feel clearly if he can see his own shadow. He thought also that looking at oneself in the mirror immediately before retiring caused bad, or at least troubling dreams. He always sat in the shade, or faced into the sun, as he now sat in the wrought-iron love-seat by the syrinx, with a stick between his knees to rest his hairy hands on, and a gold chain glowing on his stomach as the sun played with it. August sat at his feet listening, or perhaps only politely seeming to listen to the old man, whose voice reached Drinkwater as a murmur, one murmur among many: cicadas, the lawn-mower Othello pushed in widening circles, the piano in the music-room where Nora was practicing now, her chords running together like tears down a cheek. "Gone," she said. She liked mostly the feel of the keys beneath her fingers, liked the thought of them being solid ivory and ebony. What are they made of? Solid ivory. She stroked them in harmonic sets of 6 and 8 at a time, no longer really practicing, only testing the plangency as her fingertips tested the smoothness. Her mother wouldn't notice it was no longer Delius she was playing, or trying to play.
Her mother had no ear, she said so herself, though Nora could see the shapely whirl of her mother's ear where she sat cheek in hand at the drum table, playing her cards, or looking at them anyway. For a moment her long earrings were still, till she looked up to take another card from the pile, and everything moved. Earrings shook, necklaces swung. Nora slid from her polished stool and came to stare at her mother's work. "You should go outside," Violet said to her without looking up. "You and Timmy Willie should go down to the lake. It's so hot." Nora didn't say that she had just returned from there, because she had told her mother that already, and if she hadn't understood then, there seemed no reason to insist on it. She only looked down at what her mother had laid out. "Can you make a house of cards?" she asked. "Yes," Violet said, and went on looking. This way Violet had of seizing first not the most obvious sense of what people said to her, but some other interior echo or reverse side of it, was a thing that baffled and frustrated her husband, who sought in her sibylline responses to ordinary questions some truth he was sure Violet knew but couldn't quite enunciate. With his father-in-law's help, he had filled volumes with his searchings. Her children, though, hardly noticed it. Nora shifted from foot to foot for a moment, waiting for the promised structure, and when it didn't appear, forgot it. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed. "Oh!" Violet looked up. "They must have had their tea already." She rubbed her cheeks as though suddenly waking. "Why didn't you say something? Let's go see what's left." She took Nora's hand, and they went to the French doors that led out to the garden. Violet picked up a wide hat that lay on the table there, but stopped when she had it on, and stood looking out into the haze. "What is it in the air?" she said. "Electricity," Nora said, already crossing the patio. "That's what Oberon says." She squinted her eyes. "I can see it, all red and blue squiggles, when I do this. It means a storm." Violet nodded, and started across the lawn slowly, as though making progress through an unfamiliar element, to where her husband waved to her from the stone table. Oberon had just done taking a picture of Grandy and the baby, and now he brought his instrument toward the table, making a motion to gather his mother into his field of focus. He went about his picture-taking solemnly, as though it were duty, not pleasure. She felt a sudden pity for him. This air. She sat, and John poured her tea. Oberon put his camera before them. The vast cloud defeated the sun, and John looked up at it, resentful. "Oh, look!" Nora said. "Look," Violet said. Oberon opened the camera's eye and closed it again. "Gone," Nora said. "Gone," Violet said. The advancing edge of the occluded front swept invisibly across the lawn, stirring hair and turning lapels and leaves to show their pale undersides. It cut through the broken front of the house, lifting a card on the card table and riffling the pages of five-finger exercises on the piano. It swung the tassels of scarves hung on sofas. It snapped the edges of drapes. Its cold oncoming wedge rose up through the second floor and the third, and then thousands of feet into the air, where the rainmaker minted his first fat drops to throw on them. "Gone," August said. Chapter 4. Ensnared in flowers, I fall on grass. Marvel. All on a summer morning, Smoky dressed himself to wed, in a white suit of yellow linen or alpaca that his father had always said once belonged to Harry Truman, and there were the initials on the inside pocket, H.S.T. It was only when he came to consider it for a wedding suit, old, not new, that he realized the initials could after all stand for somebody else, and that his father had kept up the joke through his life, and then perpetuated it beyond without cracking a smile. The sensation wasn't unknown to Smoky. He had wondered if his education weren't the same kind of posthumous fun, revenge on his betraying mother. And though Smoky could take a joke, he did, as he shot his cuffs at himself in the bathroom mirror, feel a little at a loss, and wish his father had given him some man-to-man advice on weddings and marriage. Barnable had hated weddings and funerals and christenings, and whenever one seemed imminent, would pack socks, books, dog, and son, and move on. Smoky had been to Franz Mouse's wedding reception and danced with the starry-eyed bride, who made him a surprising suggestion. But that was a mouse wedding, after all, and the couple were separated already. He knew there must be a ring, and he patted his pocket where he had it. He thought there should be a best man, though when he wrote so to Daily Alice, she wrote that they didn't believe in that. And as for rehearsals, she said when he mentioned them, "Don't you want it to be a surprise?" The only other thing he was sure of was that he shouldn't see his bride till she was led up the aisle. What aisle? By her father. And so he wouldn't, and didn't peek in the direction he thought her room lay. He was wrong when he went to the John. His walking shoes stuck out thick and unfestive from beneath his white cuffs. A Suit of Truman's. The wedding was to be on the grounds, he had been told, and Great-Aunt Cloud, as oldest there, would conduct him to the place. A chapel, Smoky surmised, and Cloud, with that surprised air, said yes, she supposed that's exactly what it was. It was she Smoky found waiting for him at the top of the stairs, when at last he shyly emerged from the bathroom. What a comforting presence he found her, large and calm in a June dress with a bunch of late violets at her bosom and a walking-stick in her hand. Like him, she wore hard shoes with a glum expression. "Very, very good," she said, as though a hope had proved out for her. She held him at arm's length and inspected him through blue-tinted glasses for a moment, and then offered him her arm to take. The summer house. "I think often of the patience of landscape gardeners," Cloud said as they went through the knee-deep sedge of what she called the park. "These great trees, some of them, my father planted as infants, only imagining the effect they would have, and knowing he would never live to see the whole. That beech, I could almost join hands around it when I was a girl. You know there are fashions in landscape gardening, immensely long fashions, since the landscapes take so long to grow. Rhododendrons. I called them rum-de-dum-dums when I was a child, helping the Italian men to plant these. The fashion passed. So difficult to keep them cut back. No Italian men to do it for us, so they grow jungly and— ouch! Watch your eyes here. The plan goes, you see. From where the walled garden is now, you once looked out this way, and there were vistas. The trees were various, chosen for, picturesqueness. They looked like foreign dignitaries conversing together at an embassy affair. And between them the lawns, kept down, you know, and the flower-beds and fountains. It seemed that you would any moment see a hunting party appear, lords and ladies, hawks on their wrists. Look now, 40 years since it's been properly cared for. You can still see the pattern, what it all was meant to look like, but it's like reading a letter from, a long time ago, that's been left out in the rain, and all the words have run together. I wonder if he grieves at it. He was an orderly man. See? The statue is the syrinx. How long till the vines pull it down, or the moles undermine it? Well, he would understand. There are reasons. One doesn't want to disturb what likes it this way. Moles and things. The statue is only marble. You could, pull up these thorn trees, maybe. She looked at him as though unexpectedly he had struck her. She cleared her throat, patting her clavicle. "This is Oberon's lane," she said. "It leads to the summer house. It's not the directest way, but Oberon ought to see you." "Oh, yes?" The summer house was 2 round red brick towers, squat as great toes, with a machicolated foot between them. Was it intended to look ruined, or was it really ruined? The windows were out of scale, large and arched, and cheerfully curtained. "Once," Cloud said, "you could see this place from the house. It was thought on moony nights to be very romantic. Oberon is my mother's son, though not my father's, my half-brother then, some years older than I. He's been our schoolmaster for many years, though he's not well now, hasn't been out of the summer house much for, a year? It's a pity. Oberon!" Closer now, He could see the place had stretched out habitation's hands around it. A privy, a neat vegetable garden, a shed from which a lawn-mower peeked out ready to roll. There was a screen door, rhombic with age, for the central toothed entrance, and board steps at a slant, and a striped canvas sling chair in the sun there by the bird bath, and a small old man in the chair who, when he heard his name called, jumped up, or at least rose up in agitation. His suspenders seemed to draw him down into a crouch, and made for his house. But he was slow, and Cloud had come near enough to stop him. "Here's Smoky Barnable, who's going to marry Daily Alice today. At least come and say hello." She shook her head for Smoky to see her patience was tried, and led him by the elbow into the yard. Oberon, trapped, turned at the door with a welcoming smile, hand extended. "Well, welcome, welcome. He had the distracted chuckle of troubled old people who look within, keeping watch on failing organs. He took Smoky's hand, and almost before they touched, sank again gratefully in his sling chair, motioning Smoky to a bench. Why was it that within this enclosure Smoky felt a troubling of the sunlight? Cloud sat in a chair by her brother, and Oberon put his white-haired hand over hers. "Well, what's happened?" she said indulgently. "No need to say," he said undertone. "Not before." "Member of the family," Cloud said. "As of today." Oberon, his throat still making soundless chuckles, looked at Smoky. Unprotected. That's what Smoky felt. They had stepped into this yard and lost something they had had in the woods. They had stepped out of something. "Easy enough to test," Oberon said, striking his bony knee and rising. He retreated into the house, rubbing his fingers together. "It's not easy," Cloud said to no one, looking up at the blank sky. She had lost a portion of her ease. She cleared her throat again, contemplated the grey bird bath, which was supported by a number of carved figures, gnomes or elves, with patient, bearded faces, who seemed in the act of bearing it away. Cloud sighed. She glanced at a tiny gold watch that was pinned to her bosom. It had little curling wings on either side. Time flies. She looked at Smoky and smiled apologetically. "Now, aha," Oberon said, coming out with a large, long-legged camera veiled with a black cloth. "Oh, Oberon," Cloud said, not impatiently, but as though this weren't necessary, and anyway an enthusiasm she didn't share. But he was already thrusting its spiked toes into the ground by Smoky, adjusting its tibiae to make it stand straight, and bending its mahogany face upon Smoky. For years that last photograph of Oberon's lay on a table in the summer-house, Oberon's magnifying glass beside it. It showed Smoky, in his suit of Truman's that glowed in the sunlight, his hair fiery, and half his face sunstruck and blind. There were Cloud's dimpled elbow and ringed ear. The bird bath. The bird bath. Could it be that one of those long soapstone faces had not before been there? That there was an arm too many supporting the garlanded bowl? Oberon didn't complete the study, come to a decision. And when years later a son of Smoky's blew the dust from the old image and took up Oberon's work again, it was still inconclusive, proving nothing. A silvered paper blackened by a long-past midsummer sun. Woods and lakes. Beyond the summer-house they descended a concave lane, quickly swallowed up in a wood tangled and somnolent, moist from the rain. It seemed the kind of wood grown to hide a sleeping princess till her 100 years were up. They hadn't been long within it, when there was a rustle or a whisper beside them, and with a suddenness that startled Smoky, a man stood on the path ahead of them. "Good morning, Rudy," Cloud said. "Here's the groom. Smoky, Rudy Flood." Rudy's hat looked as though it had been fought with, punched and pummeled. Its upturned brim gave his broad, bearded face an open look. Out of his open green coat a great belly came, tautening his white shirt. "Where's Rory?" Cloud asked. "Down the path." He grinned at Smoky, as though they shared a joke. Rory Flood, his tiny wife, appeared in a moment as he had. and a big girl in floppy jeans, big baby in her arms, punching the air. "Betsy Bird," Cloud said, "and Robin. And see, here are Phil Fox and 2 cousins of mine, Stones, Irv and Walter, Clouds on their mother's side." More came on the path from right and left. The path was narrow, and the wedding guests walked it 2 by 2, dropping back or moving up to handle Smoky and bless him. "Charles Wayne," Cloud said. "Hannah Noon. Where are the lakes and the woods?" The path came out into a wide sloping glade, the marge of a dark lake that, still and moat-like, surrounded an island where aged trees grew. Leaves floated flat on its surface, and frogs fled from their feet as they came down among its pools. "It's certainly," Smoky said, remembering the guidebook, "an extensive estate." "The further in you go, the bigger it gets," said Hannah Noon. "Have you met my boy Sonny?" Across the lake a boat was coming, laying out lacquered ripples. Its carved prow was intended for a swan, but it was gray and eyeless now, like the dark swan on the dark lake of northern legend. It struck the bank with a hollow rattle of oarlocks, and Smoky was pushed forward to board with Cloud, who was still explaining who was who of the laughing wedding guests. "Hannah's distantly related," she said. "Her grandfather was a Bush, and her grandfather's sister married one of Mrs. Drinkwater's uncles, a Dale." She saw that he wasn't listening, though his head was nodding mechanically. She smiled and put her hand on his. The lake island, shadowed by its trees, seemed full of changeful green glass. Myrtle grew on its gentle slopes. At its center was a round gazebo, its pillars slim as arms, softly domed and greenly garlanded. There, a tall girl in white stood among others, holding a ribboned bouquet. They were greeted and handed out of the leaking swan by many hands. Around the island people were sitting together, opening picnic baskets, placating shouting children. Few of them seemed to notice Smoky's arrival. "Look who we've got here, Cloud," said a slim, chinless man who made Smoky think of the poets the guidebook had disliked so much. "We've got Dr. Word. Where is he now? Doctor? Got some more champagne?" Dr. Word, in a tight black suit, had a look of unreasoning terror on his badly shaven face. His golden glassful trembled and bubbles rose. "Nice to see you, Doctor," Cloud said. "I think we can promise no wonders. Oh, settle down, man." Dr. Word had tried to speak, choked, spluttered. "Pound his back, someone." "He's not our minister," Cloud said confidentially to Smoky. "They come from the outside and tend to get very nervous. A wonder any of us is married or buried at all. Here's Sarah Pink and the Little Pinks. How do you do? Ready?" She took Smoky's arm, and as they went up the flagged path toward the gazebo, a harmonium began to play, like a tiny weeping voice, music he didn't know, but that seemed to score him with sudden longing. At its sound the wedding guests gathered, talking in low voices. When Smoky reached the low, worn steps of the gazebo, Dr. Word had arrived there too, glancing around, fishing a book from his pocket. Smoky saw Mother and Dr. Drinkwater, and Sophie with her flowers behind Daily Alice with hers. Daily Alice watched him, unsmiling and calm, as though he was someone she didn't know. They stood him beside her. He began to put his hands in his pockets, stopped, clasped them behind his back, then in front of him. Dr. Word fluttered the pages of his book and began to speak quickly. His words shot through with champagne and tremblings and the harmonium's unceasing melody. It sounded like, "Do you, Barbel, take this Daily Alice to be your awful wedded life, for bed or for worse, insidious in stealth, for rich or for poor, or to have and to hold, until death you do part?" And he looked up inquiringly. "I do," Smoky said. "I do too," Daily Alice said. "Ring," Dr. Word said. "And now you pounce you, man on wife." "Ah," said all the wedding guests, who then began to drift away, talking in low voices. Touching noses. There was a game she had played with Sophie in the long hallways of Edgewood, where she and Sophie would stand as far apart as was possible to get, and still see each other. Then they would walk slowly together, slowly and deliberately, looking always each at the other's face. They kept on at the same pace, not laughing, or trying not to, till their noses touched. It was like that with Smoky, though he had started far off, too far to be seen, coming from the city. No farther, out there where she had never been, far away, walking towards her. When the swan boat picked him up, she could easily cover him with her thumbnail if she chose to. Then the boat drew closer, Phil Flowers hauling on the oars, and she could see his face, see that it was indeed he. At the water's edge he was lost for a moment. Then there was a murmur of expectation and appreciation around her, and he reappeared, led by Cloud, much larger now, the new wrinkles visible at his knees, his strong, veined hand she loved. Larger. There were violets in his buttonhole. She saw his throat move, and at that moment came music. When he had come to the stairs of the pavilion, she could no longer take in his feet if she looked resolutely at his face, and she did. For a moment everything around his face darkened and swam. His face orbited towards her like a pale, smiling moon. He mounted the steps. He stood beside her. No touching noses. That would come. It might, she thought, take years. Maybe they never would. Their marriage was, after all, a convenience, though she had never, would never, need not now ever explain that to him, because, just as the cards had promised, she knew now she would choose him over anybody else, whether the cards chose him or not, or whether they who had promised someone like him to her thought he was unnecessary now, or even wrong. She would defy them to have him, and it was they who had first seen fit to send her out to find him. She wanted with all her being to continue to find him now, to put her arms around him and search, but the stupid minister began to mutter. She felt anger at her parents, who had thought him necessary. For Smoky's sake, they said, but she already knew Smoky better than that. She tried to listen to the man, thinking how much better it would be to marry touching noses, to proceed from great distances together, till it was, as in the old halls, when the walls and pictures glided by changefully on the edge of vision, but Sophie's face kept constant, growing, the eyes widening, freckles expanding, a planet, then a moon, then a sun, then nothing at all visible, except the onrushing map of it, the great eyes starting to cross at the last moment before their two noses rushed vastly headlong together to collide soundlessly. Happy Isles. A little unreal, he said. There were grass stains on Truman's suit, and Mother noted them with worry as she repacked a picnic basket. They won't come out, she said. He drank champagne, which seemed to make the unreality acceptable, normal, even necessary. He sat in a haze like the lengthening afternoons, pacific and happy. Mother tied up the basket, and then saw a plate staring up at her from the grass. When the job had been all redone, Smoky, with a sense of déjà vu, pointed out a fork she hadn't seen. Daily Alice linked her arm with his. They had been all over the island several times, seeing friends and relatives, being made much of. "Thank you," several of them said when she presented Smoky, and when they gave her gifts. Smoky, after his third glass of champagne, wondered if this saying of things backwards, Cloud was always doing it, needn't be looked at case by case, so to speak, but was in the way of a general. She leaned her head on his padded shoulder, and the two of them supported each other, helloed out. "Nice," he said to no one. "What do they say when something's outdoors?" "Al fresco." "Is that it?" "I think so." "Are you happy?" "I think so." "I am." When Franz Mouse had been married, he and his bride, what was her name, had gone together to a storefront photo studio. There, as well as the formal nuptial exposure, the photographer had thrown in a few goof pictures taken with props of his own, a papier-mâché ball and chain for Franz's leg, a rolling pin he encouraged the bride to brandish over him. Smoky reflected that he knew just about that much of married life, and laughed aloud. "What?" Alice inquired. "Do you have a rolling pin?" "You mean to roll out dough? I guess Mother does." "That's all right, then." He had the giggles now, the stream of laughter arising from a point in his diaphragm as the bubbles rose from an invisible point in his glass. She caught it from him. Mother, standing above them, arms akimbo, shook her head at them. The harmonium, or whatever it was, began again, stilling them as though it had been a cool hand laid on them, or a voice suddenly beginning to speak of some long-past sadness. He had never heard music like it, and it seemed to catch him, or rather he it, as though he were a rough thing drawn across the silk of it. It was a recessional, he thought, not remembering how he knew the word. But it was a recessional meant seemingly not for him and his bride, but for the others. Mother sighed a great sigh, having fallen momentarily silent, as the whole island had. She picked up her picnic basket, motioned Smoky to sit still, who had half risen with deep reluctance to help her. She kissed them both and turned away smiling. Around the island others were going down to the water. There was laughter and a far-off shout. At the water's edge he saw pretty Sarah Pink helped into the swan boat, and others waiting to embark, depart, some holding glasses, and one with a guitar over his shoulder. Ruby Flood flourished a green bottle. The music and the late afternoon charged their glad departure with melancholy, as though they left the happy isles for somewhere less happy, unable till they left to realize their loss. Smoky stood his near-empty glass at a drunken angle in the grass, and, feeling made of music head to foot, turned to lay his head in Daily Alice's lap. In doing so, he happened to catch sight of Great Aunt Cloud at the lake's margin, speaking with two people he seemed to know, but for a moment couldn't identify, though he felt great surprise to see them there. Then the man made a fish's mouth to puff on his pipe, and helped his wife into a rowboat. Marge and Jeff Juniper. He looked up into Daily Alice's placid and certain face, wondering why every deepening of these daily mysteries left him less inclined to probe them. "The things that make us happy," he said, "make us wise." And she smiled and nodded, as who should say, "Yes, those old truths are really true." A Sheltered Life. Sophie parted from her parents as they went arm in arm through the hushing wood, talking quietly to each other of what has been, as parents do whose eldest child has just been married. She took a path of her own, which went away uncertainly, eventually leading back the way they had come. Evening began to fall as she walked, though what it seemed to do was not fall, but well up from the ground, beginning with the dense fern's velvet undersides turning black. Sophie could see day go from her hands. They became indistinct by degrees, and life, then light, went from the bunch of flowers she still for some reason carried. But she felt her head to be still above the rising dark, until the path before her grew obscure, and she breathed an evening coolness and was submerged. Evening next reached the birds where they sat, stilling bird by bird their furious battle of the hands, and leaving whispering silence in the middle air. Still the sky was as blue as noon, or nearly, though the path was so dark she stumbled, and the first firefly reported for work. She took off her shoes, bending her knee in mid-step, and reaching behind her to pull off one by the heel, hopping a step, and taking off the other, and left them on a stone, hoping without giving it much thought that the dew would not spoil their satin. She wanted not to hurry, though her heart against her will hurried anyway. Brambles implored her lacy dress to stay, and she thought of taking it off too, but did not. The wood, looked through lengthwise the way she went, was a tunnel of soft darkness, a perspective of fireflies, but when she looked out its less dense sides, she could see a lapidary blue-gone-green horizon flawed by a pale brush of cloud. She could also see, unexpectedly, it was always unexpected, the top or tops of the house, far off and moving farther off, so it seemed as the air between grew hazier. She went on more slowly into the tunnel into evening, feeling a kind of laughter constrict her throat. When she came close to the island, she began to feel somehow accompanied, which was not wholly unexpected, but still it made her flush with sensitivity, as though she had fur, and it had been brushed to crackling. The island wasn't really an island, or not quite one. It was teardrop-shaped, and the long tail of it reached up into the stream which fed the lake. Coming to it here, where the stream at its narrowest swept around the teardrop's tail to swell and ripple the lake, she easily found a way to step from rock to rock that the water rushed over, making silken water-pillows where it seemed she could lay her heated cheek. She came onto the island, beneath the gazebo which stood abstracted, looking the other way. Yes, they were around her in numbers now. Their purpose, she couldn't help but think, like hers, just to know, or see, or be sure. But their reasons surely must be different. She had no reasons that she could name, and perhaps their reasons had no names that could be spoken either, though she seemed to hear, doubtless only the stream and the blood sounding in her ears, a lot of voices speaking nothing. She went with care and great silence around the gazebo, hearing a voice, a human voice, Alice's, but not what it said, and a laugh, and she thought she knew what it must be saying. Why had she come? Already she began to feel a horrid, blind, dark pressure at her heart, a wall of great weight building, but she went on and came to a higher place shielded by glossy bushes and a cold stone bench. There she knelt without a sound. The last green light of evening went out. The gazebo, as though it had been waiting and watching for it, saw the gibbous moon pull itself above the trees and spill its light over the wrinkled water and through the pillars and onto the couple there. Daily Alice had hung her white gown on the hands of a bush, and now and again its sleeve or hem would move in the breeze, which began when the sun set. Seeing it with a corner of his vision, Smoky would think there was someone else near the gazebo where they lay. There were these lights, then, darkening sky, fireflies, phosphorescent blossoms that seemed to shine not by reflection, but by some mild inward light of their own. By them he could sense more than see her long geography beside him on the cushions. "I'm really very innocent," he said, "in lots of ways." "Innocent?" she said with false surprise. False because, of course, it was for that innocence that he was here now, and she with him. "You don't act innocent." She laughed, and so did he. It was the laugh Sophie heard. "Shameless." "Yes, that too. The same thing, I think. Nobody ever told me what to be ashamed of. Afraid of, they don't have to teach that. But I got over that." "With you," he might have said. "I've had a sheltered life." "Me too." Smoky thought that his life had been not sheltered at all. Not when Daily Alice could say the same thing about hers. If hers were sheltered, his was naked, and that's how it felt to him. "I never had a childhood, not like you had. In a way, I never was a child. I mean, I was a kid, but not a child." "Well," she said, "you can have mine, then, if you want it." "Thank you," he said. And he did want it, all of it, no second left ungarnered. "Thank you." The moon rose, and by its sudden light he saw her rise too, stretch herself as though after labor, and go to lean against a pillar, stroking herself absently and looking across to the massed darkness of the trees across the lake. Her long thews were silvered and insubstantial, though they were not insubstantial. No, he was still trembling slightly from their pressure. Her arm up along the pillar drew up her breast and the blade of her shoulder. She rested her weight on one long leg, locked back tensely, the other bent. The twin fullnesses of her nates were thus set and balanced like a theorem. All this Smoky noted with an intense precision, not as though his senses took it in, but as though they rushed toward it endlessly. "My earliest memory," she said, as though in down payment on the gift she had offered him, or maybe thinking of something else entirely, though he took it anyway. "My earliest memory is of a face in my bedroom window. It was night, in summer. The window was open. A yellow face, round and glowing. It had a wide smile and sort of penetrating eyes. It was looking at me with great interest. I laughed, I remember, because it was sinister, but it was smiling and made me want to laugh. Then there were hands on the sill, and it seemed the face, I mean the owner of it, was coming in the window. I still wasn't scared. I heard laughter, and I laughed too. Just then my father came in the room, and I turned away, and when I looked again, the face wasn't there. Later on, when I reminded Daddy about it, he said that the face was the moon in the window, and the hands on the sill were the curtains moving in the breeze, and that when I looked back, a cloud had covered the moon. Probably. It's what he saw. I mean probably. Whose childhood," she said, turning to him, her hair afire with moonlight, and her face matte and blue and for a moment frighteningly not hers, "is it that you want to have?" "I want to have yours. Now." "Now?" "Come here." She laughed and came to kneel with him on the cushions, her flesh cooled now by moonlight, but no less wholly her flesh for that. As quietly as she had come. Sophie saw them coupling. She felt with intense certainty what moods Smoky made come and go in her sister, though they were not the moods she had known Daily Alice to feel before. She saw clearly what it was to make her sister's brown eyes grow dense and inward, or leap to light. Saw it all. It was as though Daily Alice were made of some dark glass which had always been partly opaque, but now, held up before the bright lamp of Smoky's love, became wholly transparent, so that no detail of Alice could be hidden from her as she watched them. She heard them speak, a few words only, directions, triumphs, and each word rang like a crystal bell. She breathed her sister's breath, and at each quickening of it, Alice was fired further with distinctness. Strange way to possess her, and Sophie couldn't tell if the breath-robbing heat she felt at it were pain, or daring, or shame, or what. She knew that no force could make her look away, and that if she did, she would still see, and just as clearly. And yet all this time Sophie was asleep. It was the sort of sleep, she knew every kind, but had no name for any one, in which it seems your eyelids have grown transparent, and you look through them at the scene you saw before they closed. The same scene, but not the same. She had, before her eyes closed, known or felt anyway that there were others around, come also to spy on this marriage. Now in her dream they were quite concrete. They looked over her shoulders and her head. They crept with cunning to be near the gazebo. They lifted atomies of children above the myrtle leaves to see the wonder of it. They hung in the air on panting wings, wings panting in the same exaltation as that which they witnessed. Their murmuring didn't disturb Sophie, for their interest, as intense as hers, was in nothing else like it. While she felt herself braving deeps, not certain she would not drown in contrary tides of wonder, passion, shame, suffocating love, she knew that those around her were urging those two, no, cheering them on, to one thing only. And that thing was generation. A clumsy beetle rattled past her ear, and Sophie woke. The living things around her were dim analogues of those in her dream, murmuring gnats and glinting glowworms, a distant nightjar, hunting bats on rubber wings. Far off, the gazebo was white and secret in the moonlight. She thought she could see, at moments, what might be the movements of their limbs.
but no sound, no actions that could be named or even guessed at, a stillness utterly private. Why did it cut her more deeply than what she dreamed she had witnessed? Exclusion. But she felt immolated between them, as surely now when she could not see them, as when she dreamed she could, was as uncertain she would survive it. Jealousy, a waking jealousy. No, not that either. She had never been conscious of owning so much as a pin, and you can be jealous only when what is yours is taken. Nor betrayal either. She had known all from the start, and knew more now than they would ever know she knew. And you can only be betrayed by the false, by liars. Envy. But of Alice, or Smoky, or both? She couldn't tell. She only felt that she glowed with pain and love at once, as though she had eaten live coals for sustenance. As quietly as she had come, she went, and numbers of others presumably after her, even more quietly. Suppose one were a fish. The stream that fed the lake fell down a long, stony distance like a flight of stairs from a broad pool carved by a tall waterfall high up within the woods. Spears of moonlight struck the silken surface of that pool, and were bent and shattered in the depths. Stars lay on it, rising and falling with the continual arc of ripples which proceeded from the foamy falls. So it would appear to anyone at the pool's edge. To a fish, a great white trout almost asleep within, it seemed very different. Asleep? Yes, fish sleep, though they don't cry. Their fiercest emotion is panic, the saddest a kind of bitter regret. They sleep wide-eyed, their cold dreams projected on the black and green interior of the water. To Grandfather Trout it seemed that the living water and its familiar geography were being shuttered and revealed to him as sleep came and went. When the pool was shuttered, he saw inward interiors. Fish dreams are usually about the same water they see when they are awake, but Grandfather Trout's were not. So utterly other than Trout's stream were his dreams, yet so constant were the reminders of his watery home before his lidless eyes that his whole existence became a matter of supposition. Sleepy suppositions supplanted one another with every pant of his gills. Suppose one were a fish. No finer place to live than this. Falls continually drowning air within the pool so that it was a pleasure simply to breathe. Like, supposing one were not a water-breather, the high, fresh, wind-renewed air of an alpine meadow. Wonderful and thoughtful of them so to provide for him, supposing that they thought of his or anyone's happiness or comfort. And here were no predators, and few competitors, because, though a fish couldn't be supposed to know it, the stream above was shallow and stony, and so was the stream below, so that nothing approaching him in size came into the pool to contest with him for the constant fall of bugs from the dense and various woods which overhung. Really, they had thought of everything. Supposing they thought of anything. Yet, supposing that it was not his choice at all to be a swimmer here, how condign and terrible a punishment, bitter an exile. Mounted in liquid glass, unable to breathe, was he to make back and forth forever, biting at mosquitoes? He supposed that to a fish, that taste was the toothsome matter of his happiest dreams. But if one were not a fish, what a memory, the endless multiplication of those tiny drops of bitter blood. Suppose, on the other hand, supposing one had hands, that it was all a tale, that however truly a satisfied fish he might appear to be, or however reluctantly accustomed to it he had become, that once on a time a fair form would appear looking down into the rainbow depths, and speak words she had wrested from malign secret-keepers at great cost to herself, and with a strangulating rush of waters he would leap, legs flailing and royal robes drenched, to stand before her panting, restored, the curse lifted, the wicked fairy weeping with frustration. At the thought, a sudden picture, a colored engraving, was projected before him on the water. A bewigged fish in a high-collared coat, a huge letter under his arm, his mouth gaping open.
in air. At this nightmare image, from where? His gills gasped, and he awoke momentarily. The shudders shot back. All a dream. For a while he gratefully supposed nothing but sane and moonshot water. Of course, the shutters began to drift closed again. It was possible to imagine he was one of them, himself a secret keeper, curse maker, malign manipulator, an eternal wizard intelligence housed for its own subtle purposes in a common fish. Eternal. Suppose it to be so. Certainly he has lived forever, or nearly, has survived into this present time, supposing, drifting deeper, this to be the present time. He has not expired at a fish's age, or even at a prince's. It seems to him that he extends backwards, or is it forwards, without beginning? Or is it end? And he can't just now remember whether the great tales and plots which he supposes he knows, and forever broods on, lie in the to come, or lie dead in the has been. But then suppose that's how secrets are kept, and age-long tales remembered, and unbreakable curses made, too. No, they know. They don't suppose. He thinks of their certainty, the calm, inexpressive beauty of their truth-telling faces and task-assigning hands, as unrefusable as a hook deep in the throat. He is as ignorant as a fingerling, knows nothing. He wouldn't care to know, wouldn't care to ask them, even supposing another inward window slides open silently, they would answer, whether on a certain night in August, a certain young man. Standing on these rocks which lift their dry brows into the perishing air, a young man struck by metamorphosis as this pool was once struck by lightning. For presumably some affront. You have your reasons, don't get me wrong. It's nothing to do with me. Only suppose this man imagines remembering, imagines his only and final memory to be, the rest, all the rest, is supposition, the awful strangulated gasping in deadly waterlessness, the sudden fusing of arms and legs, the twisting in air, and then the horrible relief of the plunge into cold, sweet water where he ought to be, must now be forever. And suppose he cannot now remember why it happened, only supposes, dreaming, that it did. What was it he did to hurt you so? Was it only that the tale required some go-between, some macro, and he came close enough to be seized? Why can't I remember my sin? But Grandfather Trout is deep asleep now, for he could not suppose any of this if he were not. All shutters are shut before his open eyes. The water is all around and far away. Grandfather Trout dreams that he's gone fishing. Chapter 5. What thou lovest well is thy true heritage. What thou lovest well shall not be reft from thee. Ezra Pound. The next morning, Smoky and Daily Alice assembled packs more complete than Smoky's city pack had been, and chose knobbed sticks from an urn full of walking sticks, umbrellas, and so on that stood in the hall. Dr. Drinkwater gave them guides to the birds and the flowers, which in the end they didn't open. And they took along also George Mouse's wedding present, which had arrived that morning in the mail in a package marked "Open Elsewhere," and would turn out to be, as Smoky hoped and expected, a big handful of crushed brown weed, odorous as a spice. Lucky children. Everyone gathered on the porch to see them off, making suggestions as to where they should go, and whom of those that hadn't been able to get to the wedding they ought to visit. Sophie said nothing, but as they were turning to go, she kissed them both firmly and solemnly, Smoky especially, as if to say, "So there," and then took herself quickly away. While they were gone, Cloud intended to follow them by means of her cards and report, in so far as she could, on their adventures, which she supposed would be small and numerous, and just the kind of thing these cards of hers had always been best for discovering. So after breakfast she drew the glass table near the peacock chair on that porch, and lit a first cigarette of the day, and composed her thoughts. She knew that first they would climb the hill, but that was because they said they would. She saw with the mind's eye the way they went up over the well-trodden paths to the top, to stand there then and look out over morning's domain and theirs, how it stretched green, forested, and farmed across the country's heart. Then they would go down the wilder far side to walk the marches of the land they had looked at. She laid down cups and wands, squires of coins and kings of swords. She guessed that Smoky would be falling behind Alice's long strides as they crossed the sun-whitened pastures of Plainfield. There Rudy Flood's brindled cows would look up at them with lashy eyes, and tiny insects would leap from their footfalls. Where would they rest? Perhaps by the quick stream that bites into that pasture, undermining the upholstered tussocks and raising infant willow groves by its sides. She laid the trump called the bundle within the pattern and thought, "Time for lunch." In the pale tigery shade of the willow grove, they lay full length looking into the stream and its complex handiwork in the bank. "See already," she said, chin in hands. "Can't you see apartments, river houses, esplanades, or whatever? Whole ruined palaces? Balls, banquets, visiting." He stared with her into the fretwork of weed, root, and mud which striped sunlight reached into without illuminating. "Not now," she said, "but by moonlight. I mean, isn't that when they come out to play? Look." Eye level with the bank, it was just possible to imagine. He stared hard, knitting his brows. Make-believe. He'd make an effort. She laughed, getting up. She donned her pack again that made her breast stand. "We'll follow the brook up," she said. "I know a good place." So through the afternoon they went up and slowly out of the valley, which the gurgling stream in malapert pride had taken over from some long-dead great river. They drew closer to forest, and Smoky wondered if this were the wood Edgewood is on the edge of. "Gee, I don't know," Alice said. "I never thought about it." "Here," she said at last, wet and breathless from the long climb up. "This is a place we used to come to." It was like a cave cut in the wall of the sudden forest. The crest they stood on fell away down into it, and he thought he had never looked into anywhere so deeply and secretly the wood as this. For some reason its floor was carpeted with moss, not thick with the irregulars of the forest's edge, shrub and briar and small aspen. It led inward. It drew them inward into whispering darkness where the big trees groaned intermittently. Within, she sat gratefully. The shade was deep, and deepened as the afternoon perceptibly passed. It was as still and as stilling as a church, with the same inexplicable yet reverent noises from nave, apse, and choir. "Did you ever think," Alice said, "that maybe trees are alive like we are, only just more slowly? That what a day is to us, maybe a whole summer is to them. Between sleep and sleep, you know. That they have long, long thoughts and conversations that are just too slow for us to hear." She laid aside her stick and slid one by one the pack straps from her shoulders. Her shirt was stained where she had worn them. She drew up her big knees glossy with sweat and rested her arms on them. Her brown wrists were wet, too, and damp dust was caught in their golden hair. "What do you think?" She began to pluck at the heavy thongs of her high-top shoes. He said nothing, only took all this in, too pleased to speak. It was like watching a Valkyrie disarm after battle. When she knelt up to force down her creased, constricting shorts, he came to help. By the time Mother snapped on the yellow bulb above Cloud's head, changing her card dream from evening blue to something harsh and not quite intelligible, she had discerned what most of her cousin's journey might be like in the days to come, and she said, "Lucky children." "You'll go blind out here," Mother said. "Dad's poured you a sherry." "They'll be all right," Cloud said, shutting up the cards and getting up with some difficulty from the peacock chair. "They did say, didn't they, that they'd stop in at the woods?" "Oh, they will," Cloud said. "They will." "Listen to the cicadas still going," Mother said. "No relief." She took Cloud's arm, and they went in. They spent that evening playing cribbage with a polished folding board, one missing ivory peg replaced with a matchstick. They listened to the knock and rasp of great stupid June bugs against the screens. Some final order. In the middle of the night, Oberon awoke in the summer house and decided he would get up and begin to put his photographs in order. Some final order. He didn't sleep much anyway, and was beyond the age when getting up in the night to do some task seemed inappropriate or vaguely immoral. He had lain a long time listening to his heart, and grown bored with that, and so he found his spectacles and sat up. It was hardly night anyway. Grandy's watch said 3:00, yet the 6 squares of the window were not black, but faintly blue. The insects seemed asleep. In not too long the birds would begin. For the moment, though, it was quite still. He pumped up the pressure lamp, his chest wheezing each time he drove in the plunger. It was a good lamp, looked just like a lamp, with a pleated paper shade and blue Delft ice skaters around its base. Needed a new mantle, though. Wouldn't get one. He lit it, turned it down. Its long hiss was comforting. Almost as soon as it was lit, it began to sound as though it were running down, but in fact it would continue running down for a long time. He knew the feeling. It wasn't that the photographs were in no order. In fact, he spent much of his time with their ordering. But he always felt that their own order, which wasn't chronological, or by size, or by some description of subjects, had always escaped him. They seemed to him sometimes individual frames taken from a motion picture, or several motion pictures, with lacunae long or short between the frames he had. And that if they were filled in, they would make scenes, long storytelling pans, various and poignant. But how was he to tell if he had constituted even the frames he had a right, since so many others were missing? He always hesitated to disturb the after all quite rational cross-referenced order he did have, in order to discover some order that might not be there at all. He took out a portfolio labeled Contacts, 1911-1915. They were, though the label didn't specify it, his earliest pictures. There had been others, of course, early failures that he had destroyed. In those days, as he never tired of saying, photography was like a religion. A perfect image was like a gift of grace, but sin would always be swiftly punished. A sort of Calvinist dogma, where you never knew when you were right, but must be constantly vigilant against error. Here now was Nora on the whitewashed porch of the kitchen, in creased white skirt and shirt. Her scuffed high-top shoes seemed too large for her. White cotton, white porch pillars, darkness of her summer skin, fairness of her summer hair. Her eyes startlingly pale from the shadowless brightness that fills whitewashed porches on sunny days. She was, he looked at the date on the picture's back, 12. No, 11. Nora, then. Was there a way to begin with Nora, where his pictures began, although of course the plot might not, and follow her, going away from her as a motion picture might, when some other entered the frame, and follow that one? Timmy Willie, for instance, and here she was by the X gate that led out of the park in that same summer, perhaps on that same day, not quite sharp, for she would never be still. She was probably talking, telling where she was going, while he said, "Keep still." There was a towel in her hand. Swimming. Hang your clothes on the hickory limb. It was a fine, clear image, except that wherever the sun struck something, it flared. The weeds flamed whitely. One shoe of hers shone. The rings burned that she loved to wear even at that age. Hussy. Which had he loved more? Hung from Timmy Willie's wrist by a black strap was the small leather-bound Kodak he let them borrow. "Be careful with it," he told them. "Don't break it. Don't open it up to look inside. Don't get it wet." He traced with a forefinger Timmy Willie's single eyebrow, denser in this picture even than it had been in life, and suddenly missed her desperately. As though riffled by some inward dealer, a deck of later pictures passed through his mind. Timmy Willie posed in winter at the frosty window of the music-room. Timmy and Nora and tall Harvey Cloud and Alex Mouse in the dawn on a butterfly expedition. Alex wearing +4s and a hangover. Nora with dog Spark. Nora, a bridesmaid at Timmy and Alex's wedding. Alex's roadster, and glad Timmy standing in it waving, holding its canted windshield and wearing the most hopeful of ribboned hats. And in time, Nora and Harvey Cloud married, with Timmy present, looking already pale and wasted. He blamed the city. And then gone, not seen again. The moving camera must pass and follow others. Montage, then. But how was he to explain Timmy Willie's sudden absence from these groups of faces and festivals? His first pictures seemed to lead him right through his entire collection, branching and proliferating, and yet there was no way for any single picture to tell its whole story without 1,000 words of explanation. He thought wildly of printing them all on lantern slides and packing them together, packing more and more until their stained darknesses overlapped and nothing at all could be seen. No light came through. Yet it would all be there. No, not all. For there was another divergence it could take, symmetrical dark route to these patent, everyday branches. He turned again to the picture of Timmy Willie at the X gate, the camera on her wrist, the moment of divergence, the place, or was it time, when the parting came? Can you find the faces? He had always thought of himself as rational, commonsensical, an employer of evidences and a balancer of claims. A changeling, it seemed, in a family of mad believers and sibyls and gnomic fancifiers. At the teachers' college, where he had learned about the scientific method and logic, he had also been given a new Bible, that is, Darwin's Descent of Man. In fact, it was between its pages of careful Victorian science that he flattened Nora and Timmy Willie's camera work when the finished prints had dried into scrolls. When Nora, at evening, with a new pink flush on her brown cheekbones, had brought him the camera, breathless with some excitement, he had indulgently taken it to his red-lit cell in the basement, extracted the film, washed it in amniotic fluid, dried it, and printed it. "You mustn't look at them, though," Nora said to him, "because, well," dancing from foot to foot, "in some of them we were stark naked." And he had promised, thinking of the Muslim letter readers who must cover their ears when they read letters for their clients, so as not to overhear the contents. They were naked by the lake in one or two, which interested and disturbed him profoundly. Your own sisters. Otherwise, for a long time, he didn't look carefully at them again. Nora and Timmy Willie lost interest. Nora had found a new toy in Violet's old cards, and Timmy met Alex Mouse that summer. And so they lay between the pages of Darwin, facing the closely reasoned arguments and the engravings of skulls. It was only after he had developed an impossible, an inexplicable picture of his parents on a thundery day that he searched them out again, looked closely at them, examined them with loupe and reading glass, studied them more intently than he ever had the Can You Find the Faces pictures in St. Nicholas magazine. And he found the faces. He was rarely thereafter to see a picture anything like as clear and unambiguous as that picture of John and Violet and that other at the stone table. It was as though that one were a goad, a promise, to keep him searching through images far more subtle and puzzling. He was an investigator, without prejudice, and wouldn't say that he was allowed that one glimpse, that it was intended to make his life a search for further evidences, for some unambiguous answer to all the impossible puzzlement. Yet it had that effect. As it happened, he had nothing else pressing for his life to be about. For there had to be, he was certain of it, an explanation. An explanation. Not airy talk like Grandy's of worlds within worlds, or cryptic utterances out of Violet's subconscious. He thought at first, even hoped, glass in hand, that he was wrong, tricked, deluded. Discounting the one singular image at the stone table, scientifically speaking an anomaly, and therefore without interest, might not all these others be, an ivy vine twisted into the shape of a claw hand, light falling on a celandine so as to make a face. He knew light had its gifts and its surprises. Could not these be among them? No, they could not. Nora and Timmy Willie had caught, by accident or design, creatures that seemed on the point of metamorphosis from natural to outlandish. A bird's face here, and yet that claw which gripped the branch was a hand in a sleeve. There wasn't any doubt about it when you studied it long enough. This cobweb was no cobweb, but the trailing skirt of a lady whose pale face was collared in these dark leaves. Why hadn't he given them a camera of higher resolution? There appeared to be crowds of them in some pictures, receding into the unfocused background. What size were they? All sizes, or else the perspective was somehow distorted. As long as his little finger, as big as a toad. He printed them on lantern slides and threw them on a sheet, and sat before them for hours. Nora, did you, when you went to the woods that day, careful, mustn't prejudice her answer, see anything, well, special to take pictures of? No, nothing special, just, well, not special. Maybe we could go out again with a good camera, see what we could see. Oh, Oberon. He consulted Darwin, and the glimmer of a hypothesis began to be seen as though far off, but coming closer. In the primeval forests, by some unimaginable eon-long struggle, the race of man separated itself from its near cousins, the hairy apes. It appeared that there had been more than one attempt so to differentiate a man, and that all of them had failed, leaving no trace behind except for the odd anomalous bone. Dead ends. Man alone had learned speech, fire, tool-making, and so was the only sapient one to survive. Or was he? Suppose a branch of our old family tree, a branch that seemed doomed to wither, had in fact not died out, but survived by learning arts just as new to the world, but utterly different from the tool-making and fire-building of its grosser cousins, us. Suppose that instead they had learned concealment, smallification, disappearance, and some way to blind the eyes of beholders. Suppose they had learned to leave no trace, no barrow, flint, glyph, no bone, no tooth. Except that now man's arts had caught up with them, had discovered an eye dull enough to see them and record the fact, a retina of celluloid and silver salts less forgetful, less confusable, an eye that couldn't deny what it had seen. He thought of the thousands of years, hundreds of thousands, it had taken men to learn what they knew, the arts they had invented out of absolute dark animal ignorance, how they had come to cast pots, amazing thing, whose clumsy shards we find now amid fires cold a millennium, and the gnawed bones of prey and neighbors. This other race, supposing it existed, supposing data proving its existence could be found, must have spent those same millennia perfecting its own arts. There was the story Grandy told, that in Britain the little people were those original inhabitants driven to littleness and secret wiles by invaders who carried iron weapons, thus their ancient fear and avoidance of iron. Maybe so. As he turned Darwin's dense and cautious pages, turtles grow shells, zebras paint themselves in stripes, as men, like babies, grasped and gabbled, these others retreated into learned crafts of undiscoverability and track-covering, until the race that planted, made, built, hunted with weapons no longer noticed their presence in our very midst, except for the discountable tales of good wives who left dishes of milk on the sill for them, or the drunkard or the madman from whom they could not or chose not to hide. They could not or chose not to hide from Timmy Willie and Nora Drinkwater, who had taken their likeness with a kodak. These few windows. From that time on, his photography became for him not an entertainment, but a tool, a surgical instrument that would slice out the heart of the secret and bring it before his scrutiny. Unfortunately, he discovered that he himself was barred from witnessing any further evidences of their presence. His photographs of woods, no matter of what spooky and promising corners, were only woods. He needed mediums, which endlessly complicated his task. He continued to believe, how could he not, that the lens and the salted film behind it were impassive, that a camera could no more invent or falsify images than a frosted glass could make up fingerprints. And yet if someone were present with him when he made what seemed to him random images, a child, a sensitive, then sometimes the images grew faces and revealed personages, subtly perhaps, but study revealed them. Yet what child? Evidences, data. There were the eyebrows, for one thing. He was convinced that the single eyebrow which some, but not all of them, had inherited from Violet had something to do with it. August had had it, thick and dark over his nose, where it would sometimes grow a spray of long hairs like those over a cat's nose. Nora had had a trace of it, and Timmy Willie had had it, though when she became a young woman she shaved and plucked it constantly. Most of the mouse children, who looked most like Grandy, hadn't had it, nor John Storm, nor Grandy himself. And Oberon lacked it, too. Violet always said that in her part of England a single eyebrow marked you as a violent, criminal person, possibly a maniac. She laughed at it, and at Oberon's idea of it, and in all the encyclopedic explanations and conflations of the last architecture, there was nothing about eyebrows. All right, then. Maybe all that about eyebrows was just a way for him to discover why it was that he had been excluded. Couldn't see them, though his camera could, as Violet could, as Nora had for a time been able to. Grandy would talk for hours about the little worlds, and who might be admitted there, but had no reasons. No reasons. He'd pore over Oberon's pictures and talk about magnification, enlargement, special lenses. He didn't know quite what he was talking about, but Oberon did make some experiments that way, looking for a door. Then Grandy and John insisted on publishing some of the pictures he had collected in a little book. A religious book for children, John said. And Grandy wrote his own commentary, including his views on photography, and made such a hash of it that no one paid the slightest attention to it, not even, especially, children. Oberon never forgave them. It was hard enough to think of it all impartially, scientifically, not to suppose you were mad or deeply fooled, without the whole world saying you were. Or at least the few who cared to comment. He came to the conclusion that they had reduced his struggle in this way, a children's book, just in order to further exclude him. He had allowed them to do it because of his own deep sense of exclusion. He was outside, in every way, not John's son, not truly the younger children's brother, not of Violet's placid mind, but not brave and lost like August. Without the eyebrow, without belief. He was as well a lifelong bachelor, without wife or progeny. He was, in fact, almost a virgin. Almost. Excluded even from that company, yet he had never possessed anyone he had ever loved. He felt now little anguish over all that. He had lived his whole life longing for unattainables, and such a life eventually achieves a balance, mad or sane. He couldn't complain. They were all exiles here anyway. He shared that, at least, with them, and he envied no one's happiness. He certainly didn't envy Timmy Willie, who had fled from here to the city. He didn't dare envy lost August. And he had always had these few windows, gray and black, still and changeless, casements opening on the perilous lands. He closed the portfolio. It released a perfumey smell of old broken black leather, and with it the new attempt at classification of these and the long sequence of his other pictures, ordinary and otherwise, up to the present day. He would leave it all as it was, in discrete chapters, neatly but, inadequately cross-referenced. The decision didn't dismay him. He had often in his late life attempted this reclassification, and each time come to this same conclusion. He patiently did up the knots of 1911-1915, and got up to take from its secret place a large display book with a buckram cover. Unlabeled. It needed none. It contained many late images, beginning only 10-12 years ago. Yet it was companion to the old portfolio which contained his first. It represented another kind of photography he did, the left hand of his life work, though the right hand of science had for a long time not known what this left hand was doing. In the end, it was the left hand's work which mattered. The right had shriveled. He became, perhaps had always been, left-handed. It was easier to discover when he had become a scientist than to discover when he had ceased to be one. The moment, if there was one, when his flawed nature had betrayed him and, without divulging it, abandoned the great search in favor of, well, what? Art? Were the precious images in this buckram book art? And if they weren't, did he care? Love. Did he dare call it love? He placed the book on the black portfolio from which it grew, as a rose from a black thorn. He saw that he had his whole life piled up before him, beneath the hissing lamp. A pale night moth destroyed itself against the lamp's white mantle. Daily Alice said to Smoky in the mossy cave in the woods, he'd say, let's go out in the woods and see what we can see. And he'd pack up his camera. Sometimes he'd take a little one, and sometimes the big one, the wood and brass one with legs, and we'd pack a lunch. Lots of times we'd come here to see what he could see. We only came out on days that were hot and sunny, so we could take off all our clothes, Sophie and me would, and run around and say, look, and sometimes, oh, it's gone, when you weren't really sure you'd seen anything anyway. Take off your clothes? How old were you? I don't remember. 8. Till I was maybe 12. Was that necessary, to do the looking? She laughed, a low sound, for she was lying down, full length, letting whatever breeze that came by have its way with her. Naked now, too. It wasn't necessary, she said. Just fun. Didn't you like to take your clothes off when you were a kid? He remembered the feeling, a kind of mad elation, a freedom, some restraint discarded with the garments, not a feeling quite like grown-up sexual feelings, but as intense. Never around grown-ups, though. Oh, Oberon didn't count. He wasn't, well, one of them, I guess. In fact, I suppose we were doing it all for him. He got just as crazy. I bet, Smoky said darkly. Daily Alice was quiet for a time. Then she said, he never hurt us. Never made us do anything. We suggested things. He wouldn't. We were all sworn to secrecy, and we swore him to secrecy. He was like a spirit, like Pan or something. His excitement made us excited. We'd run around and shriek and roll on the ground, or just stand stock still with a big buzz just filling you up till you thought you'd burst with it. It was magic. And you never told? No, not that it mattered. Everybody knew anyway, except, Mom and Dad and Cloud. Anyway, they never said anything. But I've talked to lots of people later on, and they say, oh, you too? Oberon took you to the woods to see what he could see? She laughed again. I guess he'd been at it for years. I don't know anybody who resented it, though. He picked them well, I guess. Psychological scars. Oh, don't be stupid. He stroked his own nakedness, pearly in the moonlight, drying in the licking breeze. Did he ever see anything? I mean, besides, no, never. Did you? We thought we did. She was, of course, sure they had. On brave, luminous mornings, walking expectant and watchful, waiting to be led and feeling, at once, at the same moment, the turning they must take that would lead to a place they had never been, but which was intensely familiar, a place that took your hand and said, we are here, and you must look away, and so would see them. And they would hear Oberon behind them somewhere, and be unable to answer him or show him, though it was he who had brought them here, he who had spun them like tops, tops that then walked away from him, walked their own way. Sophie, he would call. Alice? But there it is. The summer house was all blue within, except where the lamp glowed, with less authority now. Oberon, dusting his fingers rapidly against his thumbs, went around the little place, peering into boxes and corners. He found what he wanted then, a large envelope of marbled paper, last one of many he had had once, in which French platinum printing papers had long ago been mailed to him. A fierce pain, no worse than longing, stitched up his torso, but went away again, more quickly than longing used to when he felt longing. He took the album of buckram and slipped it into the marbled envelope. He undid his ancient Watermans. He'd never allowed his students to write with ball-points or any of that, and wrote in his schoolmarm hand, shuddery now as though seen under water, for Daily Alice and Sophie. A great pressure seemed to enlarge his heart. He added, and for no one else. He thought of adding an exclamation, but didn't, only sealed it tightly. The black portfolio he put no name on. It was, all the rest of it was, for no living person anyway. He went out into his yard. Still the birds, for some reason, had not begun. He tried to urinate at the lawn's edge, but could not, gave up, went to sit on the canvas chair, damp with dew. He had always imagined, without of course ever believing it, that he would know this moment. He imagined that it would come at their time, unphotographable twilight, and that years after he had surrendered it all, grown hopeless, bitter even, in that twilight, one would come to him, stepping through the gloaming without sound, and without causing the sleeping flowers to nod. A child it would seem to be, discarnate flesh, glowing as in an antique platinum print, whose silver hair would be as though on fire, lit by the sun which had just set, or perhaps hadn't yet risen. He wouldn't speak to it, unable to, stone dead already it may be, but it would speak to him. It would say, "Yes, you knew us. Yes, you alone came close to the whole secret. Without you, none of the others could have come near us. Without your blindness, they couldn't have seen us. Without your loneliness, they couldn't have loved each other or engendered their young. Without your disbelief, they couldn't have believed. I know it's hard for you to think the world could work in this strange way, but there it is." In the Woods. By noon next day, clouds had gathered, fitting themselves together resolutely and without haste, seeming, when they had put out all the sky, to be almost low enough to touch. The road they walked between Meadowbrook and Highland wound up and down amid an aged forest. The well-grown trees stood close together, their roots, it must be, all interlaced below. Above the road, their branches met and grappled together, so it seemed the oaks grew maple leaves and the hickories oak leaves. They suffered great choking garments of ivy, especially the riddled and fibrous trunks of the dead propped against their old neighbors, unable to fall. "Dense," Smoky said. "Protected," Daily Alice said. "How do you mean?" She held out a hand to see whether the rain had begun, and her palm was struck once, then again. "Well, it's never been logged, not anyway in 100 years." The rain came on steadily, without haste, as the clouds had. This wasn't to be some fickle shower, but a well-prepared day's rain. "Damn!" she said. She pulled a crumpled yellow hat from her pack and put it on, but it was apparent they were in for a wetting. "How far is it?" "To the Woods house. Not too far. Wait a minute, though." She stopped and looked back the way they had come, then the way they were going. Smoky's bare head began to itch from the drops. "There's a short-cut," Alice said. "A path you can take, instead of going all the way around by the road. It ought to be right around here, if I can find it." They walked back and forth along the apparently impassable margin. "Maybe they've stopped keeping it up," she said as they searched. "They're kind of strange. Solitary. Just live out here all by themselves and almost never see anybody." She stopped before an ambiguous hole in the undergrowth and said, "Here it is." Without confidence, Smoky thought. They started in. The rain ticked in the leaves steadily, the sound growing less discontinuous and more a single voice, surprisingly loud, drowning out the sounds their own progress made. It was dark as night beneath the trees, beneath the clouds, and not lightened by the silver shimmer of the rain. "Alice?" He stood still. All he could hear was the rain, so intent on making his way along this supposed path that now he'd lost her. And surely he had lost the path, too, if there had ever been one. He called out again, a confident, no-nonsense call, no reason to get excited. He got no reply, but just then saw between two trees a true path, quite patent, an easy winding way. She must have found it, and just got quickly on ahead, while he floundered in the creepers. He took the path and went along, pretty well wet now. Alice should any moment appear before him, but she didn't. The path led him deeper and deeper beneath the crackling forest. It seemed to unroll before his feet. He couldn't see where it led, but it was always there to follow. It brought him eventually, long or short time he couldn't tell, what with the rain and all, to the edge of a wide grassy glade all ringed with forest giants, slick and black with wet. Down in the glade, seeming insubstantial in the dripping mist, was the oddest house he had ever seen. It was a miniature of one of Drinkwater's crazy cottages, but all coloured, with a bright red tile roof and white walls encumbered with decoration. Not an inch of it hadn't been curled or carved or coloured or blazoned in some way. It looked, odder still, brand new. Well, this must be it, he thought. But where was Alice? It must have been she, not he, who had got lost. He started down the hill toward the house, through a crowd of red and white mushrooms that had come out in the wetness. The little round door, knockered and peepholed and brass-hinged, was flung open as he came close, and a sharp, small face appeared around its edge. The eyes were glittering and suspicious, but the smile was broad. "Excuse me," Smoky said. "Is this the woods?" "Indeed it is," the man said. He opened the door wider. "And are you Smoky Barnable?" "Well, I am." How did he know that? "Won't you come right on in?" If there are more than the two of us in there, Smoky thought, it'll be crowded. He passed by Mr. Woods, who seemed to be wearing a striped nightcap, and was presenting the interior to Smoky with the longest, flattest, knobbiest hand Smoky had ever seen. "Nice of you to take me in," he said, and the little man's grin grew wider, which Smoky wouldn't have thought possible. His nut-brown face would split right in two at the ears if it went on growing. Inside it seemed much larger than it was, or was smaller than it looked, he couldn't tell which. He felt laughter, for some reason, rise up in him. There was room in here for a grandfather clock with a cunning expression, a bureau on which pewter candlesticks and mugs stood, a high fluffy bed with a patchwork quilt more varied and comical than any he had ever seen. There was a round, much-polished table with a splinted leg, and a domineering wardrobe. There were, moreover, 3 more people, all quite comfortably disposed. A pretty woman busy at a squat stove, a baby in a wooden cradle who cooed like a mechanical toy whenever the woman gave the cradle a push, and an old lady, all nose and chin and spectacles, who rocked in a corner and knitted quickly on a long striped scarf. All 3 of these noticed his arrival, but seemed to take no notice. "Sit ye down," said Mr. Woods, "and tell us your history." Somewhere in the blue, joyful surprise that filled Smoky to the chin, a small voice was trying to say, "What on earth?" But it exploded at that moment like a stepped-on puffball and went out. "Well," he said, "I seem to have lost my way. That is, Daily Alice and I had, but now I've found you, and I don't know what's become of her." "Right," said Mr. Woods. He had put Smoky in a high-backed chair at the table, and now he took from a cupboard a stack of blue-flowered plates which he dealt out around the table like cards. "Take some refreshment," he said. As though on cue, the woman drew out from the oven a tin sheet on which a single hot-cross bun steamed. This Mr. Woods put on Smoky's plate, watching him expectantly. The cross on the bun was not a cross, but a 5-pointed star drawn in white icing sugar. He waited a moment for others to be served, but the smell of the bun was so rich and curranty that he picked it up and ate it without pause. It was as good as it smelled,
"I'm just married," he said then, and Mr. Woods nodded. "You know Daily Alice Drinkwater?" "We do." "We think we'll be happy together." "Yes and no." "What?" "Well, what would you say, Mrs. Underhill? Happy together?" "Yes and no," said Mrs. Underhill. "But how—" Smoky began. An immense sadness flew over him. "All part of the tale," Mrs. Underhill said. "Don't ask me how." "Be specific," Smoky said challengingly. "Oh, well," said Mr. Woods, "it's not like that, you know." His face had grown long and contemplative, and he rested his chin in the great cup of one hand while the long fingers of the other strummed the table. "What gift did she give you, though? Tell us that." That was very unfair. She had given him everything, herself. Why should she have to give him any other gift? And yet, even as he said it, he remembered that she had on their wedding night offered him a true gift. "She gave me," he said proudly, "her childhood, because I didn't have one of my own. She said I could use it any time I liked." Mr. Woods cocked an eye at him. "But," he said slyly, "did she give you a bag to put it in?" His wife, if that's who she was, nodded at this stroke. Mrs. Underhill rocked smugly. Even the baby seemed to coo, as though it had scored a point. "It's not a matter of that," Smoky said. Since he had eaten the hot star bun, emotions seemed to sweep him alternately like swift changes of season. Autumnal tears rose to his eyes. "It doesn't matter anyway. I couldn't take the gift. You see," this was difficult to explain, "when she was young, she believed in fairies. The whole family did. I never did. I think they still do. Now that's crazy. How could I believe in that? I wanted to. That is, I wanted to have believed in them and seen them. But if I never did, if the thought never occurred to me, how can I take her gift?" Mr. Woods was shaking his head rapidly. "No, no," he said. "It's a perfectly fine gift." He shrugged. "But you have no bag to put it in, is all. See here, we'll give you gifts, real ones, no holding back on essential parts." He flung open a humpbacked chest bound with black iron. It seemed to glow within. "See," he said, drawing out a long snake of a necklace. "Gold." The others there looked at Smoky, smiling in approval of this gift, and waiting for Smoky's amazed gratitude. "It's very kind," Smoky said. Mr. Woods draped the glowing coils around Smoky's neck. Once, again, as though he meant to strangle him. The gold was not cold, as metal should be, but warm as flesh. It seemed to weight his neck, so heavy it was, to bend his back. "What more?" Mr. Woods said, looking around him, finger to his lips. Mrs. Underhill, with one of her needles, pointed to a round leather box on top of the cupboard. "Right," Mr. Woods said. "How about this?" He fingered the box from its high place till it fell into his arms. He popped open the lid. A hat. It was a red hat, high-crowned and soft, belted with a plaited belt in which a white owl's feather nodded. Mr. Woods and Mrs. Underhill said, "Ah," and watched closely as Mr. Woods fitted it to Smoky's head. It was as heavy as a crown. "I wonder," Smoky said, "what became of Daily Alice." "Which reminds me," Mr. Woods said with a smile, "last but not least, but best." From under the bed he drew out a faded and mouse-chewed Gladstone carpet-bag. He brought it to the table and placed it tenderly before Smoky. A sadness seemed to have entered him, too. His great hand stroked the bag as though it were beloved. "Smoky Barnable," he said, "this is in my gift. She couldn't give it, no matter that she wanted to. It's old, but all the more capacious for that. I bet there's room in it for—" A doubt came over him, and he snapped open the crossbones catch of the bag and looked inside. He grinned. Ah, plenty of room, not only for her gift, but pockets too for your unbelief and whatever else. It'll come in handy. The empty bag was heaviest of all. That's all, said Mrs. Underhill, and the grandfather clock struck sweetly. Time you were going, said Mrs. Woods, and the baby choked impatiently. What's become of Alice? Mr. Woods said thoughtfully. He turned twice around the room, looking out the small, deep windows and peering into corners. He opened a door. Beyond it Smoky glimpsed utter darkness, and heard a long, sleepy whisper before Mr. Woods closed it quickly. He lifted his finger, and his eyebrows went up with a sudden idea. He went to the tall wardrobe that stood on claw feet in the corner. He threw open its doors, and Smoky saw the wet woods he had come through with Alice, and far off, loitering in the afternoon, Alice herself. He was shown into the wardrobe. It was very nice of you, he said, stooping to enter, giving me all this stuff. Forget it, said Mr. Woods, his voice sounding distant and vague. The wardrobe door shut on him with a long noise like a far, great, low-voiced bell. He walked through the wet underbrush, slapped at by branches, his nose starting to run. What on earth? Daily Alice said when she saw him. I've been in the woods, he said. I guess you have. Look at you. A thick tangle of creeper had somehow got twined around his neck. Its tenacious prickles tore his flesh and plucked at his shirt. Damn, he said. She laughed and began to pull leaves from his hair. Did you fall? How did you get dead leaves all in your hair? What's that you've got? A bag, he said. It's all right now. He raised to show her the long-dead hornet's nest he carried. Its fine paperwork was broken in places and showed the tunneled interior. A ladybug crawled from it like a spot of blood and flew away. Fly away home, Daily Alice said. It's all right now. The path was there all the time. Come on. The great weight he felt was his pack, sodden with rain. He wanted desperately to put it down. He followed her along a rutted trail, and soon they came to a great littered clearing below a crumbling bank of clay. In the midst of the clearing was a brown shack with a tar-paper roof tied to the woods by a dripping clothesline. A pickup truck sat wheelless on concrete blocks in the yard, and a black-and-white cat prowled, looking damp and furious. A woman in apron and galoshes was waving to them from the wire-bound chicken house. The woods, Daily Alice said. Yes, and yet, even when they had coffee in front of them, and Amy and Chris Woods were talking of this and that, and his discarded pack lay puddling the linoleum, still Smoky felt press on him a weight given him which he could not shake off, and which gradually came to seem as if it had always been there. He thought he could carry it. Of the rest of that day, and the rest of their adventures on that journey, Smoky later on would remember very little. Daily Alice would remind him later of this or that, in the middle of a silence, as though she rehearsed that journey often when her mind had nothing else to do, and he'd say, "Oh, yes," and perhaps really remember what she spoke of, and perhaps not. On that same day, Cloud on the porch by the glass table, thinking only to complete her pursuit of those same adventures, turned up a trump called The Secret, and when she prepared to put it in its place, gasped, began to tremble. Her eyes filled with sudden tears, and when Mother came to call her for lunch, Cloud, red-eyed, and still surprised that she had not known or suspected, told her without hesitation or doubt what she had learned. And so when Smoky and Daily Alice returned, brown, scratched, and happy, they found the blinds drawn in the front windows. Smoky didn't know this old custom, and Dr. Drinkwater solemn on the porch. Oberon is dead, he said. By the way, rooks, Smoky supposed, fled home across a cloud-streaked chilly sky toward naked trees which gestured beyond the newly turned furrows of a March field. He was quite sure it was March. A split-rail fence, nicely cracked and knot-holed, separated the field from the road, where a traveller walked, looking a bit like Dante in Doré, with a peaked hood.
At his feet were a row of white, red-capped mushrooms, and the traveller's face had a look of alarm, well, surprise, because the last small mushroom in the row had tilted up its red hat and was looking at him with a sly smile from beneath the brim. "It's an original," Dr. Drinkwater said, indicating the picture with his sherry glass, "given to my grandmother Violet by the artist. He was an admirer of hers." Because his childhood books had been Caesar and Ovid, Smoky had never seen the man's work before, his pollarded, faced trees and evening exactness. He was struck by it in ways he couldn't analyze. It was called By the Way, like a whisper in his ear. He sipped his sherry. The doorbell, it was the kind where you turn a key to make the noise, but what a noise, rang, and he saw Mother hurry by the parlor door, wiping her hands on her apron. He had made himself useful, less affected as he was than the rest of them. He and Rudy Flood dug the grave in a place on the grounds where these Drinkwaters lay together. There was John, Violet, Harvey Cloud. It was a fiercely hot day. Above the maples burdened with awesome weight of leaves there hung a vapor, as though the trees panted it out with their soft breathing in the fainting breeze. Rudy expertly shaped the place, his shirt plastered with sweat to his great stomach. Worms fled from their spades or from the light, and the cool dark earth they turned out turned pale quickly. And the next day people arrived, all the guests from his wedding, or most of them, appearing in their sudden way, some wearing the same clothes they had worn for the wedding, since they hadn't expected another Drinkwater occasion so soon, and Oberon was buried without minister or prayer, only the long requiem of the harmonium, which sounded now calm and somehow full of gladness. "Why is it," Mother said, returning from the door with a sky-blue Pyrex dish covered with foil, "that everyone thinks you're starving after a funeral?" "Well, it's very kind." Good advice. Great-Aunt Cloud tucked her damp hanky away in a black sleeve. "I think of the children," she said. "All there today, year after year of them. Frank Bush and Claude Berry were in his very first class after the decision." Dr. Drinkwater bit on a briar pipe he really seldom used, took it out and stared hard at it, as though surprised to find it was inedible. "Decision," Smoky said. "Berry et al. Versus Board of Ed," Doc said solemnly. "I guess we can eat this now," Mother came in to say. "Sort of pot luck. Bring your glasses. Bring the bottle, Smoky. I'm having another." And at the dining table Sophie sat in tears because she had set, without thinking, a place for Oberon, who always came to eat on this day, Saturday. "How could I just forget?" she said, through the napkin covering her face. "He loved us so much." Still with the napkin over her face, she went quickly out. Smoky seemed hardly to have seen her face since he arrived, only her retreating back. "She and you were his favorites," Cloud said, touching Daily Alice's hand. "I suppose I'll go up and see Sophie," Mother said, irresolute by the door. "Sit down, Mother," Doc said softly. "It's not one of those times." He helped Smoky to one of the 3 bowls of potato salad there were among the funeral offerings. "Well, Berry et al. It was 30-some years ago." "You lose track of time," Mother said. "It's more like 45. Anyway, we're very out of the way up here. Rather than trouble the state about our kids and all, we'd set up a little private school. Nothing fancy at all. But it began to appear that our school had to meet standards, state standards. Now, the kids could read and write as well as any, and learned their math. But the standards said they had to learn as well history and civics, whatever that is or was, and a lot of other stuff we just didn't think was necessary. If you know how to read, the world of books is open to you after all, and if you like to read, you'll read. If you don't, you'll forget whatever anybody makes you read anyway. People around here aren't ignoramuses, just have an idea, or rather a lot of different ideas, about what's important to know, and very little of it's taught in school. Well, it turns out that our little school was closed down, and all the kids went outside to school for a couple of years.
They said our standards didn't fit our students for the real world, Mother said. What's so real about it? Cloud said testily. What I've seen lately doesn't seem so real to me. This was 40 years ago, Nora. Haven't gotten any realer since then. I went to the public school for a while, Mother said. It didn't seem so bad. Only you always had to be there at exactly the same time every day, spring or winter, rain or shine, and they didn't let you out till exactly the same hour every day as well. She marveled, looking back on it. How was the civics and all that? Daily Alice asked, squeezing Smoky's hand under the table because the answer was a venerable clincher. You know what? Mother said to Smoky. I don't remember a single thing about them. Not a single thing. And that was just how the school system had appeared to Smoky. Most of the kids he had known forgot everything they learned in school as soon as they left those, to him, mysterious halls. Boy, he'd say, you ought to go to school with my father. He never lets you forget a thing. On the other hand, when they questioned him about schoolroom fixtures like the Pledge of Allegiance, or Arbor Day, or Prince Henry the Navigator, he was made of ignorance. They thought he was strange, when they noticed him at all. So Claude Berry's dad got in trouble for keeping him out of the public school, and it became a case, Cloud was saying, all the way to the state Supreme Court. Bent our bank accounts out of shape, Doc said, and eventually was decided in our favor, Mom said. Because, Cloud said, it was a religious thing we claimed, like the Amish. Do you know about them? She smiled slyly. Religious. A landmark decision, Mom said. Nobody's heard of it, though, Doc said, wiping his lips. I think the court surprised itself by the way it decided, and it was kept quiet. Don't want to start people thinking, get their wind up, so to speak. But we've had no trouble since then. We had good advice, Cloud said, lowering her eyes, and they all consented silently to that. Smoky, taking another glass of sherry and arguing from ignorance, began talking about a loophole in the standards he knew of, that is, himself, and the superior education he'd anyway received, and how he wouldn't have it any other way, when Dr. Drinkwater suddenly struck the table with his palm, gavel-style, and beamed on Smoky, the light of a bright idea in his eyes. What about it? What about that? Daily Alice said to him much later when they lay in bed. What? What Dad suggested. They had just the sheet over them in the heat, which only since midnight had begun to break apart into breezes. The long white hills and dales made by her body shifted cataclysmically and settled into a different country. I don't know, he said, feeling muzzy and thoughtless, helpless against sleep. He tried to think of some more pointed answer, but instead fell off into sleep. She shifted nervously again, and he was snatched back. What? I think of Oberon, she said quietly, wiping her face on her pillow. He took her up then, and she hid her face in the hollow of his shoulder and sniffed. He stroked her hair, running his fingers soothingly through it, which she loved as much as a cat does, until she slept. And when she was asleep, he found himself staring into the sparkling phantasmal ceiling, surprised by sleeplessness, not having heard of the rule whereby one spouse can trade a restlessness for the other's sleep, a rule spelled out in no marriage contract. Well, what about it then? He had been taken in here, adopted. It seemed not an issue that he would ever leave. Since nothing had before been said about their future together, he hadn't thought about it himself. He was unaccustomed to having a future, is what it was, since his present had always been so ill-defined. But now, anonymous no more, he must make a decision. He put his hands behind his head, carefully so as not to disturb her still-fresh sleep. What sort of person was he? If he was now a sort of person. Anonymous. He had been as well everything as nothing. Now he would grow qualities, a character, likes and dislikes. And did he like or dislike the idea of living in this house, teaching at their school, being, well, religious, he supposed was how they would put it. Did it suit his character? He looked at the dim range of snowy mountains which Daily Alice made beside him. If he was a character, she had made him one. And if he was a character, he was probably a minor one. A minor character in someone else's story. This tall story he had got himself into. He would have his entrances and exits, contribute a line of dialogue now and then. Whether the character would be crabby schoolmaster or something else didn't seem to matter much, and would be decided along the way. Well, then. He examined himself carefully for feelings of resentment at this. He did feel a certain nostalgia for his vanished anonymity, for the infinity of possibilities it contained, but he also felt her breathing next to him, and the houses breathing around him, and in rhythm with them he fell asleep. Nothing decided. While the moon smoothly shifted the shadows from one side of Edgewood to the other, Daily Alice dreamed that she stood in a flower-starred field where on a hill there grew an oak tree and a thorn in deep embrace, their branches intertwined like fingers. Far down the hall, Sophie dreamed that there was a tiny door in her elbow, open a crack, through which the wind blew, blowing on her heart. Dr. Drinkwater dreamed he sat before his typewriter and wrote this: "There is an aged insect who lives in a hole in the ground. One June he puts on his summer straw, and takes his pipe and his staff and his lamp in half his hands, and follows the worm and the root to the stair that leads up to the door into blue summer." This seemed immensely significant to him, but when he awoke he wouldn't be able to remember a word of it, try as he might. Mother, beside him, dreamed her husband wasn't in his study at all, but with her in the kitchen, where she drew tin cookie sheets endlessly out of the oven. The baked things on them were brown and round, and when he asked her what they were, she said, "Years." Book 2. Brother Northwind's Secret. Chapter 1. The shepherd in Virgil grew at last acquainted with love, and found him to be a native of the rocks. Johnson. After John Drinkwater's death in 1920, Violet, unable to bear or even believe in the 30 years and more of life without him promised her by her cards, retreated for a long time to an upstairs room. Her thick dark hair turned prematurely white, and her elfin thinness, grown more pronounced because of a sudden distaste she took in that year to most food, gave her the appearance of great and fragile age, though she didn't seem aged. Her skin remained unlined for many more years, and her dark, liquid eyes never lost the infant, feral innocence which John Drinkwater had first seen in them in the last century. Retreats and operations. It was a nice room, facing in several directions at once. In one corner, half the interior of a dome, all the interior it had, though its exterior was whole, made a windowed retreat, and she had a big buttoned chaise there. Elsewhere her bed, hung with the gauzy curtains and covered with the eiderdowns and ivory-colored laces with which the mother she had never known had clothed her own sad marriage bed. A broad oxblood-colored mahogany table, piled up with John Drinkwater's papers, which she had first thought to put in some order and maybe publish. He had loved to publish, but which in the end she only left piled there under the gooseneck brass lamp. The humpbacked, cracked leather trunk from which they had come, and into which, years later, they would go again. A couple of splayed velvet armchairs, napless and cozy, by the fire, and those small things, her silver and tortoise-shell combs and brushes, a painted music box, her strange cards, which her children and grandchildren and visitors would later remember as being the chief furnishings of the room. Her children, except August, didn't resent this abdication of Violet's. She had not often been wholly present anyway, and this seemed only the natural continuation of her daily abstraction. They all, except August, loved her deeply and uncritically, and would contest with each other over who would bring up her frugal, and as often as not uneaten meals, make up her fire, read her mail, or be the first to bring her news. August found a new use for his Ford, Oberon told her, as they looked together through some pictures he had taken. He took a wheel off and hitched it with a belt to Ezra Meadows' saw. Then the engine will turn the saw and cut wood. I hope they don't go far, Violet said. What? Oh, no, he said, laughing at the image she must have of a tooth-wheeled Model T tearing through the woods, felling trees as it went. No, the car is put up on logs, so the wheels just go around, but don't go anywhere. It's just a saw with, not to drive around. Oh. Her slim hands touched the teapot to see if it was still warm. He's very clever, she said, as though she meant something else. It was a clever idea, though not August's. He had read of it in an illustrated mechanics magazine, and persuaded Ezra Meadows to try it out. It proved to be a little more laborious than the magazine described it, what with leaping in and out of the driver's seat to alter the blade's speed, cranking each time the engine stalled out on a knot in the wood, and shouting, "What? What?" back and forth with Ezra over the racket it made. And August had little interest in the production of sawn wood anyway. But he loved his Ford, and anything it could be made to do, from bouncing obliviously down railroad tracks to skimming and whirling like a four-wheeled Nijinsky over a frozen lake, he made it do. Ezra, suspicious at first, at least didn't have the airy contempt for Henry Ford's masterpiece which his family or people like the Flowers had, and making such a to-do in Ezra's yard brought out from her chores more than once his daughter Amy. Once with a dishclout in her hand, abstractedly wiping a white speckled black tin frying-pan as she stared. Again with her hands and apron floured. The belt of the saw broke and went flapping wildly. August cut the engine. "There now, Ezra, look at that! Look at that stack!" The fresh yellow wood, rough cut and burned in brown arcs here and there by the blade's insistence, gave out its sweet odor, resin and pastry. "That would have taken you a week by hand. What do you think of that?" "It's all right." "What do you think, Amy? Pretty nice?" She smiled and looked shy, as though it were she he was praising. "It's all right," said Ezra. "Go on, git." This to Amy, whose expression changed to a hurt hauteur as sweet to August as her smile. She tossed her head and went slowly, so as not to appear dismissed. Ezra helped him bolt back the wheel of the Ford in silence. An ungrateful silence, August thought, though maybe the farmer was afraid that if he opened his mouth the subject of payment might come up. He was in no danger, for August, unlike the youngest son in all the old tales, knew he couldn't demand, in return for the accomplishment of an impossible task, the sawing of a couple hundred board feet in a single afternoon, the hand of his beautiful daughter. Rolling home along the familiar roads, raising the familiar dust, August felt sharply the congruence, which everyone else saw as a contradiction, of his car and this deep summer. He made a small, unnecessary adjustment to the throttle, and tossed his straw hat on the seat next to him. He thought that if the evening were fine, he might drive to some spots he knew of and do some fishing. He was conscious of a bliss that stole over him not infrequently now, had first stolen over him when he had first acquired his car, first bent up its bat-wing hood and seen the engine and drive-train, humble and useful like his own internal organs. It was a sense that at last what he knew of the world was sufficient to his being alive in it, that the world and what he knew of it were one. He called this feeling growing up, and it did feel like growing, though in moments of mad elation he could wonder if what he was growing into weren't a Ford, or perhaps Ford. There was no other instrument, and no other man so serenely purposeful and complete, August thought, so sufficient to the world and so self-sufficient. It would have been a destiny he could welcome. Everyone else seemed bent on thwarting it. When he told Pop, he called his father Pop to himself and to Amy, though he had never said it to John's face, that what was needed in this area was a garage, which could dispense gas and make repairs and sell Fords, and had laid out the literature he'd got from the Ford Company about what it would cost to set up such an agency. He hadn't proposed himself as agent. He knew he was too young at 16 for that. But he would be happy just pumping the gas and making repairs, very happy. His father had smiled, and not considered it even for 5 minutes, had sat nodding while August explained it to him, only because he loved his son and loved to indulge him. And then he said, "Would you like a car of your own?" Well, yes, but August knew he had been treated like a boy, though he had made his proposal as carefully as any man, and his father, whose concerns were so weirdly childish, had smiled at it as though it were a child's mad desire, and bought him the car only to allay it. But it was not allayed. Pop didn't understand. Before the war things were different. Nobody knew anything. You could go walking in the woods and make up stories and see things if you wanted, but there was no excuse now. Now knowledge was there to be had, real knowledge, knowledge of how the world operates and what must be done to operate it. Operate. The operator of a Ford Model T will find setting the spark simple and convenient. The operation is performed in this way. And August drew these knowledges on, reasonable and close-fitting, over the mad muddle of his childhood, as one draws on a duster over a suit of clothes, and buttoned them up to the neck. A swell idea. "What you need," he told his mother that afternoon, "is some fresh air. Let me take you out for a drive. Come on." He came to take her hands, to lift her from the chaise, and though she gave him her hands, they both knew, for they had enacted all this several times the same way, that she wouldn't rise, and certainly wouldn't ride. But she kept his hands in hers. "You can bundle up, and anyway, with the roads around here, you can't go more than 15 miles an hour. Oh, August, don't August me," he said, allowing himself to be drawn down to sit by her, but turning his face away from her lips. "There's nothing wrong with you, you know. I mean nothing really wrong. You're just brooding." That it should be he, the baby, who was compelled to speak sternly to his mother as to a mopey child, when there were older children who ought to be doing it, annoyed him, though it didn't her. "Tell me about sawing wood," she said. "Was little Amy there?" "She's not so little." No, she's not. So pretty." He supposed he blushed, and he supposed she saw it. He found it embarrassing, almost indecent, that his mother should see that he regarded any girl with other than amused indifference. In fact, toward few girls did he feel amused indifference, if the truth were known, and it was known. Even his sisters plucked lint from his lapels and brushed back his hair, thick and unruly as his mother's, with knowing smiles, when he mentioned ever so casually that during the course of an evening he might drop in at the meadows or the flowers. "Listen, Ma," he said, faintly peremptory. "Now really listen. Before, Papa died, we talked about the garage and the agency and all that. He didn't like it so well, but that was 4 years ago. I was very young. Can we talk about it again? Oberon thinks it's a swell idea." "He does?" He hadn't put up any objections, but then he had been behind the dark room door, in his dim, red-lit hermit's cell, when August had discussed it with him. "Sure. Everybody's going to have an automobile soon. Everybody. Oh, dear. You can't hide from the future." No, that's true." She gazed out the windows at the sleeping afternoon. "That's true." She had taken a meaning, but not his. He drew out his watch and consulted it, to draw her back. "So? Well," he said. "I don't know," she said, looking into his face, not as though to read it, or to communicate with it, but as though it were a mirror. That frankly, that dreamily. "I don't know, dear. I think if John didn't think it was a good idea—" "That was 4 years ago, Ma." "Was it? Was it 4? She made an effort, and took his hand again. "You were his favorite, August. Did you know that? I mean, he loved all of you, but— Well, don't you think he knew best? He must have thought it all out. He thought everything all out. Oh, no, dear. If he was sure, I don't think I could do better, really." He stood up suddenly and thrust his hands into his pockets. All right. But don't blame him, that's all. You don't like the idea. You're afraid of a simple thing like a car, and you never wanted me to have anything at all anyway." "Oh, August," she began to say,
but clapped her hand over her mouth. "All right," he said. "I guess I'll tell you then. I think I'll go away." A lump rose to his throat unexpectedly. He had expected to feel only defiance and triumph. "Maybe to the city. I don't know." "What do you mean?" In a tiny voice, like a child just beginning to understand a huge and terrible thing. "What do you mean?" "Well, really," he said, rounding on her, "I'm a grown man. What do you think? That I'll just hang around this house for the rest of my life? Well, I won't." The look in her face, of shocked, helpless anguish, when all he'd said was what any 20-year-old might say, when all he felt was the dissatisfaction any ordinary person might feel, made confusion and frustrated common sense boil up in him like a lava. He rushed to her chair and knelt before her. Ma," he said, "what is it? What on earth is it?" He kissed her hand, a kiss like a furious bite. "I'm afraid, that's all." No, just tell me what's so terrible. What's so terrible about wanting to advance yourself and be normal? What was so wrong?" It was spilling out now, that lava. He neither desired to stop it now nor could if he chose. "About Timmy Willie going to the city. It's where her husband lives and she loves him. Is this such a swell house that nobody should ever think of living any place else? Even married?" "There was so much room, and the city's so far." "Well, and what was so wrong when Orb wanted to join the army? There was a war. Everybody went. Do you want us all to be your babies forever?" Violet said nothing, though her big pearly tears, like a child's, trembled at her lashes. She suddenly missed John very much. Into him she could pour all the inarticulate perceptions, all the knowings and unknowings she felt, which, though he couldn't understand them really, he would receive reverently. And out of him would come then the advice, warnings, notions, the clever decisions she could never have made. She ran her hand through August's matted, elf-locked hair, no comb could conquer it, and said, "But you know, dear, you know. You remember, don't you? You do, don't you?" He laid his cheek in her lap with a groan, and she continued to stroke his hair. "And autos, August, what would they think? The noise and the smell, the boldness. What must they think? What if you drove them away?" "No, Ma, don't. They're brave, August. You remember the time when you were a little boy, the time with the wasp? You remember how brave the little one was? You saw. What if it angered them? Wouldn't they plan something? Oh, something so horrid." "They could. You know they could." "I was just a little kid." "Do you all forget?" she said. Not as though to him, but as though questioning herself, questioning a strange perception she had just then had. "Do you all really forget? Is that it? Did Timmy? Do you all?" She raised his face in her hands to study it. "August, do you forget, or—" "You mustn't. You mustn't forget. If you do—" "What if they didn't mind?" August said, defeated. "What if they didn't care at all? How can you be so sure they'd mind? They've got a whole world to themselves, don't they?" "I don't know. Grandy said—" "Oh, dear, August, I don't know." "Well," he said, extracting himself from her, "then I'll go ask. I'll go ask their permission." He rose. "If I ask their permission, and they say it's all right, then—" "I don't see how they could." "Well, if they do?" "How could you be sure?" "Oh, don't, August. They might lie." "No, promise me you won't. Where are you going?" "I'm going fishing." "August?" Some notes about them. When he was gone, the tears rose again to her eyes. She brushed away impatiently the hot drops that rolled down her cheeks, rolled down because she couldn't explain. Nothing she knew could be said. There were not the words. When she tried, the very saying of it made what she said into lies or stupidities. "They are brave," she had said to August. "They might lie," she had said. None of that was true. They weren't brave, and they couldn't lie. Such things were true only when said to children, as it's true when you say, "Grandy's gone away," to a child, when Grandy is dead, when there is no more Grandy to come or go, and the child says, "Where did he go?" And you think of an answer a little less true than the first, and so on. And yet you have spoken truly to it, and it has understood, at least as much as you have. But her children weren't children any more. So many years she had tried to form what she knew into language with John, grown-up language, nets to catch the wind, the meaning of it all, the intention, the resolution. Oh, great good man! And he had come as close to understanding it as intelligence, unwearying application, orderliness of mind and attention to detail could get. But there wasn't any meaning, or any intention, or any resolution. To think that way about them was like trying to do some task while you looked only in a mirror. Force them as you might, your hands do the opposite of what they are told to do, away from, not toward, left, not right, forward, not back. She sometimes thought that thinking of them at all was just that, was looking at yourself in a mirror. But what could that mean? She didn't want her children to be babies forever. This country seemed full of people furious to grow up, and though she hadn't ever sensed herself growing up, she didn't care to prevent it in others. Only she was afraid. If her children forgot what they had known as children, they were in danger. She was sure of that. What danger? And how on earth was she to warn them? There were no answers, none. All that was within the power of mind and speech was to become more precise in how the questions were put. John had asked her, "Do fairies really exist?" And there wasn't any answer to that. So he tried harder, and the question got more circumstantial and tentative, and at the same time more precise and exact, and still there were no answers, only the fuller and fuller form of the question, evolving as Oberon had described to her all life evolving, reaching out limbs and inventing organs, reticulating joints, doing and being in more and more complex, yet more and more compact and individuated ways, until the question, perfectly asked, understood its own answerlessness. And then there was an end to that. The last edition, and John died still waiting for his answer. And yet there were things she knew. On the ox-blood-colored mahogany table stood John's tall black typewriter, bony and carapaced like an old crustacean. For August's sake, for all of their sakes, she ought to say what she knew. She went to it, sat before it, rested her hands on its keys as a pianist might, thoughtfully, before beginning some soft, sad, almost inaudible nocturne. Then realized there was no paper in it. This took a while to find, and her notepaper, when she had rolled a piece within the typewriter's jaws, looked small and shrinking, and unready to receive the blows of the keys. But she began, using 2 fingers, and spelled out this: Violet's notes about them. And beneath this, the word Grandy had used to write on the desultory journals he kept. Tekenda. Now what? She advanced the paper and wrote, "They mean no good to us." She thought about this for a moment, and then directly under it she added, "They mean us no harm, either." She meant that they didn't care, that their concerns weren't ours, that if they brought gifts, and they had, if they arranged a marriage or an accident, and they had, if they watched and waited, and they did, none of that was, with any reason, to aid or hurt mortals. Their reasons were their own, if they had reasons at all. She sometimes thought they didn't, any more than stones or seasons have. They are made, not born. She considered this, cheek in hand, and said, "No," and carefully X'd out made and wrote born above it, then X'd out born and wrote made above it, and then saw that neither was truer than the other. Useless. Was there any thought about them she could have whose opposite wasn't true? She skipped a space, sighing, and wrote, "No 2 doors to them are the same." Is that what she meant? She meant that what was a door for one person wouldn't be a door for another. She meant also that any door, once passed through, ceased to be a door ever after, could not even be returned by. She meant that no two doors ever led to the same place. She meant that there were no doors to them at all. And yet she found on the topmost rank of keys an asterisk. She hadn't known the machine carried one, and added it to her last sentence, so it read, "No two doors to them are the same, asterisk." And beneath that she wrote, asterisk, "But the house is a door." This filled up her little notepaper, and she drew it out and read over what she had written. She saw that what she had was a sort of précis of several chapters of the last edition of the Architecture, deprived of the billowing draperies of explanation and abstraction, nude and frail, but no more help than ever. She crushed it slowly in her hands, thinking she knew nothing at all, and yet knew this, that the fate that awaited her, and all of them, awaited them here. Why was she dumb to say why she knew it? And so they must cling to this place, and not stray far from it. She supposed that she herself wouldn't ever leave it again. It was the door, the greatest of doors. It stood somehow by chance or design on the very edge or border of elsewhere, and it would in the end be the last door that led that way. For a long time it would stand open. Then for a time after that it would at least be able to be opened or unlocked if you had the key. But there would come a time when it would be closed for good, not be a door at all any more. And she wanted none of those whom she loved to be standing outside then. What you most want. The south wind blows the fly in the fish's mouth, says the angler, but it didn't seem to blow August's well-tied and tempting examples into any. Ezra Meadows was sure that fish bite before rain. Old MacDonald had always been sure they never do, and August saw that they do and don't. They bite at the gnats and mosquitoes settling like dust motes over the water, driven down by altering pressure. Change, said John's ambivalent barometer, but not at the Jack Scotts and Alexandras August played over them. Perhaps he wasn't thinking hard enough about angling. He was trying, without exactly trying to try, to see or notice something, without exactly noticing or seeing it, that would be a clue or a message, trying to remember at the same time as he tried to forget he had ever forgotten how such clues or messages had used to appear, and how he had used to interpret them. He must also try not to think this is madness, nor to think that he did this only for his mother's sake. Either thought would spoil whatever might happen. Over the water a kingfisher shot, laughing, iridescent in the sun, just above the evening which had already obscured the stream. I'm not mad, August thought. A similarity between fishing and this other enterprise was that no matter where along the stream you stood, there seemed to be, just down there, where the stream spilled through a narrow race around stones, or just beyond the tresses of the willows, the perfect spot, the spot you had all along intended to go to. The feeling wouldn't diminish even when, after some thought, you realized that the perfect spot was one where, a few minutes ago, you had been standing and looking longingly at the spot you now stood in, and wanting to be amid the long maculations of its leaf shadows, as you now were, and yet... And just as August did realize this, as his desires were so to speak in transit between there and here, something seized his line, and nearly snatched the pole from his abstracted hand. As startled as the fish itself must be, August played him clumsily, but had him after a struggle, netted him. The leaf shadows were absorbed into evening vagueness. The fish looked up at him with the dull astonishment of all caught fish. August removed the hook, inserted his thumb in the bony mouth, and neatly broke the fish's neck. His thumb, when he withdrew it, was coated with slime and cold fish blood. Without thinking, he thrust the thumb into his own mouth and sucked it. The kingfisher, making another laughing sortie just then, eyed him as he arrowed over the water, and then up into a dead tree. August, fish in his creel, went to the bank and sat, waiting. The kingfisher had laughed at him, not at the world in general. He was sure of that, a sarcastic, vindictive laugh. Well, perhaps he was laughable. The fish was not 7 inches long, hardly breakfast. So, well, if I had to live on fish, he said, I'd grow a beak. You shouldn't speak, said the Kingfisher, "until you're spoken to. There are manners, you know." "Sorry." "First I speak," said the Kingfisher, "and you wonder who it is that's spoken to you. Then you realize it's me. Then you look at your thumb and your fish and see that it was the fish's blood you tasted that allowed you to understand the voices of creatures. Then we converse. I didn't mean we'll assume it was done that way." The Kingfisher spoke in the choleric, impatient tone August would have expected from his upshot head feathers, his thick neck, his fierce, annoyed eyes and beak. A kingfisher's voice. Halcyon bird indeed. "Now you address me," the Kingfisher said. "O bird," you say, and make your request. "O bird," August said, opening his hands imploringly, "tell me this. Is it okay if we have a gas station in Meadowbrook and sell Ford cars?" "Certainly." "What?" "Certainly." It was so inconvenient speaking in this way to a bird. A kingfisher seated on a branch in a dead tree, at no more conversational a distance than any kingfisher ever was, that August imagined the bird as seated beside him on the bank, a sort of kingfisher-like person, of a more conversable size, with his legs crossed, as August's were. This worked well. He doubted that this kingfisher was a kingfisher at all, anyway. "Now," said the Kingfisher, still bird enough to be unable to look at August with more than one eye at a time, and that one bright and smart and pitiless, "was that all?" "I think so. Yes?" "Well, I thought there might be some objection. The noise, the smell." "None." "Oh." "On the other hand," said the Kingfisher. A laugh, a raucous laugh, seemed always just beneath his words. "Since you're here, and I'm here, you might ask for something else altogether." "What?" "Oh, anything. What you most want." He had thought, right up until he had voiced his absurd request, that he was doing just that. But with a terrible rush of heat that took his breath away, he knew that he hadn't, and that he could. He blushed fiercely. "Well," he said, stammering, "over in Meadowbrook there's a farmer, a certain farmer, and he has a daughter." "Yes, yes, yes," said the Kingfisher impatiently, as though he knew well enough what August wanted, and didn't want to be bothered with having it spelled out circumstantially. "But let's discuss payment first, reward after." "Payment?" The Kingfisher cocked his head in short, furious changes of attitude, sometimes eyeing August, sometimes the stream or the sky, as though he were trying to think of some really cutting remark in which to couch his annoyance. "Payment," he said. "Payment, payment. It's nothing to do with you. Let's call it a favor, if you prefer. The return of certain property that, don't get me wrong, I'm sure fell into your hands inadvertently. I mean—" For the briefest moment, and for the first time, the Kingfisher showed something like hesitation or trepidation. "I mean a deck of cards, playing cards, old ones, which you possess." "Violets?" said August. "Those ones." "I'll ask her." "No, no. She thinks, you see, the cards are hers, so she mustn't know." "You mean steal them?" The Kingfisher was silent. For a moment he disappeared altogether, although that may only have been August's attention wandering from the effort of imagining him to the enormity that he had been commanded to perform. When he appeared again, the Kingfisher seemed somewhat subdued. "Have you given any further thought to your reward?" he said, almost soothingly. In fact, he had. Even as he had grasped the fact that he could in some sense ask Amy of them, without even trying to imagine how they could make good on such a promise, he had ceased to desire her quite so intensely, small presage of what would happen when he did possess her, or anyone. But what one could he choose, then? Was it possible he could ask for— "All of them," he said in a small voice. "All?" "Any one I want." If sudden horrid strength of desire hadn't whelmed him, shame would never have allowed him to say it. Power over them. "You have it," The kingfisher cleared his throat, looking away, and combed his beard with a black claw, as though glad this unclean bargaining was done. "There is a certain pool up in the woods above the lake, a certain rock which juts out into the pool. Put the cards there, in their bag, in their box, and take the gift you find there. Do it soon. Goodbye." Evening was dense yet clear, presage of a storm. The confusions of sunset were over. The pools of the stream were black, with steady glassy ribs raised by the continuous current. A black flutter of feathers in a dead tree was a kingfisher preparing for sleep. August waited on the bank till he had been returned, by an evening path, to the place he had started out from. Then he gathered up his gear and went home, eyes wide and blind to the beauties of a storm-gathering evening, feeling faintly sick with strangeness and expectation. Something horrific. The velvet bag in which Violet's cards were kept was of a dusty rose color that had once been vivid. The box had once held a set of silver coffee spoons from the Crystal Palace, but those had long since been sold when she and her father wandered. To bring those strange, huge oblongs, drawn or printed centuries before, out of this cozy box, with a picture of the old queen and the palace itself done on the cover in different woods, was always an odd moment, like the drawing aside of an arras in an old play to reveal something horrific. Horrific. Well, not quite, or not usually, though there were times when, as she laid out a rose or a banner or some other shape, she felt afraid. Felt that some secret might be revealed which she didn't want to know, her own death, or something even more dreadful. But, despite the weird minatory images of the trumps, engraved with dense black detail like Dürer's, Baroque and Germanic, the secrets revealed were oftenest not terrible, oftenest not even secret. Cloudy abstractions merely, oppositions, contentions, resolutions, common as proverbs, and as unspecific. At least, so she had been told the fall of them should be interpreted, by John and those of his acquaintance who knew card reading. But the cards they knew weren't these cards exactly, and though she knew no other way of laying them out or interpreting them than as the tarot of the Egyptians was laid out, before she was instructed in those methods she used just to turn them down anyhow and stare at them, often for hours, she often wondered if there weren't some more revelatory, simpler, somehow more useful manipulation of them she could make. "And here is," she said, turning one up carefully top to bottom, "a 5 of Wands." "New possibilities," Nora said. "New acquaintances. Surprising developments." "All right." The 5 of Wands went in its place in the horseshoe Violet was making. She chose from another pile. The cards had been sorted, by arcane distribution, into 6 piles before her, and turned a trump. It was the sportsman. This was the difficulty. Like the usual deck, Violet's contained a set of 21 major trumps, but hers, persons, places, things, notions, were not the greater trumps at all. And so when the bundle, or the traveller, or convenience, or multiplicity, or the sportsman fell, a leap had to be made, meanings guessed at, which made sense of the spread. Over the years, with growing certainty, she had assigned meanings to her trumps, made inferences from the way in which they fell among the cups and swords and wands, and discerned, or seemed to discern, their influences, malign or beneficent. But she could never be sure. Death, the moon, judgment, those greater trumps had large and obvious significance. What did one make, though, of the sportsman? He was, like all people pictured in her cards, muscle-bound in a not-quite-human way, and striking an absurd, orgulous pose, toes turned out and knuckles on hip. He seemed certainly overdressed for what he was about, with ribbons at his knees, slashes in his jacket, and a wreath of dying flowers around his broad hat. But that was for sure a fishing pole over his shoulder. He carried something like a creel, and other impedimenta she didn't understand, and a dog who looked a lot like Spark lay asleep at his feet. It was Grandy who called this figure the sportsman. Underneath him was written in Roman capitals, Piscator.
So, Violet said, new experiences and good times. Or adventures outdoors for someone. That's nice. For who? Nora asked. For whom? Well, for whom? For whomever we're reading this spread for. Did we decide? Or is this only practice? Since it's coming out so well, Nora said, let's say it's for someone. August. Poor August. Something good ought to be in store for him. All right. But before Violet could turn another card, Nora said, Wait, we shouldn't joke with it. I mean, if it didn't start being August, what if we turn up something awful? Wouldn't we worry it might come true? She looked out over the tangled spread, feeling apprehensive for the first time before their power. Do they always come true? I don't know. She stopped dealing them out. No, she said, not for us. I think they might predict things that could happen to us, but, well, we're protected, aren't we? Nora said nothing to this. She believed Violet, and believed Violet knew the tale in ways she couldn't imagine. But she had never felt herself to be protected. There are catastrophes, Violet said, of an ordinary kind, that if the cards predicted them, I wouldn't believe them. And you correct my grammar, Nora said, laughing. Violet, laughing too, turned the next card. The 4 of Cups, reversed. Weariness, disgust, aversion, Nora said. Bitter experience. Below, the ratchety doorbell rang. Nora leapt up. Now who could that be? Violet said, sweeping up the cards. Oh, Nora said, I don't know. She had gone to the mirror hastily, and pushed her heavy golden hair quickly into place, and smoothed her blouse. It might be Harvey Cloud, who said he might stop by to return a book I loaned him. She stopped her hurry and sighed, as though annoyed at the interruption. I guess I'd better go see. Yes, Violet said. You go see. We'll do this again another day. But when, a week later, Nora asked for another lesson, and Violet went to the drawer where her cards were kept, they weren't there. Nora insisted she hadn't taken them. They weren't in any other place that Violet might absent-mindedly have put them. With half her drawers turned out and papers and boxes littering the floor from her search, she sat on the edge of the bed, puzzled and a little alarmed. Gone, she said. Anthology of Love. I'll do what you want, August, Amy said. Whatever you want. He bent his head down onto his upraised knees and said, Oh, Jesus, Amy. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Oh, don't swear so, August. It's terrible. Her face was as misty and tearful as the shorn October cornfield in their view, where blackbirds hunted corn, rising at unseen signals and settling again elsewhere. She put her harvest-chapped hands on his. They both shivered from the cold and from chill circumstance. I've read in books and such that for a while people love people, and then they don't any more. I never knew why. I don't know why either, Amy. I'll always love you. He raised his head, so flooded with melancholy and tender regret that he seemed to have turned to mist and autumn himself. He'd loved her intensely before, but never so purely as now, when he told her he wouldn't be seeing her any more. I just wonder why, she said. He couldn't tell her it was mostly a matter of scheduling, nothing to do with her really, only the most pressing engagements he had elsewhere. Oh, Lord, pressing, pressing. He had met her here, beneath the brown bracken, at dawn when she wouldn't be missed at home, to break off with her, and the only acceptable and honorable reason he could think of for that was that he didn't love her any more. And so that was the reason which, after long hesitations and many cold kisses, he had given her. But when he did so, she was so brave, so acquiescent, the tears that rolled down her cheeks so salty, that it seemed to him that he'd said it only to see how good, how loyal, how meek she was, to animate with sadness and imminent loss his own flagging feelings. Oh, don't, Amy. Amy, I never meant—" He held her, and she yielded, shy to trespass where he had only a moment ago said she was forbidden, not wanted. And her shyness, her big eyes searching him, afraid and wildly hopeful, undid him. "You shouldn't, August, if you don't love me." "Don't say it, Amy, don't." Near to weeping himself, just as though he truly wouldn't ever see her again, though he knew now he must and would, on the rustling leaves he entered with her into new, sad, sweet lands of love, where the awful hurts he had inflicted on her were healed. There was no end to love's geography, apparently. "Next Sunday, August?" Timid but sure now. "No, not next Sunday, but tomorrow or tonight. Can you?" "Yes, I'll think of a way. Oh, August, sweetness." She ran, wiping her face, pinning her hair, late, in danger, happy, across the field. This, he thought, in some last resisting stronghold of his soul, is what I've come to. Even the end of love is only another spur to love. He went the other way to where his car, reproachful, awaited him. The mist-sodden squirrel-tail that now adorned it hung limply on its staff. Trying not to think, he cranked the car into life. What the hell was he to do, anyway? He had thought that the ardent sword of feeling that had gone through him when he first saw Amy Meadows, after acquiring his gift, was only the certainty that desire was at last to be fulfilled. But he proceeded to make a fool of himself over her, certainty or no certainty. He braved her father. He told desperate lies, and was nearly caught out in them. He waited hours on the cold ground beyond her house for her to free herself. They had promised him power over women, he realized bitterly, but not over their circumstances. And though Amy acceded to all his plans, his night-time meetings, his schemes, and matched his importunities one for one, not even her shamelessness lessened his sense of not being at all in charge here, but at the beck and call of desire more demanding, less a part of himself and more a demon that rode him than he had been before. The sense grew over the months as he wheeled the Ford around the 5 towns to a certainty. He drove the Ford, but was himself driven, steered, and shifted without let. Violet didn't inquire why he had dropped the notion of building a garage in Meadowbrook. Now and then he complained to her that he used almost as much gas getting to and from the nearest garage as he put in his tank when he got there, but this didn't seem to be a hint or an argument. In fact, he seemed less argumentative altogether than he had been. It might be, she thought, that his almost haggard air of being concerned quite elsewhere meant that he was hatching some even more unlikely scheme. But somehow she thought not. She hoped that what appeared to be guilty exhaustion in his face and voice when he lounged silent at home didn't mean he was practicing some secret vice. Certainly something had happened. The cards might have told her what, but the cards were gone. It was probably, she thought, only that he was in love. That was true. If Violet hadn't chosen to seclude herself in an upstairs room, she would have had a notion of the swath her younger son was cutting through the young girls, the standing harvest of the pentacle of 5 towns around Edgewood. Their parents knew, a little. The girls themselves, among themselves, told of it. Among them a glimpse of August's tea, with the bright jaunty squirrel-tail flying from a whippy rod at the wind-screen, meant a day's consternation, a night's hot tossing, a wet pillow in the morning. They didn't know. How could they guess? All their hearts were his. That August's days and nights were spent much as theirs were. He hadn't expected this. He had heard of Casanova, but hadn't read him. He had imagined harems, the peremptory clap of a sultan's hands, which brings the acquiescent object of desire as quickly and impersonally as a dime brought a chocolate soda at the drugstore. He was astounded when, without his mad desire for Amy lessening in the slightest, he fell deeply in love with the flower's eldest daughter. Ravened by love and lewdness, he thought of her continually when he wasn't with Amy, or when he wasn't thinking about, how could it be, little Margaret Juniper, who wasn't even 14. He learned, though slowly, what all great harrowed lovers learn, that love is what most surely compels love.
is perhaps, except for brute force, the only thing that does, though only, and this was the terrible gift he had been given, when the lover truly believes, as August could, that when his love is strong enough, it must surely be returned. And August's was. When, with shame in his heart and trembling hands, he had laid down by the rock pool what he had tried to deny to himself was his mother's most precious possession, the cards, and picked up what lay there for him, only a squirrel's tail, and probably no gift at all, but only the remnants of an owl's or a fox's breakfast. This is madness. It was only the dense weight of virgin hope that had allowed him to tie it to his Ford, expecting nothing. But they had kept their promise. Oh, they had. He was on the way to becoming an entire Anthology of Love, with footnotes. There were a pair of step-ins under his seat. He could not remember who had stepped out of them. Only as he drove from drug-store to church, from farmhouse to farmhouse, with the hairy thing flying from his windscreen, he came to know that it did not, and had not ever contained his power over women. His power over women lay in their power over him. Darker before it lightened. The flowers came on Wednesdays, usually, bringing armloads of blossoms for Violet's room, and though Violet always felt somewhat ashamed and guilty in the presence of so many decapitated and slowly expiring blooms, she tried to express admiration and wonder at Mrs. Flower's green thumb. But this visit was Tuesday, and there were no flowers. "Come in," Violet said. They were standing, unwontedly shy, at her bedroom door. "Will you take some tea?" "Oh, no," said Mrs. Flowers, "just a few words." But when they were seated, exchanging glances with one another, though unable apparently to look at Violet, they said nothing for an uncomfortably long time. The Flowers had come up just after the war to take Mr. McGregor's old place, fleeing, as Mrs. Flowers put it, the city. Mr. Flowers had had position and money there, but just what position wasn't clear, and how it had made him money was even less clear, not because they chose to hide it, but because they seemed to find commonplaces of daily life hard to converse about intelligibly. They had been members with John of the Theosophical Society. They were both in love with Violet. Like John's, their lives were full of quiet drama, full of vague yet thrilling signs that life was not as the common run supposed it to be. They were among those. It surprised Violet how many there were, and how many gravitated toward Edgewood, who watch life as though it were a great drab curtain, which they are sure is always about to rise on some terrific and exquisite spectacle. And though it never did quite rise, they were patient, and noted excitedly every small movement of it as the actors took their places, strained to hear the unimaginable setting being shifted. Like John, they supposed Violet to be one of those actors, or at least to have been behind the curtain. That she couldn't see it that way at all made her only the more cryptic and entrancing to them. Their Wednesday visits made matter for a whole evening's quiet talk, inspiration for a whole week's reverent and watchful life. But this wasn't Wednesday. "It's about happiness," Mrs. Flowers said, and Violet had to stare puzzled at her for a moment until she reheard this as, "It's about Happiness," the name of their eldest daughter. The younger ones were named Joy and Spirit. The same confusion happened when their names came up. "Our Joy is gone for the day. Our Spirit came home covered with mud." Folding her hands and raising eyes that Violet now saw were red from weeping, Mrs. Flowers said, "Happiness is pregnant. Oh, my." Mr. Flowers, who with his thin boyish beard and great sensitive brow reminded Violet of Shakespeare, began speaking so softly and indirectly that Violet had to lean forward to hear. She got the gist. Happiness was pregnant, so Happiness had said, by her son August. "She cried all night," Mrs. Flowers said, her own eyes filling. Mr. Flowers explained, or tried to. It wasn't that they believed in worldly shame or honor. Their own marriage bond had been sealed before any words or formulas had been spoken. The flowering of vital energies is always to be welcomed. No. It was that August, well, didn't seem to understand it the way they did. Or perhaps he understood it better.
But anyway, to speak frankly, they thought he'd broken the girl's heart, though he said he loved her. They wondered if Violet knew what August felt, or if she knew. The phrase, so loaded with common and wrong meaning, fell out anyway, with a clang, like a horseshoe he had in his pocket, what the boy intended to do about this. Violet moved her mouth as though in answer, but no answer came out. She composed herself. If he loves her, she said, then— He may, Mr. Flowers said, but he says, he says, that there's someone else, someone with, well, a prior claim, someone— He's promised to another, Mrs. Flowers said, who's also, well— Amy Meadows, Violet said. No, that wasn't the name. What was the name? Mr. Flowers coughed. Happiness wasn't sure exactly. There might be more than one. Violet could only say, oh dear, feeling deeply their consternation, their brave effort not to censure, and having no idea how to answer them. They looked at her with hope that she would say something that would fit all this, too, into the drama they perceived. But in the end she could only say, in a tiny voice, with a desperate smile, Well, I suppose it's not the first time it ever happened in the world. Not the first time? I mean, not the first time. Their hearts leapt up. She did know. She knew precedents for this. What could they be? Krishna fluting, seed scattering, spirit incarnating, avatars, what? Something they had no inkling of? Yes, brighter and stranger than they could know. Not the first time, said Mr. Flowers, his unlined brow raised. Yes. Is it, said Mrs. Flowers, almost whispering, part of the tale? Is what? Oh, yes, Violet said, lost in thought. What had become of Amy? What on earth was August up to? Where had he found the daring to break girls' hearts? A dread came over her. Only I didn't know this. I never suspected— Oh, August, she said, and bowed her head. Was this their doing? How could she know? Could she ask him? Would his answer tell her? Seeing her so lost, Mr. Flowers leaned forward. We never meant to burden you, he said. It wasn't that we didn't think, that we weren't sure it wasn't or wouldn't be all right. Happiness doesn't blame him. I mean, it's not that. No, said Mrs. Flowers, and put her hand gently on Violet's arm. We didn't want anything. It wasn't that. A new spirit is always a joy. She'll be ours. Maybe, Violet said. It'll be clearer later. I'm sure, Mrs. Flowers said. It is part of the tale. But Violet had seen that it would not be clearer later. The tale. Yes, this was part of the tale. But she had suddenly seen, as a person alone in a room reading or working at the end of day sees, as she raises her eyes from work that has for some reason grown obscure and difficult, that evening has come, and that's the reason, and that it would long grow darker before it lightened. Please, she said, have tea. We'll light the lights. Stay a while. Outside she could hear, they could all hear, a car, chugging steadily toward the house. It slowed as it approached the drive. Its voice was distinct and regular, like the crickets, and changed gears like changing its mind, and chugged onward. How long is the tale? She had asked, and Mrs. Underhill had said, You and your children and your children's children will all be buried before that tale's all told. She took hold of the lamp cord, but for a moment didn't pull it. What had she done? Was this her fault, because she hadn't believed the tale could be so long? It was. She would change. She would correct what she could, if there were time. There must be time. She pulled the cord which made the windows night, and the room a room. The last day of August.
The enormous moon which August had taken Margaret Juniper out to see rise had risen, though they hadn't noticed its ascent. The harvest moon, August had insisted this was, and had sung a song about it to Marge as they sped along. But it wasn't the harvest moon, amber and huge and plenteous as it was. That would be next month's. This was only the last day of August. Its light was on them. They could look at it now. August was too dazed and replete to do anything else, even to comfort Marge, who wept quietly. Perhaps, who could tell, even happily, beside him. He couldn't speak. He wondered if he would ever speak again, except to invite, except to propose. Maybe if he kept his mouth shut. But he knew he wouldn't. Marge raised a moonlit hand and stroked the moustache he had begun to grow, laughing through her tears. "It's so handsome," she said. He twitched his nose like a rabbit under her fingers. Why do they always rub it wrong? Turn it uncomfortably underside over. Should he shave it so they can't? Her mouth was red, and the flesh around it flushed from kissing and from weeping. Her skin against his was as soft as he had imagined it would be, but flecked with pinkish freckles he hadn't expected. Not her slim white thighs, though, bare on the sweat-slick leather of the seat. Within her opened blouse, her breasts were small and new-looking, capped with large, changeable nipples, seeming to have just been extruded from a boyish chest. The little hair was blonde and stiff and small like a dot. Oh, God, the privacies he had seen. He felt the strangeness of unbound flesh strongly. They ought to be kept hidden, these vulnerabilities, these oddities and organs soft as a snail's body or its tender horns. The exposure of them was monstrous. He wanted to recase hers in the pretty white underthings that hung around the car like festoons. And yet, even as he thought this, he began to rise again. "Oh," she said. She hadn't probably got much of a gander at his engorgement in the rush of her deflowering, too much else to think about. "Do you do it right away again?" He made no answer. It had nothing to do with him. As well ask the trout struggling on the hook if he liked to go on with that activity or cease it. A bargain is a bargain. He did wonder why, though one knows a woman better, and she has picked up anyway the rudiments, the second time often seems more difficult, more ill-fitting, more a matter of inconvenient knees and elbows than the first. None of this prevented his falling, as they coupled, more deeply in love with her. But he hadn't expected it to. So various they are, bodies, breasts, odors. He hadn't known about that they would be as individual, as charged with character, as faces and voices. He was surfeited with so much character. He knew too much. He groaned aloud with love and knowledge and clung to her. It was late. The moon had shrunk and grown chill and white as it climbed the sky. With how sad steps. Her tears fell again. Though she didn't seem to be exactly weeping, they seemed a natural secretion drawn forth by the moon, perhaps. She was busy putting away her nakedness, though she couldn't take it back from him any more. She said to him calmly, "I'm glad, August, that we had this one time." "What do you mean?" A hoarse beast's voice, not his own. "This one time." She brushed the tears from her face with the flat of her hand. She couldn't see to fasten her garters. "Because I can always remember this now." "No. At least remember this." She threw her dress into the air, very agilely causing it to settle over her head. She wiggled, and it descended over her like a curtain, the last act. "August, no." She shrank against the door, clasping her hands together, drawing up her shoulders. "Because you don't love me, and that's all right." "No. I know about Sarah Stone. Everybody knows. It's all right." "Who?" "Don't you dare." She looked at him warningly. He wasn't to spoil this with lies, with coarse denials. "You love her. That's true, and you know it." He said nothing. It was true. A collision was taking place inside him of such magnitude he could only witness it. The noise of it made it hard to hear her. "I'll never, ever do it with anybody else, ever." Her bravery exhausted, her lip began to tremble. "I'm going to go off and live with Jeff, and I'll never love anyone else,
And just remember this always." Jeff was her kindly brother, a rose gardener. She turned her face away. "You can take me home now." He took her home without another word. Being filled with clamor is like being void. Void, he watched her climb down from the car, watched her shatter the moon shadows of leaves, and be shattered by them as she went away, not looking back. He would not have seen her if she had looked. Void, he drove away from the shaded, shuddering crossroads. Void, he drove toward home. It didn't feel like a decision. It felt like void when he turned off the gray, pebble-glittering road, bounced through the ditch, climbed a bank, and steered the Ford, dauntless, unfazed, out into the silvered pond of an uncut pasture, and then further on, the void slowly filling with resolution that felt also like void. The car sputtered out of gas. He choked it, prodded it, urged it a little further, but it died. If there was a goddamn garage within 10 miles of here, it would be convenient as hell. He sat for a while in the cooling car, imagining his destination without exactly thinking about it. He did wonder, last lamp-lit window of common thought flickering out, if Marge would think he'd done it for her. Well, he would have, in a way. In a way. He would have to put stones in his pockets, heavy ones, and just relax, wash it all away. The thunder of void resolution was like the cold thunder of the falls. He seemed already to hear it, and wondered if he would hear nothing else through eternity. He hoped not. He got out of the car, detached the squirrel tail. It ought to be returned. Maybe they would somehow return the payment he had made for it. And slipping and stumbling in his patent leather seducer's shoes, he made for the woods. Strange way to live. "Mother," Nora said, astonished, stopping in the hall with an empty cup and saucer in her hands. "What are you doing up?" Violet stood on the stairs, having made no sound coming down that Nora heard. She was dressed in clothes which Nora hadn't seen for years, but she had the air of someone asleep, somnambulating. "No word," she said, as though sure there would not be, "about August. No word." 2 weeks had passed since a neighbor had told them of seeing August's Ford abandoned in a field, open to the elements. Oberon, after long hesitation, had suggested to Violet that they call the police. But this notion was so far from anything Violet could imagine about what had happened that he doubted she even heard. No fate August was reserved to could possibly be altered, or even discovered, by police. "It's my fault, you know," she said in a small voice. "Whatever it is that's happened. Oh, Nora." Nora rushed up the stairs to where Violet had sat down suddenly as though fallen. She took Violet's arm to help her rise, but Violet only grasped the hand she offered and squeezed it, as though it were Nora who needed comforting. Nora sat beside her on the stair. "I've been so wrong," Violet said. "So stupid and wrong. And now see what's come of it." "No," Nora said. "What do you mean?" "I didn't see," Violet said. "I thought—" "Listen now, Nora. I want to go to the city. I want to see Timmy and Alex and have a long visit and see the baby. Will you come?" "Of course," Nora said, "but—" "All right. And, Nora, your young man—" "What young man?" She looked away. "Henry. Harvey. You mightn't think I know, but I do. I think you and he should do what you like. If ever anything I said made you think I didn't want you to, well, it's not so. You must do exactly as you like. Marry him and move away. But I don't want to move away. Poor Oberon. I suppose it's too late. He's missed his war now, and—" "Mother," Nora said, "what are you talking about?" She was silent a time. Then, "It's my own fault," she said. "I didn't think. It's very hard, though, you know, to know a little, or to guess a little, and not want to help, or to see that things come out right. It's hard not to be afraid, not to think some small thing, oh, the smallest, that you might do would spoil it. But that's not so, is it? I don't know. It isn't. You see, she clasped her pale, thin hands together and closed her eyes. It is a tale, only it's longer and stranger than we imagine, longer and stranger than we can imagine. So what you must do—" She opened her eyes. "What you must do, and what I must do, is forget." "Forget what?" "Forget a tale is being told. Otherwise, oh, don't you see, if we didn't know the little that we do, we'd never interfere, never get things wrong. But we do know, only not enough, and so we guess wrong, and get entangled, and have to be put right in ways so odd, so— Oh, dear, poor August. The smelliest, noisiest garage would have been better. I know it would have been." "But what about a special fate and all that?" Nora said, alarmed at her mother's distress. "And being protected and all?" "Yes," Violet said, "perhaps. But it doesn't matter, because we can't understand that or what it means. So we have to forget. How can we?" "We can't." She stared straight in front of her. "But we can be silent. And we can be clever against our knowledge. And we can— oh, it's so strange, such a strange way to live. We can keep secrets, can't we? Can you? I think. I don't know. Well, you must learn. So must I. So must we all. Never to tell what you know or think, because it's never enough, and it won't be true anyway for anyone but you, not in the same way. And never hope, or be afraid, and never, never take their side against us, and still, somehow, I don't know how, trust them. We must do that from now on." "How long?" Before Violet could answer this, if she could or would, the door of the library, which they could see through the fat banisters, opened a crack, and a wan face looked out and withdrew. "Who's that?" Violet asked. "Amy Meadows," Nora said, and blushed. "What's she doing in the library?" "She came looking for August. She says—" Nora now clasped her hands and shut her eyes. "She says she's going to have August's baby, and she wondered where he was. The seed." She thought of Mrs. Flowers. Is it the tale? Hopeful, astonished, glad. She nearly laughed giddily. "Well, so do I," she said. "So do I." She leaned out between the banisters and said, "Come out, dear. Don't be afraid." The door opened, just enough to let Amy pass, and though she shut it behind her softly, it boomed resoundingly as it latched. "Oh," she said, not having at first recognized the woman on the stair. "Mrs. Drinkwater." "Come up," Violet said. She patted her lap as she might to attract a kitten. Amy mounted the stairs to where they sat halfway to the landing. Her dress was homemade, and her stockings were thick, and she was even prettier than Violet remembered. "Now, what is it?" Amy sat on the stair below them, a miserable huddle, with a big loose bag in her lap like a runaway's. "August's not here," she said. "No, we don't know where he is exactly." "Amy, now everything's going to be all right. You're not to worry." "It's not," Amy said softly. "It's not going to ever be all right again." She looked up at Violet. "Did he run off?" "I think he did." She put her arm around Amy. "But he'll come back, possibly, probably." She brushed Amy's hair aside, which had fallen lankly and sadly over her cheek. "You must go home now for a while, you see, and not worry, and everything will turn out for the best. You'll see." At that, Amy's shoulders began to heave, softly and slowly. "Can't," she said, in a small, high, weeping voice. "Daddy's put me out. He's sent me away." Slowly, as though unable not to, she turned and put her sobbing head in Violet's lap. "I didn't come to bother him. I didn't. I don't care. He was wonderful and good. He was. I'd do it all again, and I wouldn't bother him, only I got no place to go at all. No place to go."
"Well, well," Violet said. "Well, well." She exchanged a glance with Nora, whose eyes had filled too.
"Of course you have a place. Of course you do. You'll stay here, that's all. I'm sure your father will change his mind, the silly old fool. You can stay here as long as you need to. Now, don't cry any more, Amy, don't. Here."
She took a lace-edged hanky from her sleeve and made the girl look up and use it, looking levelly into her eyes to stiffen her. "Now, that's better. As long as you like. Will that be all right?"
"Yes."
Still a squeak was all she could manage, but her shoulders had stopped heaving. She smiled a little, ashamed. Nora and Violet smiled for her.
"Oh," she said, sniffing, "I almost forgot."
She tried with trembling fingers to undo her bundle, dabbed her face again, and gave Violet back her sodden hanky, not much help for storms like Amy's, and managed to work open the bundle.
"A man gave me something to give you on my way here."
She rooted among her belongings.
"He seemed real mad. He said to say, 'If you people can't keep your bargains, there's no use dealing with you at all.'"
She drew out and placed in Violet's hands a box that bore on its cover a picture of Queen Victoria and the Crystal Palace, done in different woods.
"Maybe he was joking," Amy said. "A funny birdie man. He winked at me. Is it yours?"
Violet held the box, whose weight told her that the cards, or something like them, were within.
"I don't know," she said. "I really don't know."
There were footsteps climbing the stairs of the porch just then, and the three of them fell silent. The footsteps crossed the porch with a squishy squeak as though sodden. Violet took Amy's hand, and Nora Violet's. The screen door spring sang, and there was a figure against the cloudy oval glass of the door. Oberon opened the door. He wore waders, and an old hat of John's stuck full of flies. He was whistling as he came into the hall, about packing up your troubles in an old kit bag, but stopped when he saw the three women huddled on the stair, inexplicably, halfway to the landing. "Well," he said, "what's up? Any word from August?" They didn't answer, and he held up to show them 4 fat, speckled trout neatly strung. "Supper," he said, and for a moment they were all motionless, a tableau, he with the fish, they with their thoughts, the rest only watching and waiting. No catching up. The cards had altered in their time elsewhere, Violet found, though just how she couldn't at first define. What meaning they had once had seemed to have clouded over, to have become powdered or dusty with obscurity. The patent, even funny quadrilles of meaning the figures had once joined hands in whenever she laid them out, the oppositions and influences and so on, they would have none of it any more. It was only after she and Nora had investigated them for a long time that she discovered that they had not lost power, but gained it. They could no longer do what they had done, but they could, if interpreted correctly, predict with great accuracy the small events of Drinkwater daily life, gifts and colds and sprains, the itineraries of absent loved ones, whether it would rain on a picnic, that sort of thing. Only now and again did the deck throw up anything more startling, but it was a great help. They would grant us that, Violet thought, that gift in exchange. In fact, she supposed, much later on, that to bestow this diurnal exactness of her deck was why they had taken it from her in the first place, unless they just couldn't help bestowing it. There was no catching up with them, no, not ever. August's offspring would in the course of time be settled around the 5 towns, some with their mothers and grandmothers, some with others, changing names and families as they moved, as in a game of musical chairs. When the music stopped, in fact, 2 of the children, by a process so charged with emotion, and so complex in its jointure of shame, regret, love, indifference, and kindliness that the participants would never be able to agree later on how it had happened, had changed places in 2 different dishonored households. When Smoky Barnable came to Edgewood, August's descendants, disguised under several names, had come to the dozens. There were flowers and stones and weeds. Charles Wayne was a grandson. One, though, left out in the game, had found no seat. That was Amy's. She stayed at Edgewood, while in what she called her tummy there grew a boy, recapitulating in his ontogeny the many beasts, tadpole, fish, salamander, mouse, whose lives he would later describe in endless detail. They called him John Storm, John after his grandfather, but Storm after his father and his mother. Chapter 2. Hours and days and months and years go by. The past returns no more, and what is to be we cannot know. But whatever the time gives us in which to live, we should therefore be content. Cicero. Jolly, round, red Mr. Sun lifted his cloudy head over the purple mountains and cast long, long rays down into the green meadow. Robin Bird read it out in a proud, piping voice. He knew this book almost by heart. Not far from the stone fence that separates the green meadow from the old pasture, a family of meadow mice awoke in their tiny house in the grass. Mother, father, and 6 pink blind babies. Robin Bird's lesson. The head of the household rolled over, opened his eyes, twitched his whiskers, and went out to the doorstep to wash his face in the dew caught in a fallen leaf. As he stood there looking out at the green meadow and the morning, Old Mother West Wind hurried by, tickling his nose and bringing him news of the wild wood, the laughing brook, the old pasture, and the great world all around him, confused and clamorous news, better than any times at breakfast. The news was the same as it had been for many days now. The world is changing. Soon things will be very different than you smell them today. Prepare yourself, Meadow Mouse. The Meadow Mouse, when he had learned as much as he could from the coy little breezes that travel in Mother West Wind's company, scampered along one of his many paths through the long grass to the stone fence, where he knew of a place he could sit and see, but not be seen. When he had come to this secret place, he settled back, thrust a grass spear between his teeth, and chewed thoughtfully. What was the great change in the world that Mother West Wind and all her little breezes talked of these days? What did it mean, and how was he to prepare himself? To the Meadow Mouse, the green meadow could not have been a better place to live than it was just then. All the grasses of the meadow were pouring forth their seed for him to eat. Many plants that he had thought were nasty had suddenly unfolded dry pods of sweet nuts for him to gnaw on with his strong teeth. The Meadow Mouse was happy and well fed. And now was all that to change? He wondered and puzzled and thought, but he could make no sense of it. You see, children, the Meadow Mouse had been born in the springtime. He had grown up in the summer, when Mr. Sun smiles his broadest and takes his time to cross the blue, blue sky. All in the space of that single summer he had grown to his full size, which wasn't very great, and had married, and had babies born to him. Soon they too would be grown. Now, can you guess what the great change was that the Meadow Mouse couldn't possibly know about? All the younger children called out and waved their hands, because unlike the older children, they thought they were actually supposed to guess. Okay, Smoky said. Everybody knows. Thank you, Robin. Now let's see. Can you read for a while, Billy? Billy Bush stood up, less confident than Robin, and took the battered book from him. The End of the World. Well, he read, the Meadow Mouse decided he had better ask someone older and wiser than himself. The wisest creature he knew was the Black Crow, who came to the Green Mountains sometimes in search of grain or grubs, and always had a remark to make to anyone who would listen. The Meadow Mouse always listened to what the Black Crow had to say, though he stayed well away from the Black Crow's glittering eye and long, sharp beak. The Crow family was not known for eating mice, but on the other hand, they were known to eat almost anything that came to hand, or to beak, you might say.
The Meadow Mouse had not been sitting and thinking for very long when out of the blue sky came a heavy flapping of wings and a raucous call, and the Black Crow himself landed in the green meadow not far from where the Meadow Mouse sat. "Good morning, Mr. Crow," the Meadow Mouse called out, feeling quite safe in his snuggery in the wall. "Is it a good morning?" said the Black Crow. "Not many more days you'll be saying that." "Now that's just what I wanted to ask you about," the Meadow Mouse said. "It seems that a great change is coming over the world. Do you feel it? Do you know what it is?" "Ah, foolish youth," said the Black Crow, "there is indeed a change coming. It is called winter, and you'd better prepare for it." "What will it be like? How shall I prepare for it?" With a glint in his eye, as though he enjoyed the Meadow Mouse's discomfort, the Black Crow told him about winter, how cruel Brother North Wind would come sweeping over the green meadow and the old pasture, turning the leaves gold and brown and blowing them from the trees, how the grasses would die and the animals that lived on them grow thin with hunger. He told how the cold rains would fall and flood the houses of small creatures like the Meadow Mouse. He described the snow, which sounded rather wonderful to the Meadow Mouse, but then he learned of the terrible cold that would bite him to the bone, and how the small birds would grow weak with cold and tumble frozen from their perches, and the fish would stop swimming, and the Laughing Brook laugh no more because its mouth was stopped with ice. "But it's the end of the world!" cried the Meadow Mouse in despair. "So it would seem," said the Black Crow gaily, "for some folks. Not for me. I'll get by. But you had better prepare yourself, Meadow Mouse, if you expect to stay among the living." And with that the Black Crow flapped his heavy wings and took to the air, leaving the Meadow Mouse more puzzled and much more afraid than he had been before. But as he sat there chewing his grass blade in the warmth of the kindly sun, he saw how he might learn to survive the awful cold that Brother North Wind was bringing to the world. "Okay, Billy. You know," Smoky said, "you don't have to say thee every time you say the, T-H-E. Just say the, like you do when you're talking." Billy Bush looked at him as though for the first time understanding that the word on paper and the word he said all day were the same. "The," he said. "Right. Now who's next?" Brother North Wind's Secret. What he thought he would do, Terry Ocean read, too old really for this, Smoky thought, was to go around the great world as far as he could go, and ask every creature how he intended to prepare himself for the coming winter. He was so pleased with this plan that he filled himself full of the seeds and nuts that were so sadly plentiful all around, said good-bye to his wife and children, and set off that very noon. The first creature he came to was a fuzzy caterpillar on a twig. Though caterpillars are not known for being clever, the Meadow Mouse put the question to him anyway. What would he do to prepare himself for the winter that's coming? "I don't know about winter, whatever that may be," the caterpillar said in his tiny voice. "A change is certainly coming over me, though. I intend to wrap myself up in this lovely white silken thread I seem to have just learned how to spin, don't ask me how. And when I'm all wrapped up and stuck well onto this comfortable twig, I'll spend a long time there. Maybe forever. I don't know." Well, that didn't seem like much of a solution to the Meadow Mouse, and with pity in his heart for the foolish caterpillar, he went on with his journey. Down at the lily pond he met creatures he had never seen there before, great gray-brown birds with long graceful necks and black beaks. There were many of them, and they sailed across the lily pond, dipping their long heads beneath the water and eating what they found there. "Birds," said the Meadow Mouse, "winter's coming. How do you intend to prepare yourselves?" "Winter's coming indeed," said an old bird in a solemn voice. "Brother North Wind has chased us from our homes. There the cold is already sharp. He's at our backs now, hurrying us on. We'll outfly him, though, fast as he is. We'll fly to the south, farther south than he's allowed to go, and there we'll be safe from winter." "How far?" the Meadow Mouse asked, hoping perhaps he could outrun Brother North Wind too. "Days and days and days, flying as fast as we can," said the old one. "We're late already." And with a great beating of his wings he arose from the pond, tucking his black feet neatly against his white stomach. The others rose up after him, and together they flew off, honking toward the warm south. The Meadow Mouse went on sadly, knowing he couldn't outrun the winter on broad, strong wings like theirs. So absorbed was he in these thoughts that he nearly stumbled over a brown mud turtle at the lily pond's edge. The Meadow Mouse asked him what he would do when the winter came. "Sleep," said the mud turtle sleepily, wrinkled like an old brown man. "I'll wrap myself in the warm mud deeper than winter can reach, and sleep. In fact, I'm getting sleepy now." Sleep? That didn't sound like much of an answer to the Meadow Mouse. But as he continued on his way, he was to hear the same answer from many different creatures. "Sleep," said the grass snake, the Meadow Mouse's enemy. "You'll have nothing to fear from me, Meadow Mouse." "Sleep," said the brown bear, "in a cave or a strong house of branches. Sleep for good." "Sleep," squeaked his cousin the bat when evening came. "Sleep upside down, hanging by my toes." Well, half the world was simply going to sleep when winter came. This was the oddest answer the Meadow Mouse heard, but there were many others too. "I'll store nuts and seeds in secret places," said the red squirrel. "That's how I'll get by." "I'll trust the people to feed me when there's nothing left," said the chickadee. "I'll build," said the beaver. "I'll build a house to live in with my wife and children down beneath the frozen stream. Now may I get on with it? I'm very busy." "I'll steal," the raccoon with his burglar mask said. "Eggs from the people's barns, garbage from their cans." "I'll eat you," said the red fox. "See if I don't." And he chased the poor Meadow Mouse and nearly caught him before the Meadow Mouse reached his private hole in the old stone fence. As he lay there panting, he could see that during his travels the great change called winter had grown more evident in the green meadow. It was not so green now. It had grown brown and yellow and white. Many seeds had ripened and fallen or flown away on little wings. Overhead the sun's face was hidden by grim gray clouds, and still the Meadow Mouse had no plan to protect himself from cruel Brother North Wind. "What will I do?" he cried aloud. "Shall I go live with my cousin in Farmer Brown's barn, and take my chances with Tom the cat, and Fury the dog, and the mouse traps and the poisons? I wouldn't last long. Shall I start off to the south, and hope I outrun Brother North Wind? Surely he'll catch me unprotected, and freeze me with his cold breath far from home. Shall I lie down with my wife and children, and pull the grasses over my head, and try to sleep? Before long I'd wake up hungry, and so would they. Whatever will I do?" Just then a glittering black eye looked in at him where he sat, so suddenly that he jumped up with a cry. It was the Black Crow. "Meadow Mouse," he said, as gaily as ever, "whatever you do to protect yourself, there's one thing you should know which you do not." "What is it?" asked the Meadow Mouse. "It's Brother North Wind's secret." "His secret? What is it? Do you know it? Will you tell it to me?" "It is," the Black Crow answered, "the one good thing about winter, which Brother North Wind wants no living creature to know. And yes, I know it, and no, I will not tell it to you." For the Black Crow guards his secrets as closely as he guards the shiny bits of metal and glass he finds and saves. And so the ungenerous creature went laughing off to join his brothers and sisters in the old pasture. The one good thing about winter, what could it be? Not the cold or the snow or the ice or the flooding rains. not the hiding and scavenging and death-like sleep, and the running away from enemies desperate with hunger. Not the short days and long nights, and pale absent-minded sun, all of which the Meadow Mouse didn't even know about yet. What could it be? That night, while the Meadow Mouse lay huddled for warmth with his wife and children in their house in the grass, Brother North Wind himself came sweeping across the green meadow. Oh, what great strides he took! Oh, how the brown thin house of the Meadow Mouse rattled and shook! Oh, how the grim gray clouds were ripped and torn and flung from the face of the frightened moon! "Brother North Wind," the Meadow Mouse cried out, "I'm cold and frightened. Won't you tell me the one good thing about winter?" "That's my secret," Brother North Wind said in a great icy voice, and to show his strength he squeezed a tall maple tree till all its green leaves turned orange and red, and then he blew them all away. Which done, he strode away across the green meadow, leaving the Meadow Mouse to tuck his cold nose into his paws and wonder what his secret was. Do you know what Brother North Wind's secret is? Of course you do. Oh, Smoky came to himself. I'm sorry, Terry. I didn't mean to make you go on and on. Thank you very much. He suppressed a yawn, and the children watched him do so with interest. Now, could everybody take out pens and paper and ink, please? Come on, no groaning. It's too nice a day. The only game going. Mornings it was reading and penmanship, the penmanship taking more time since Smoky taught them, could only teach them, his own italic hand, which if done right is supremely lovely, and if done even a little wrong is illegible. "Ligature," he would say sternly, tapping a paper, and its frowning maker would begin again. "Ligature," he said to Patty Flowers, who through the whole of that year thought he was saying, "Look at you," an accusation she couldn't reply to, but couldn't avoid. Once, in a fit of frustration at this, she drove her pen point through the paper so fiercely it stuck in the desk like a knife. Reading was a pick-up affair with books from the Drinkwater library, Brother North Wind's Secret, and the rest of Doc's Tales for the Younger, and whatever Smoky thought appropriate and informative for the older. Sometimes, bored to tears with their halting voices, he simply read to them himself. He enjoyed that, and enjoyed explicating the hard parts, and imagining aloud why the author had said what he had. Most of the kids thought these glosses were part of the text, and when they were grown, the few who read to themselves the books Smoky had read to them sometimes found them lean, elusive, and tight-lipped, as though parts were missing. Afternoons was math, which often enough became an extension of penmanship, since the elegant shapes of italic numbers interested Smoky as much as their relations. There were 2 or 3 of his students who were good at figures, perhaps prodigies, Smoky thought, because they were in fact quicker at fractions and other hard stuff than he was. He would get them to help teach the others. On the ancient principle that music and mathematics are sisters, he sometimes used the anyway somnolent and useless butt end of the day to play to them on his violin, and its mild, not always certain songs, and the stove's smell, and the winter foregathering outside, were what Billy Bush later remembered of arithmetic. He had one great virtue as a teacher. He didn't really understand children, didn't enjoy their childishness, was baffled and shy before their mad energy. He treated them like grown-ups because it was the only way he knew of treating anyone. When they didn't respond like grown-ups, he ignored it and tried again. What he cared about was what he taught, the black ribbon of meaning that was writing, the bundles of words and the boxes of grammar it tied up, the notions of writers and the neat regularity of number. And so that was what he talked about. It was the only game going during school hours. Even the cleverest kids found it hard to get him to play any other, and so when they had all stopped listening at last, it happened soonest on fine days, as when snow came tumbling hypnotically out of the sky, or when sun and mud came together. He just let them go, unable to think of any way to amuse them further, and went home himself then, through the front gate of Edgewood. The schoolhouse was the old gatehouse, a grey Doric temple with, for some reason, a grand rack of antlers over the door, wondering whether Sophie had got up from her nap yet. The one good thing about winter. He lingered on this day to clean out the smaller stove.
It would need lighting tomorrow, if the cold kept up. When he had locked the door, he turned from the tiny temple and stood in the leaf-littered road that ran between it and the front gate of Edgewood. This road hadn't been the one he had taken to reach Edgewood at first, nor this the gate he had gone in at. In fact, no one ever used the front gate any more, and the sedge-drowned drive that led for half a mile through the park was now only kept a path by his diurnal journeys, as though it were the habitual trail of a large and heavy-footed wild beast. The tall entrance gates before him, green-wrought iron in a 90s lily pattern, stood or leaned eternally open, lashed to earth by weed and undergrowth. Only a rusted chain across the drive now suggested that this was still the entrance to somewhere, and not to be entered upon by the uninvited. To his left and his right, the road ran away down an avenue of horse-chestnuts heart-breakingly golden. The wind tore fortunes from them and scattered them spendthrift. The road wasn't used much either, except by the kids walking or biking from here and there to school, and Smoky wasn't sure exactly where it led. But he thought that day, standing ankle-deep in leaves and for some reason unable to pass through the gates, that one branch of it must lead to the cracked macadam from Meadowbrook, which joined the tarred road that went past the Junipers, which eventually joined the traffic-loud fugue of feeder roads and expressways roaring into the city. What if he were now to turn right, left, and start off back that way, empty-handed and on foot as he had come, going backwards, as in a film run the wrong way, leaves leaping to the trees, until he was where he had started from? Well, for one thing, he was not empty-handed. And he had grown increasingly certain, not because it was sensible or even possible, that once on a summer afternoon, having entered through the screen door into Edgewood, he had never again left, that the various doors by which he had afterwards seemed to go out had led only to further parts of the house, cleverly, by some architectural enfoldment or trompe-l'oeil, which he didn't doubt John Drinkwater was capable of, made to look and behave like woods, lakes, farms, and distant hills. The road taken might lead only back around to some other porch at Edgewood, one he had never seen before, with wide worn steps and a door for him to go in by. He uprooted himself from the spot, and from these autumnal notions. The circularity of roads and seasons. He had been here before. October was the cause. Yet he stopped again as he crossed the stained white bridge that arched the sheet of water. Stucco had been broken here, showing the plain brickwork beneath that should be fixed. Winter was the cause. Down in the water, drowned leaves turned and flew in the current, as the same leaves turned and flew in the busy sea of air, only half as fast or slower. Sharp orange claws of maple, broad blades of elm and hickory, torn oak in elegant brown. In the air they were too fast to follow, but down in the mirror box of the stream they did their dance with elegiac slowness for the current's sake. What on earth was he to do? When long ago he had seen that he would grow a character in the place of his lost anonymity, he had supposed that it would be like a suit of clothes bought too large for a child, that the child must grow into. He expected a certain discomfort at first, an ill-fittingness, that would go away as his self filled up the spaces, took the shape of his character, until at last it would be creased for good in the places where he bent, and worn smooth where it chafed him. He expected, that is, for it to be singular. He didn't expect to have to suffer more than one, or worse, to find himself done up in the wrong one at the wrong time, or in parts of several all at once, bound and struggling. He looked toward the inscrutable edge of Edgewood, which pointed toward him, windows lit already in the fleeting day, a mask that covered many faces, or a single face that wore many masks. He didn't know which, nor did he know it about himself. What was the one good thing about winter? Well, he knew the answer to that. He'd read the book before. If winter comes, spring can't be far behind. But oh yes, he thought. Yes, it can. Far behind. The Old Age of the World. In the polygonal music room on the ground floor, Daily Alice, hugely pregnant for the second time, played checkers with Great Aunt Cloud. "It's as though," Daily Alice said, "each day is like a step,
and every step takes you further away from when things made more sense. When things were all alive and made signs to you, and you can no more not take a step farther away than you could not live through a day." "I think I see," Cloud said, "but I think it only seems so." "It isn't just that I've outgrown it." She was stacking up her captured red men in even piles. "Don't tell me that." "It'll always be easier for children. You're an old lady now, children of your own." "And Violet? What about Violet?" "Oh, yes. Well, Violet. What I wonder is, maybe the world is growing older, less all alive. Or is it only my growing older?" "Everybody always wonders that. I don't think really anyone could feel the world grow older. Its life is far too long for that." She took a black man of Alice's. "What maybe you learn as you grow older is that the world is old, very old. When you're young, the world seems young, that's all." That made sense, Daily Alice thought, and yet it couldn't explain the sense of loss she felt, a sense that things clear to her were being left behind, connections broken around her, by her, daily. When she was young, she always had the sense that she was being teased to go on, ahead, follow somewhere. That was what she had lost. She felt certain that never again would she spy, with that special flush of sensibility, a clue to their presence, a message meant only for her, wouldn't feel again, when she slept in the sun, the brush of garments against her cheek, the garments of those who observed her, who, when she woke, had fled, and left only the leaves astir around her. "Come hither, they had sung in her childhood. Now she was stationary. "Your move," Cloud said. "Well, do you do that consciously?" Daily Alice asked, only partly of Cloud. "Do what?" Cloud said. "Grow up? No. Well, in a sense. You see it's inevitable, or refuse to. You greet it or don't. Take it in trade, maybe, for all you're going to lose anyway. Or you can refuse, and have what you've got to lose snatched from you, and never take payment. Never see a trade as possible." She thought of Oberon. Through the windows of the music room, Daily Alice saw Smoky trudging home, his image refracted jerkily as it passed from one old rippled pane into the next. Yes, if what Cloud said were true, then she had taken Smoky in trade, and what she had traded for him was the living sense that it was they themselves, who had led her to him, they who had chosen him for her, they who had plotted the quick glances that had made him hers, the long engagement, the fruitful and snug marriage. So that though she possessed what she had been promised, she had lost in return the sense that it had been promised, which made what she possessed, Smoky and ordinary happiness, seem fragile, losable, hers only by chance. Afraid. She felt afraid. Yet how could it be, if the bargain had been truly struck, and she had done her part, and it had cost her so much, and they had gone to such trouble to prepare it all, that she could lose him? Could they be that deceitful? Did she understand so little? And yet she was afraid. She heard the front door close solemnly, and a moment later she saw Doc in a red plaid jacket come out towards Smoky, carrying 2 shotguns and other equipment. Smoky looked surprised, then shot up his eyes and smacked his forehead as though remembering something he'd forgotten. Then, resigned, he took one of the guns from Doc, who was pointing out possible ways they might take. The wind blew orange sparks from his pipe bowl. Smoky turned away with him outward toward the park, Doc still pointing and talking. Once Smoky looked back toward the upstairs windows of the house. "Your move," Cloud said again. Alice looked down at the board, which had grown disjunct and patternless. Sophie came through the music room then, in a flannel gown and a cardigan of Alice's, and for a moment the 2 women stopped their game. It wasn't that Sophie distracted them. She seemed oblivious of them. She noticed them, but took no notice. It was that, as she passed, they both seemed to feel the world intensely around them for a moment,
the wind wild, and the earth brown, outside. The hour, late afternoon, the day in the house's progress through it. Whether it was this sudden generality of feeling which Sophie caused, or Sophie herself, Daily Alice didn't know. But something just then became clear to her which had not been clear before. "Where's he going?" Sophie said to no one, splaying a hand against the curved glass of the bay as though it were a barrier or the bars of a cage she had just found herself to be in. "Hunting," Daily Alice said. She made a king and said, "Your move." Unflinching Predators. It was only once or so in autumn that Dr. Drinkwater unlimbered one of a number of shotguns his grandfather had kept in a case in the billiard-room, cleaned it, loaded it, and went out to shoot birds. For all his love of the animal world, or perhaps because of it, Doc felt he deserved as much as the red fox or the barn owl to be a carnivore, if it was in his nature to be so, and the unaffected joy with which he ate flesh, chewing the bones and gristle, and licking with delight the grease from his fingers, convinced him it was in his nature. He thought, however, that he ought, if he was to be a carnivore, to be able to face killing what he ate, rather than that the bloody work should always be done elsewhere, and he enjoy only the trimmed and unrecognizable products. One shoot or two a year, a few bright-plumaged birds blasted mercilessly from the sky, and brought home bleeding and open-beaked, seemed to satisfy his scruples. His woodcraft and stealth made up for a certain irresolution at the moment the grouse or pheasant thundered from the brush, and he usually managed to supply a good harvest home, and thus to think of himself as an unflinching predator when he tucked into the beef and lamb the rest of the year. Often these days he took Smoky along, having convinced him of the logic of this position. Doc was left-handed and Smoky right-handed, which made it less likely that they'd shoot each other in their bloodlust, and Smoky, though inattentive and not very patient, turned out to be a natural shot. "We're still?" Smoky asked as they crossed a stone fence. "On your property?" "Drinkwater property," Doc said. "Do you know, this lichen here, the flat, silvery kind, can live to be hundreds of years old?" "Yours, Drinkwater's," Smoky said, "is what I meant." "Actually, you know," Doc said, cradling his weapon and choosing a direction, "I'm not a Drinkwater. Not by name." It reminded Smoky of the first words Doc had ever said to him. "Not a practicing doctor," he'd said. "Technically, I'm a bastard." He tugged his checked cap further over his forehead and considered his case without rancor. "I was illegitimate and never legally adopted by anybody. Violet raised me mostly, and Nora and Harvey Cloud, but never got around to going through the formalities." "Oh?" said Smoky with a show of interest, though in fact he knew the story. "Skeletons," Doc said, "in the old family wardrobe. My father had a what? A liaison with Amy Meadows. You met her." "He plowed her and she cropped," Smoky quoted, almost unforgivably aloud. "Yes," he said, "Amy Woods now. Married to Chris Woods now, many years." What memory tried to enter Smoky's consciousness, but at the last moment changed its mind and withdrew? A dream? I was the result. His Adam's apple moved, whether from emotion or not Smoky couldn't tell. "I think if you sort of spread out around that break there, we're coming to some good spots." Smoky went where he was told. He held his gun, an Old English over and under, at the ready, the chaste safety off. He didn't, like the rest of the family, much enjoy long, aimless walks outdoors, especially in the wet. But if they had a token purpose like today's, he could go on in discomfort with the best of them. He would like, though, to pull a trigger at least, even if he hit nothing. And even as he was dwelling absently on this, 2 brown cannonballs were fired from the tangled thicket ahead of him, pounding the air for altitude. Smoky gave a startled cry, but was raising his gun even as Doc shouted, "Yours!" and as though his barrels were tied by strings to their tails, followed one, fired, followed the other, and fired again. Lowered his gun to watch, astonished, both birds tumble through the air and fall to earth with a crackle of brown weed and a definitive thump. "Damn," he said. Good shot!" Doc cried out heartily, with only a small pang of guilty horror in his heart. Responsibilities. Coming back in a wide circle toward the house, with a bag of 4 and the evening growing cold as winter, they passed a thing that had puzzled Smoky before. He was used to seeing the ruins of half-started projects around the place, greenhouses, temples, forlorn yet somehow appropriate. But what was an old car doing rusting away to unrecognizability in the middle of a field? A very old car, too. It must have been there 50 years, its half-buried spoked wheels as lonesome and antique as the broken wheels of prairie schooners sunken on Midwestern prairies. "A Model T, yes," Doc said. "My father's once." With it in view, they stopped at a stone wall to pass back and forth, as hunters will, a warming flask. "As I grew up," Doc said, wiping his mouth on his sleeve, "I started to ask how I had come about. Well, I did get it out of them about Amy and August, but you see Amy has always wanted to pretend it all never happened, that she's just an old friend of the family, even though everybody was well aware, even Chris Woods, and even though she used to cry whenever I went to visit her. Violet, well, she seemed to have forgotten August altogether, though you never knew with her. Nora only said he ran off." He passed the flask back. "I eventually got up the courage to ask Amy what the story had been, and she got, well, shy and girlish is the only way to put it. August was her first love. Some people never forget, do they? I'm proud of that, in a way." "Used to be thought a love child was special," Smoky threw in. "Very good or very bad. Pearl in The Scarlet Letter, Edmund in—" "I was at the age when you want to be sure of all this," Doc went on. "Just who you are, exactly. Your identity, you know." Smoky, in fact, didn't. "I thought my father ran off without leaving, so far as I knew, a trace. Mightn't I do the same? Mightn't it be in my nature, too? And perhaps if I found him, after who knows what adventures, I would make him acknowledge me, grasp his shoulders in my hands." Here Doc made a gesture which the flask in his hand kept from being as poignant as it ought to have been, and say, "I am your son." He sat back and drank moodily. "And did you run off?" "I did, sort of. And? Oh, I didn't get far, really. And there was always money from home. I got a doctor's degree, even though I've never practiced much. Saw something of the great world, but I came back." He smiled shyly. "I suppose they knew I would. Sophie Dale knew I would, so she says now." "Never did find your father," Smoky said. "Well," Doc said, "yes and no." He'd contemplated the pile in the field. Soon it would be only a shapeless hillock where no grass grew. Then nothing. "I suppose it's true, you know, that you set out on adventures and then find what you've been looking for right in your own backyard." Below and beside them, unmoving in his secret place in the stone wall, a meadow mouse observed them. What were they about? He smelled the reek of their slaughter, and their mouths moved as though consuming vast provender, but they weren't eating. He squatted on the coarse pad of lichen he and his ancestors had squatted on for time out of mind, and wondered. Wondering made his nose twitch furiously, and his translucent ears cupped themselves toward the sounds they made. "It doesn't do to inquire into some things too deeply," Doc said, "into what's given, what can't be changed." "No," Smoky said with less conviction. "We," Doc said, and Smoky thought he knew whom of them that we included and whom of them it didn't, "have our responsibilities. It wouldn't do just to run off on some quest and pay no attention to what others might want or need. We have to think of them." The meadow mouse in the midst of his wonderings had fallen asleep, but awoke with a start as the two great creatures stood and collected their inexplicable belongings. "Sometimes we don't entirely understand," Doc said, as though it were wisdom he had arrived at after some cost. "But we have our parts to play." Smoky drank and capped the flask. Could it really be that he intended to abdicate his responsibilities, throw up his part, do something so horrid and unlike himself, and so hopeless, too? What you're looking for is right in your own backyard. A grim joke in his case. Well, he couldn't tell, and knew no one he could ask. But he knew he was tired of struggling. And anyway, he thought, it wouldn't be the first time it ever happened in the world. Harvest home. The day of the game supper, when the birds had hung, was something of an occasion every year. Through that week people would arrive and be closeted with Great Aunt Cloud, and pay their rents or explain why they couldn't. Smoky wasn't amazed, having no sense of real property and its values, at the great extent of the Drinkwater property, or the odd way in which it was managed, though this yearly ceremony did seem very feudal to him. Most of those who came brought some tribute, too, a gallon of cider, a basket of white-rayed apples, tomatoes in purple paper. The Floods and Hannah and Sunny Noon, the largest in every way of their tenants, stayed to the supper. Rudy brought a duck of his own to fill out the feast, and the lavender-smelling lace tablecloth was laid. Cloud opened her polished box of wedding silver, she being the only Drinkwater bride anyone had ever thought to give such to. The Clouds had been careful about these things. And the tall candles shone on it, and on the facets of cut crystal glasses, diminished this year by one small, heart-rending crash. They set out a lot of sleepy sea-dark wine that Walter Ocean made every year, and decanted the next, his tribute. In it, toasts were made over the glistening bodies of the birds and the bowls of autumn harvest. Rudy rose, his stomach advancing somewhat over the table's edge, and said, "Bless the master of this house, the mistress bless also, and all the little children that round the table go," which that year included his own grandson Robin, and Sunny Noon's new twins, and Smoky's daughter Tacy. Mother said, glass aloft, "I wish you shelter from the storm, a fireplace to keep you warm, but most of all, when snowflakes fall, I wish you love." Smoky began one in Latin, but Daily Alice and Sophie groaned, so he stopped and began again. "A goose, tobacco, and cologne, 3-winged and gold-shod prophecies of heaven, the lavish heart shall always have to leaven, to spread with bells and voices, and atone the abating shadows of our conscript dust." "Abating shadows is good," said Doc, "and conscript dust." "Didn't know you were a smoker, though," Rudy said. "And I didn't know, Rudy," Smoky said expansively, inhaling Rudy's Old Spice. "You were a lavish heart." He helped himself to the decanter. "I'll say one I learned as a kid," said Hannah Noon, "and then let's get down to it. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, you eat the fastest, you get the most." Seized by the tail. After dinner, Rudy sorted through some piles of ancient records as heavy as dishes that had lain long disused and circled with arcs of dust in the buffet. He found treasures, greeting old friends with glad cries. They stacked them on the record player and danced. Daily Alice, unable after the first round to dance any more, rested her hands on the great prie-dieu stomach she had grown and watched the others. Great Rudy flung his little wife around like a jointed doll, and Alice supposed he'd learned over the years how to live with her and not break her. She imagined his great weight on her. No, probably she would climb up on him, like climbing a mountain. "Dunkin' Donuts, yubba yubba, Dunkin' Donuts, yubba yubba, Dunkin' Donuts, splash, in the coffee." Smoky, bright-eyed and loose-limbed, made her laugh with his cheerfulness like a sun. A sunny disposition. Is that what was meant by that? And how did he come to know the words to these crazy songs, who seemed never to know anything that everybody else knew? He danced with Sophie, just tall enough to take her properly, footing it gallantly and inexpertly. The pale moon was rising above the green mountains. The sun was declining beneath the blue sea. Like a sun, but a small sun which she had within her, warming her from the inside out. She was conscious of a feeling she had had before, a sense that she was looking at him, and at all of them, from some way off, or from a great height. There had been a time when she seemed to herself to be snug and small, within the large house of Smoky, a safe inhabitant, room to run in, yet never leave his encompassment. Now she oftener felt otherwise. Over time it was he who seemed to have become a mouse within the house of her. Huge. That's what she felt herself to be becoming. Her perimeters expanded. She felt that eventually she would be contiguous almost with the walls of Edgewood itself, as large, as old, as comfortably splayed on its feet, and as capacious. And as she grew huge, this suddenly struck her, the ones she loved diminished in size, as surely as if they walked away from her and left her behind. "Ain't misbehavin'," Smoky sang in a dreamy, effete falsetto. "Savin' all my love for you." Mystery seemed to accumulate around her. She rose heavily, saying, "No, no, you stay," to Smoky, who had come up to her, and went laboriously up the stairs, as though she carried a great fragile egg before her, which she did, almost hatched. She thought perhaps she had better get advice before winter came, and it was no longer possible. But when she sat on the edge of her bed, still faintly hearing the high accents of the music below, which seemed to be endlessly repeating "tin cup, top hat," she saw that she knew what advice she would get if she went to get it. It would only be made clear to her again what she already knew, what only grew dim or clouded now and again by daily life, by useless hopes and by despairs equally useless, that if this were indeed a tale, and she in it, then no gesture she or any of them could make was not a part of it, no rising up to dance or sitting down to eat and drink, no blessing or curse, no joy, no longing, no error. If they fled the tale or struggled against it, well, that too was part of the tale. They had chosen Smoky for her, and then she had chosen him for herself, or she had chosen him, and then they had chosen him for her. Either way, it was the tale. And if in some subtle way he moved on or away, and she lost him now, by inches, by small daily motions she only now and then even perceived for certain, then his loss to her, and the degree of that loss, and each one of the myriad motions, looks, lookings away, absences, angers, placations, and desires that made up loss, sealing him from her as layers of lacquer seal the painted bird on a Japan tray, or as layers of rain freeze deeper the fallen leaf within the winter pond. All of it was the tale. And if there were to come some new turning, some debouchement of this shaded lane they seemed just now to be walking, if it opened up quite suddenly into broad flower-starred fields, or even if it only brought them to crossroads where fingerboards stated cautiously the possibilities of such fields, then all that too would be the tale. And those whom daily Alice thought wise, whom she supposed to be endlessly relating this tale. Somehow, at the same pace as Drinkwater and Barnable lives fell away day by day, hour by hour, those tellers couldn't be blamed for anything told of in it, because, in fact, they neither spun nor told it really, but only knew how it would unfold in some way she never would, and that should satisfy her. "No," she said aloud, "I don't believe it. They have powers. It's just that sometimes we don't understand how they'll protect us. And if you know, you won't say." "That's right," Grandfather Trout seemed gloomily to reply. "Contradict your elders. Think you know better." She lay back on her bed, supporting her child with interlaced fingers, thinking she did not know better, but that advice would anyway be lost on her. "I'll hope," she said. "I'll be happy. There's something I don't know, some gift they have to give. At the right time, it'll be there. At the last moment, that's how tales are." And she wouldn't listen to the sardonic answer she knew the fish would give to this. And yet when Smoky opened the door and came in whistling, his odor a meld of the wine he had drunk and Sophie's perfume he had absorbed, something which had been growing within her, a wave, crested, and she began to weep. The tears of those who never cry, the calm, the level-headed ones, are terrible to see. She seemed to be split or torn by the force of the tears, which she squeezed her eyes shut against which she forced back with her fist against her lips. Smoky, afraid and awed, came immediately to her as he might to rescue his child from a fire, without thought, and without knowing quite what he would do. When he tried to take her hand, speak softly to her, she only trembled more violently. The red cross branded on her face grew uglier. So he enveloped her, smothered the flames. Disregarding her resistance, as well as he could, he covered her, having a vague idea that he could, by tenderness, invade her, and then rout her grief, whatever it was, by main strength. He wasn't sure he wasn't himself the cause of it, wasn't sure if she would cling to him for comfort or break him in rage. But he had no choice anyway. Savior or sacrifice, it didn't matter so long as she could cease suffering. She yielded, not at first willing to, and took handfuls of his shirt as though she meant to rend his garments. "And tell me," he said, "tell me," as though that could make it right. But he could no more keep her from suffering this than he would be able to keep her from sweating and crying aloud when the child within her made its way out. And there was no way, anyway, for her to tell him that what made her weep was a picture in her mind of the black pool in the forest, starred with golden leaves falling continuously, each hovering momentarily above the surface of the water before it alighted, as though choosing carefully its drowning place, and the great damned fish within, too cold to speak or think. That fish seized by the tail, even as she was herself. Chapter 3. Come, let me see thee sink into a dream of quiet thoughts, protracted till thine eye be calm as water when the winds are gone, and no one can tell whither. Wordsworth. "It's George Mouse," Smoky said. Lily, clinging to his pants leg, looked out the front way where her father pointed. Above the fist stuck in her face, her long-lashed eyes made no judgment on George coming up through the mist, his boots spraying puddles. He wore his great black cloak, his Svengali's hat limp with rain. He waved a hand at them as he came up. "Hey!" he said, squishily mounting the stairs. "Hey!" He embraced Smoky. Beneath his hat brim his teeth shone, and his dark-rimmed eyes were coals. "This is what's-her-name, Chasey?" "Lily," Smoky said. Lily retreated behind the curtain of her father's pants. "Tacy's a big girl now, 6 years old. Oh, my God." "Yes." "Time flies." "Well, come in. What's up? You should have written." "Didn't decide till this morning." "Any reason?" "Time flies." "Wild hair up my ass." He chose not to tell Smoky of the 500 milligrams of pellucidar he had taken, and which were now coldly ventilating his nervous system like the first day of winter, which this was, 7th winter solstice of Smoky's married life. The great capsule of pellucidar had put him on the gad. He had got out the Mercedes, one of the last tangibles of the old mouse affluence, and driven north till all the gas stations he passed were bankrupt ones. He parked it then in the garage of a deserted house, and breathing deeply of the dense and mouldy air, set off on foot. The front door closed behind them with a solid sound of brass fittings and a rattle of the oval glass. George Mouse decaped grandly, a gesture that made Lily laugh, and that halted Tacy in her headlong rush down the hall to see who would come. Behind her came Daily Alice in a long cardigan, her fists making bulges in the pockets. She ran to kiss George, and he, pressing her, felt a dizzying and inappropriate rush of chemical lust that made him laugh. They all turned toward the parlor, where yellow lamplight already shone, and saw themselves in the tall hall pier-glass. George stopped them by it, holding a shoulder of each, and studied the images. Himself, his cousin, Smoky, and Lily, who just then appeared between her mother's legs. Changed? Well, Smoky had regrown the beard he had started and then amputated when George first knew him. His face looked gaunter, more what George could only call, since the word was just then rushed to him by importunate messenger, more spiritual. Spiritual. Watch out. He got a grip on himself. Alice, a mother twice over. Amazing. It occurred to him that seeing a woman's child is like seeing a woman naked. in the way it changes how her face looks to you, how her face becomes less the whole story. And himself? He could see the grizzle in his moustache, the lean stoop of his string-bean torso, but that was nothing. It was the same face that had always looked out from mirrors at him since he had first looked in. "Time flies," he said. A definite hazard. In the parlor they were all preparing a long shopping list. "Peanut butter," Mother said. "Stamps, iodine, soda water, lots of it. Soap pads, raisins, tooth powder, chutney, chewing gum, candles." "George!" She embraced him. Dr. Drinkwater looked up from the list he was making. "Hello, George," said Cloud from her corner by the fire. "Don't forget cigarettes." "Paper diapers, the cheap ones," Daily Alice said. "Matches, Tampax, 3-in-1 oil." "Oatmeal," Mother said. "How are your people, George?" "No oatmeal," Tacy said. "Good, good. Moms, you know, hanging on." Mother shook her head. "I haven't seen Franz for, a year." He put bills on the drum table where Doc wrote. "A bottle of gin," he said. Doc wrote gin, but pushed aside the bills. Aspirin, he remembered. Camphorated oil, antihistamine. "Somebody sick?" George asked. "Sophie's got this strange fever," Daily Alice said. "It comes and goes." "Last call," Doc said, looking up at his wife. She stroked her chin and clucked in an agony of doubt, and at last decided she would have to go too. In the hall, pursued by all of their last-minute needs, he tugged a cap over his head. His hair had gone almost white, like dirty cotton wool, and put on a pair of pink-framed glasses his license said he had to wear. He picked up a brown envelope of papers he must deal with, announced himself ready, and they all went out onto the porch to see them off. "I hope they'll be careful," Cloud said. "It's very wet." From within the coach-house they heard a hesitant grinding, then an expectant silence, followed by a firmer start, and the station wagon backed warily out into the drive, making 2 soft, indelible marks in the wet leaves. George Mouse marveled. Here they all were intently watching nothing more than an old guy very gingerly handling a car. The gears ground, and an awed silence fell. George knew, of course, that it wasn't every day they got the car out, that it was an occasion, that doubtless Doc had spent the morning wiping cobwebs from the old wood sides and chasing chipmunks away who were thinking of nesting under the apparently immobile seats, and that he now put on the old machine like a suit of armor to go out and do battle in the great world. Had to hand it to his country cousins. Everybody he knew in the city bitched endlessly about the car and its depredations. His cousins had never handled this 20-year-old Woody anyhow but infrequently, and with the greatest respect. He laughed, waving goodbye with the rest, imagining Doc out on the road, nervous at first, shushing his wife, changing gears with care, then turning onto the great highway, beginning to enjoy the smooth slipping by of brown landscape and the sureness of his control, until some monster truck roars by and nearly blows him off the road. The guy's a definite hazard. Up on the hill. He certainly didn't want, George said, to stay indoors. He'd come up for fresh air and stuff, even if he hadn't picked the best day for it. So Smoky put on a hat and galoshes, took a stick, and went with him to walk up the hill. Drinkwater had tamed the hill with a footpath, and stone steps where it was steepest, and rustic seats at lookout places, and a stone table at the top where views and lunch could be taken together. No lunch, George said. The fine rain had stopped, had halted, it seemed, in mid-fall, and hung stationary in the air. They went up the path which circled the tops of trees that grew in the ravines below, George admiring the pattern of silver drops on leaf and twig, and Smoky pointing out the odd bird. He had learned the names of many, particularly odd ones. "No, but really," George said. "How's it going?" "Slate Junco," Smoky said. "Good?" "Good." He sighed. "It's just hard when winter comes. God, yes. No, but harder here. I don't know. I wouldn't have it any different. You just can't bear the melancholy some evenings." Indeed, it seemed to George that Smoky's eyes might brim with tears. George breathed deeply, glorying in the wetness and the wood. "Yes, it's bad," he said happily. "You're indoors so much," Smoky said. "You draw together, and there's so many people there, you seem to get wound around each other more. In that house, you could lose yourself for days in there, for days." He remembered an afternoon like this one when he was a kid, when he had come up here for Christmas with the family. While searching for the stash he knew must be somewhere awaiting the great morning, he got lost on the 3rd floor. He went down a strange staircase, narrow as a chute, found himself elsewhere amid strange rooms. Draughts made a dusty tapestry in a sitting room breathe with spooky life. His own feet sounded like others' feet coming toward him. He began to shout after a while, having lost the staircase, found another. Lost all restraint when he heard far off Mom Drinkwater calling to him, and ran around shouting and throwing open doors until at last he opened the arched door of what looked like a church, where his 2 cousins were taking a bath. They sat on one of Drinkwater's seats of bent and knobby wood. Through the screen of naked trees they could see across the land a great gray distance. They could just make out the gray back of the interstate lying coiled and smooth in the next county. They could even hear, at moments, carried on the thick air, the far hum of trucks. The monster breathed. Smoky pointed out a finger or hydra's head of it, which reached out tentatively through the hills this way, then stopped abruptly. Those bits of yellow, sole brightness on the scene, were sleeping caterpillars, the man-made kind, earth movers and shakers. They wouldn't come any closer. The surveyors and purveyors, contractors and engineers were stalled there, mired, bogged in indecision, and that vestigial limb would never grow, bone and muscle, to punch through the pentacle of 5 towns around Edgewood. Smoky knew it. "Don't ask me how," he said. But George Mouse had been thinking of a scheme whereby all the buildings, mostly empty, on the block his family owned in the city, might be combined and sealed up to make an enormous, impenetrable curtain wall, like the hollow wall of a castle, around the center of the block where the gardens were. The outbuildings and stuff inside the block could be torn down then, and all the garden space transformed into a single pasture or farm. They could grow things there and keep cows. No, goats. Goats were smaller and less fussy about their food. They gave milk, and there would be the odd kid to eat. George had never killed anything larger than a cockroach, but he had eaten kid in a Rican diner, and his mouth watered. He hadn't heard what Smoky said, though he had heard Smoky talking. He said, "But what's the story? What's the real story?" "Well, we're protected, you know," Smoky said vaguely, digging the black ground with his stick. "But there's always something that's got to be given in return for protection, isn't there?" He hadn't understood any of that in the beginning. He didn't suppose he understood it any better now. Though he knew some payment had to be made, he wasn't sure whether it had been made, or was to be made, or had been deferred, whether the vague sense he had in winter of something being wrung from him, of being dunned and desiccated, and having sacrificed much, he couldn't say what exactly, meant that the creditors had been satisfied, or that the goblins he sensed peeking in the windows and calling down the chimneys, clustering under the eaves and scrabbling through the disused upper rooms, were reminding him, and all of them, of a debt unpaid, tribute unexacted, goblin principal earning some horrid interest he couldn't calculate. But George had been thinking of a plan to represent the basic notions of act theory that he had read of in a popular magazine, and which seemed to him just then to make sense, a lot of sense, by means of a display of fireworks, how the various parts of an act, as the theory explained them, could be expressed in the initiation, rising whistle, culminating starburst and crackling expiration of a colored bomb, and how in combination fireworks could represent entrained acts, multiple acts of all kinds, the grand act that is life's rhythm and times. The notion faded in sparks. He shook Smoky's shoulder and said, "But how goes it? How are you getting on?" "Jesus, George," Smoky said, standing, I've told you all I can. I'm freezing. I bet it freezes over tonight. There might be snow for Christmas." He knew, in fact, there would be. It had been promised. "Let's go get some cocoa." Cocoa and a Bun. It was brown and hot, with chocolate bubbles winking at the brim. A marshmallow Cloud had plopped in it, turned and bubbled as though dissolving in joy. Daily Alice instructed Tacey and Lily in the arts of blowing gently on it, picking it up by the handle, and laughing at the brown moustaches it made. The way Cloud watched over it, it grew no skin, though George didn't mind a skin. His mother's had always had a skin, and so had that they served him from urns in the basement of the Church of All Streets, a non-denominational church she had used to take him and Franz to, always, it seemed, on days like this. "Have another bun," Cloud said to Alice. "Eating for two," she said to George. "You don't mean it," George said. "I think so," Alice said. She bit the bun. "I'm a good bearer." "Well, a boy this time." "No," she said confidently. "Another girl, so Cloud says." "Not I," Cloud said. "The cards." "We'll name her Lucy," Tacey said. "Lucy Ann and Andy and Bam Bam Barnable. George has 2 moustaches." "Who'll take this up to Sophie?" Cloud said, setting a cup and a bun on a black Japan tray of great age that showed a silver-haired, star-spangled sprite drinking Coke. "Let me," George said. "Hey, Aunt Cloud, can you do the cards for me?" "Sure, George. I think you're included." "Now, if I can find a room," he said, giggling. He took up the tray carefully, noting that his hands had begun to shake. Sophie was asleep when he came into her room by pushing the door open with his knee. He stood unmoving in the room, feeling the steam rise from the cocoa, and hoping she would never wake. So strange to feel again those adolescent peeping Tom emotions. Mostly a trembling weakness at the knees and a dry thickness in the throat, caused now by conjunction of the mad capsule and Sophie deshabille on the messy bed. One long leg was uncovered, and the toes pointed toward the floor, as though indicating the appropriate one of 2 Chinese slippers that peeped from beneath a discarded kimono. Her breasts, soft with sleeping, had come out of her ruffled jammies, and rose and fell slightly with her breathing, flushed, he thought tenderly, with fever. Even as he devoured her, though, she seemed to feel his gaze, and without waking, she pulled her clothes together and rolled over so her cheek lay on her closed fist. It made him want to laugh or cry, so prettily she did it. But he restrained himself and did neither, only set down the tray on her table cluttered with pill bottles and crushed tissues. He moved onto the bed a big album or scrapbook to do it, and at that she woke. "George," she said calmly, stretching, not surprised, thinking perhaps she was still asleep. He laid his swarthy hand to her brow gently. "Hi, cutie," he said. She lay back amid the pillows, her eyes closed, and for a moment she wandered back to dreamland. Then she said, "Oh," and struggled up to kneel on the bed and come full awake. "George." "Feeling better?" "I don't know. I was dreaming." "Cocoa for me?" "For you. What were you dreaming?" Good. Sleeping makes me hungry. Does it you?" She wiped away her moustache with a pink tissue she plucked from a box of them. Another took its place pertly. "Oh, dreams about years ago. I guess because of that album." "No, you can't." She took his hand from it. "Dirty pictures." "Dirty?" "Pictures of me years ago." She smiled, ducking her head Drinkwater style, and peeked at him over her cocoa cup with eyes still crinkled with sleep. "What are you doing here?" "Came to see you," George said. Once he had seen her. He knew it to be true. She didn't respond to his gallantry. She seemed to have forgotten him, or remembered suddenly something else entirely. The cocoa cup stopped halfway to her lips. She put it down slowly, her eyes looking at something he couldn't see, something within. Then she seemed to wrest herself from it, laughed a quick, frightened laugh, and took George's wrist in a sudden grip as though to stay herself.
"Some dreams," she said, searching his face. "It's the fever." The Orphan Nymphs. She had always lived her best life in dreams. She knew no greater pleasure than that moment of passage into the other place, when her limbs grew warm and heavy, and the sparkling darkness behind her lids became ordered, and doors opened, when conscious thought grew owl's wings and talons, and became other than conscious. Starting from the simple pleasure of it, she had become practiced in all its nameless arts. The first thing was to learn to hear the small voice, that fragment of conscious self, which, like a guardian angel, walks with the eidolons of self with which we replace ourselves in dreamland, the voice that whispers, "You are dreaming." The trick was to hear it, but not attend to it, or else you wake. She learned to hear it, and it told her that she could not be hurt by dream wounds, no matter how terrible. She woke from them always whole and safe, most safe because warm in bed. Since then she had feared no bad dreams. The dream Dante of her leaned on the dreaming Virgil, and passed through horrors delightful and instructive. Next, she found she was one of those who can awake, leap the gap of consciousness, and arrive back in the same dream she had awakened from. She could build also many-storied houses of dream. She could dream that she woke, and then dream that she woke from that dream, each time dreaming that she said, "Oh, it was all a dream," until at last, and most wonderful, she woke to wakefulness, home from her journey, and breakfast cooking downstairs. But soon she began to linger on her journeys, go farther, return later and more reluctantly. She worried at first that if she spent half the day as well as all the night in dreamland, she would eventually run out of matter to transmute into dreams, that her dreams would grow thin, unconvincing, repetitious. The opposite happened. The deeper she journeyed, the farther the waking world fell behind, the grander and more inventive became the fictive landscapes, the more complete and epical the adventures. How could that be? Where, if not from waking life, books and pictures, loves and longings, real roads and rocks and real toes stubbed on them, could she manufacture dreams? And where, then, did these fabulous isles, gloomy vast sheds, intricate cities, cruel governments, insoluble problems, comical supporting players with convincing manners come from? She didn't know. Gradually she came not to care. She knew that the real ones, loved ones, in her life worried about her. Their concern followed her into dreams, but became transformed into exquisite persecutions and triumphal reunions, so that was how she chose to deal with them and their concern. And now she had learned the last art, which squared the power of her secret life, and at the same time hushed the real one's questions. She had somehow learned to raise at will a fever, and with it the lurid, compelling, white-hot dreams a fever brings. Flushed with the victory of it, she hadn't at first seen the danger of this double dose, as it were. Too hastily she tossed away most of her waking life. It had lately grown complex and promiseless anyhow, and retired to her sick bed secretly, guiltily exulting. Only on waking was she sometimes, as now when George Mouse saw her look within, seized by the terrible understanding of the addict, the understanding that she was doomed, had lost her way in this realm, had, not meaning to, gone too far in to find a way out, that the only way out was to go in, give in, fly further in, that the only way to ameliorate the horror of her addiction was to indulge it. She grasped George's wrist as though his real flesh could wake her truly. "Some dreams," she said. "It's the fever." "Sure," George said. "Fever dreams." "I ache," she said, hugging herself. "Too much sleep. Too long in one position. Something." "You need a massage." Did his voice betray him? She bent her long torso side to side. "Would you?" "You bet." She turned her back to him, pointing out on the figured bed jacket where it hurt. "No, no, no, honey," he said as though to a child. "Look, lie down here. Put the pillow under your chin. Right. Now I sit here. Just move a little. Let me take my shoes off. Comfy?" He began, feeling her fever heat through the thin jacket. "That album," he said, not having for a moment forgotten it. "Oh," she said, her voice low and gruff as he pressed the bellows of her lungs. "Oberon's pictures." Her hand reached out and rested on the cover. "When we were kids. Art pictures." "Art pictures like what?" George said, working the bones where her wings would be if she had wings. As though she couldn't help it, she raised the cover, put it down again. "He didn't know," she said. "He didn't think they were dirty." "Oh, they're not." She opened the book. "Lower. There. Lower more." "Oh ho," George said. George had once known these naked, pearl-gray children, abstracted here and more carnal for not being flesh at all. "Let's take this shirty off," he said. "That's better." She turned the album's pages with abstracted slowness, touching certain of the pictures as though she wished to feel the texture of the day, the past, the flesh. Here were Alice and she on the stippled stones by a waterfall which plunged madly out of focus behind them. In the hazy foreground leaves, some law of optics inflated droplets of sunlight into dozens of white, disembodied eyes, round with wonder. The naked children, Sophie's dark aureoles were puckered like unblown flowers, like tiny closed lips, looked down into a black silken pool. What did they see there that kept their lashy eyes lowered, that made them smile? Below the image, in a neat hand, was the picture's title, August. Sophie's fingers traced the ray of lines where Alice's thigh creased at the pelvis, lines tender and finely drawn as though her skin were thinner then than it would become. Her silver calves lay together, and her long-toed feet, as though they were beginning to be changed into a mermaid's tail. Small pictures clipped to the pages with black corners. Sophie wide-eyed, open-mouthed, feet wide apart and arms high, all open, a Gnostic's X of microcosmic child-womankind, her yet uncut hair wide too and white, thus golden, in fact, against an obscure cave of summer-dark trees. Alice undressing, stepping one-footed from her white cotton panties, her plump purse already beginning to be clothed with crisp fair hair. The two girls opening through time like the magic flowers of nature films, as George hungrily looked through Oberon's eyes, double peeping at the past. "Stop here a minute." She held the page open there, while he went on, shifting his position and his hands. Her legs opening across the sheets made a certain sound. She showed him the Orphan Nymphs. Flowers twined in their hair, they lay full length and twined on the grassy sward. They had their hands to each other's cheeks, and their eyes were heavy, and they were on the point of kissing, open-mouthed, acting out lonely consolation, it might be, for an art picture of innocence at once orphaned and fairy, but not acting. Sophie remembered. Her nerveless hand slipped from the page, and her eyes, too, lost their grasp of it. It didn't matter. "Do you know what I'm going to do?" George asked, unable not to. "Uh-huh." "Do you?" "Yes. An exhalation only." "Yes." But she didn't, not really. She had leapt across that gapped consciousness again, had saved herself from falling there, had landed safely, able to fly, on the far side, within that pearl-toned afternoon that had no night. The least trumps. "As in any deck," Cloud said, taking their velvet bag from the tooled case and then the cards themselves from the bag, "there are 52 cards for the 52 weeks of the year, 4 suits for the 4 seasons, 12 court cards for the 12 months, and, if you count them right, 364 pips for the days of the year." "A year's got 365, George said. "This is the old year, before they knew better. Throw another log on the fire, will you, George?" She began to lay out his future as he fooled with the fire. The secret he had within him, or above him asleep actually, warmed his centre and made him grin, but left his extremities deathly cold. He unrolled the cuffs of his sweater and drew his hands within. They felt like a skeleton's. "Also," said Cloud, "there are 21 trumps numbered from 0 to 20. There are persons and places and things and notions." The big cards fell, with their pretty emblems of sticks and cups and swords. "There's another set of trumps," Cloud said. "The ones I have here are not as great as those. Those have, the sun and the moon and large notions. Mine are called, my mother called them, the least trumps." She smiled at George. "Here is a person, the cousin." She placed that in the circle and thought a moment. "Tell me the worst," George said. "I can take it." "The worst," said Daily Alice from the deep armchair where she sat reading, "is just what she can't tell you." "Or the best, either," said Cloud. "Just a bit of what might be. But in the next day, or the next year, or the next hour, that I can't tell either. Now hush while I think." The cards had grown into interlocking circles like trains of thought, and Cloud spoke to George of events that would befall him. A small legacy, she said, from someone he never knew, but not money, and left him by accident. "You see, here's the gift. Here the stranger in this place." Watching her, chuckling at the process, and also helplessly at what had occurred to him that afternoon, and which he intended to repeat, creeping quiet as a mouse when all were asleep, George didn't notice Cloud fall silent before the completing pattern, didn't see her lips purse or her hand hesitate as she placed the last card in the center. It was a place, the vista. "Well," George said. "George," she said, "I don't know." "Don't know what?" "Exactly." She reached for her box of cigarettes, shook it, and found it empty. She had seen so many displays, so many possible falls had grown into her consciousness that sometimes they overlapped. With a sense like déjà vu, she felt she was looking not at a single arrangement, but at one of a series, as though some old display she had made were to be labeled "Continued," and here, without warning, was the continuation. Yet it was all George's fall, too. "If," she said, "the cousin card is you—" No, that wouldn't do. There was something, some fact she didn't know. George, of course, knew what it was, and felt a sudden strangulation, a fear of discovery absurd on the face of it, but intense anyway, as though he had walked into a trap. "Well," he said, finding voice, "that's enough anyway. I'm not sure I want to know my every future move." He saw Cloud touch the cousin card, then the thing called seed. Oh, Christ, he thought. And just then the station wagon's hoarse horn was heard in the drive. "They'll need help unloading," Daily Alice said, struggling to rise from the grasp of her armchair. George jumped up. "No, no, honey. Oh, no, not in your condition. You sit tight." He went from the room, cold hands thrust in his sleeves like a monk. Alice laughed and picked up her book again. "Did you scare him, Cloud? What did you see?" Cloud only looked down at the pattern she had made. For some time now she had begun to think she had been wrong about the least trumps, that they were not telling her of the small events of lives close to her, or rather that those small events were parts of chains, and the chains were great events, very great indeed. The vista card in the center of her pattern showed a meeting of corridors or aisles. Down each corridor was an endless vista of doorways, each one different. An arch, then a lintel, then pillars, and so on till the artist's invention ran out, and the fineness of his wood-cutting, which was very fine, could no longer make distinctions. You could see, down those aisles, other doors which led off in other directions, perhaps each showing vistas as endless and various as this one. A juncture, doorways, turnings, a moment only when all the ways could be seen at once. This was George, all this. He was that vista, though he didn't know it, and she couldn't think how to tell him.
The vista wasn't his. He was the vista. It was she who looked down it at the possibilities, and could not express them. She only knew for sure now that all the patterns she had ever cast were parts of one pattern, and that George had done, or would do, or was at that moment doing, something that made an element in that pattern. And in any pattern, the elements do not stand alone. They are repeated. They are linked. What could it be? Around her in the house, the sounds of her family came, calling and hauling and treading the stairs. But it was into this place that she stared, into the prospect of endless branchings, corners, corridors. She felt that perhaps she was in that place, that there was a door just behind her, that she sat here between it and the first of the doors pictured on the card, that if she turned her head, she might see an endless prospect of arch and lintel behind her, too. Only fair. All night, especially in cold weather, the house was accustomed to speak softly to itself, perhaps because of its hundreds of joints and its half-floors and its stone parts piled on wooden. It talked and groaned, grunted and squeaked. Something gave way in an attic and fell, which caused something to come loose in a cellar and drop. The squirrels in the air spaces scratched, and the mice explored the walls and halls. One mouse late at night went on tiptoe, a bottle of gin under his arm and a finger on his lips, trying to remember where Sophie's room might be. He nearly tripped on an unexpected step. All steps in this house were unexpected. Within his head it was still noon. The pellucidar had not worn off, but it had turned evil, as it will do, not prodding flesh and consciousness any the less, but now with a cruel malice, and not in fun. His flesh was contracted and defensive, and he doubted that it would uncoil even for Sophie, supposing he could find her. Ah, the lamp over a painting had been left on, and by it he saw the doorknob he wanted. He was sure of it. He was about to step quickly to it when it turned spookily. He stepped back into the shadows, and the door opened. Smoky came out, an old dressing-gown over his shoulders, the kind George noticed that has a braided edge of dark and light hues around the collar and pocket, and shut the door carefully and silently. He stood for a moment then, and seemed to sigh. Then he went off around the corner. Wrong damned door, George thought. Imagine if I'd gone into their room. Or is it the kids' room? He went away, utterly confused now, searching hopelessly through the coiled nautilus of the second floor, tempted once to go down a floor. Maybe in his madness he had gotten onto a matching upper floor and forgotten he had done so. Then somehow he found himself in front of a door that reason told him must be hers, though other senses disputed it. He opened it in some fear and stepped inside. Tacy and Lily lay sweetly asleep beneath the sloping ceiling of a dormer room. By the nightlight he could see spectral toys, the glittering eye of a bear. The two girls, one still in a jailhouse crib, didn't stir, and he was about to shut the door on them when he knew there was someone else in the room, near Tacy's bed. Someone. He peered around the edge of the door. Someone had just drawn from within the fine folds of his night-gray cloak a night-gray bag. George couldn't see his face for the wide Spanish night-gray hat he wore. He stepped to the crib where Lily lay, and with fingers clothed in night-gray gloves, took from his bag a pinch of something, which delicately he dispensed from between thumb and finger above her sleeping face. Sand descended in a dull gold trickle to her eyes. He turned away then, and was putting away his bag, when he seemed to sense George turn to stone at the doorway. He glanced at him over the tall collar of his cloak, and George looked into his placid, heavy-lidded night-gray eyes. Those eyes regarded him for a moment with something like pity, and he shook his heavy head, as who should say, "Nothing for you, son, not tonight," which was, after all, only fair. And then he turned around, the tassels swinging on his hat, and went away with a low snap of his cloak to elsewhere, and others more deserving. So when George at last found his own cheerless bed, in the imaginary bedroom as it happened, he lay sleepless for hours, his withered eyeballs starting from his head. He cradled the gin bottle in his arms, tugging now and again at its cold and acid comfort, the night and day growing confused and raggedy on the still-burning Catherine wheel of his consciousness. Only he did come to understand that the first room he had tried to enter, the one he saw Smoky come out of, was indeed Sophie's. Had to be. The shudder-starting rest of it dissolved as the sparkling synapses, one by one, mercifully began to burn out. Toward dawn he watched it begin to snow. Chapter 4. Heaven in ordinary, man well-dressed, the Milky Way, the bird of paradise, church bells beyond the stars heard, the soul's blood, the land of spices. Something understood. George Herbert. Christmas, said Dr. Drinkwater, as his red-cheeked face sped smoothly towards Smoky's, is a kind of day, like no other in the year, that doesn't seem to succeed the day it follows, if you see what I mean. He came close to Smoky in a long, expert circle and slid away. Smoky, jerking forward and backward, hands not neatly clasped behind like Doc's, but extended, feeling the air, thought he saw. Daily Alice, whose hands were inside an old tatty muff, went by him smoothly, glancing once at his unprogress and making, just to be mean, a laughing, swooping figure as she went away, which was, however, outside his ken, since his eyes couldn't seem to leave his own feet. Agreement with Newton. I mean, Dr. Drinkwater said, reappearing beside him, that every Christmas seems to follow immediately after the last one. All the months that came between don't figure in. Christmases succeed each other, not the falls they follow. That's right, said Mother, making stately progress around. Behind her, like the wooden ducklings attached to wooden ducks, she drew her two granddaughters. It seems you just get through one, and there's another. Said Doc. Not what I meant exactly. He veered off like a fighter plane, and slipped an arm through Sophie's arm. How's every little thing? Smoky heard him say, and heard her laugh before they swept off, listening both together. Getting better every year, Smoky said, and suddenly turned around involuntarily. He was back in Daily Alice's path, collision course, nothing he could do. He wished he'd strapped a pillow to his ass, as they do in comic postcards. Alice grew large and halted abruptly and expertly. Do you think Tacy and Lily should go in? She said. I leave that up to you. Mother drew them past again on their sled. Their round, fur-circled faces were bright as berries. Then they were gone again, and so was Alice. Let the women-folk consult, he thought. He had to master the simple forward progress. They were making him dizzy, appearing and disappearing like that. Oops, he said, and would have lost it, but Sophie, appearing suddenly behind him, bore him up, propelled him forward. How have you been? He said nonchalantly. It seemed the thing, to greet each other as they all went around. Unfaithful, she said. The cold word made a small cloud on the air. Smoky's left ankle buckled, and his right runner just then sped away on its own. He spun around and landed hard on the ice, on the rudimentary tail so vulnerable on one so fleshless behind. Sophie was circling him, her laughter almost making her fall, too. Just sit here a while till my tail freezes up, Smoky thought. Sit gripped in ice like the feet of bushes until some thaw comes. The previous week's snow had not cleaved to earth. It was a night's fall only. The rain returned heavily the next morning, and George Mouse went sloshing off in it, hollow-eyed and confused, having caught, they all thought, Sophie's bug. The rain continued like unassuageable grief, flooding the low, broad lawn where the sphinxes decayed mumchance. Then the temperature tumbled, and Christmas Eve morning the world was all iron-gray and glaring in ice, all the color of the iron-gray sky, where the sun made a white smear only behind the clouds. The lawn was hard enough to skate on. The house looked like a miniature house for a model railroad, set beside a pond made from a compact mirror. Still Sophie circled him. He said, What do you mean, unfaithful? She only smiled secretly and helped him up, then turned, and with some occult motion he saw but could never copy, whispered away effortlessly.
He'd do better if he could figure out how the others got around that unalterable law which said that if one skate slid forward, the other had to slide backward. It seemed he could zip back and forth in one place forever, and be the only one here in agreement with Newton, till he fell down. There is no perpetual motion. Yet just at that moment he began somehow to get it, and numb-bummed made his way across the ice to the steps of the porch, where Cloud sat in state on a fur rug guarding the boots and the thermos. "So where's this promised snow?" he said, and Cloud displayed her own brand of secret smile. He wrung the neck of the thermos and decapitated it. He poured lemon tea charged with rum into one of the nested cups the cap contained, and one for Cloud. He drank, the steam melting the cold in his nostrils. He felt bleakly, recklessly dissatisfied. Unfaithful. Was that some kind of joke? The jewel of great price which he had had from Daily Alice long ago, in the midst of their first embrace, darkened as pearls can do, and turned to nothing when he tried to hang it on Sophie's throat. He never knew what Sophie felt, but couldn't believe, though he'd learned it to be so of Daily Alice, that Sophie didn't know either, that she was torn, bewildered, and withal half-dreaming as much as he. So he only watched her come and go with seeming purpose, and wondered, imagined, supposed. She came across the lawn with her hands behind her back, then made a foot-across-foot turn, and sailed up to the porch. She turned just where the frozen pond ran out, and engraved the ice with a small shower of crystals when she stopped. She sat beside Smoky and took his cup from him, her breath quick with exertion. In her hair Smoky noticed something, a tiny flower, or a jewel made to look like one. He looked closer, and saw it was a snowflake, so whole and perfect he could count its arms and tell its parts. As he was saying, "a snowflake," another fell beside it, and another. Letters to Santa. Different families have different methods at Christmas of communicating their wishes to Santa. Many send letters, mailing them early and addressing them to the North Pole. These never arrive, postmasters having their own whimsical ways of dealing with them, none involving delivery. Another method which the Drinkwaters had always used, though no one could remember how they had hit on it, was to burn their missives in the study fireplace, the tiled one whose blue scenes of skaters, windmills, trophies of the hunt seemed most appropriate, and whose chimney was the highest. The smoke then, the children always insisted on running out to see, vanished into the north, or at least into the atmosphere, for Santa to decipher. A complex procedure, but it seemed to work, and was always done on Christmas Eve, when wishes were sharpest. Secrecy was important, at least for the grown-ups' letters. The kids could never resist telling everybody what they wanted, and for Lily and Tacy the letters had to be written by others anyway, and they had to be reminded of the many wishes they'd had as Christmas neared, but which had grown small in the interim, and slipped through the coarse seine of young desire. "Don't you want a brother for Teddy? A bear. Do you still want a shotgun like Grandpa's? Ice skates with double blades?" But the grown-ups could presumably decide these things for themselves. In the expectant, crackling afternoon of that eve of ice, Daily Alice drew her knees up within a huge armchair, and used a folded checkerboard resting on her knees for a desk. "Dear Santa," she wrote, "please bring me a new hot water bottle, any color but that pink that looks like boiled meat. A jade ring like the one my great-aunt Cloud has, for the right middle finger," she thought. She watched the snow fall on the gray world, still just visible as day died. "A quilted robe," she wrote, "one that comes down to my feet. A pair of fuzzy slippers. I would like this baby to be easier than the other two to have. The other stuff is not so important if you could manage that. Ribbon candy is nice, and you can't find it anywhere any more. Thanking you in advance, Alice Barnable, the older sister." Since childhood she had always added that, to avoid confusion. She hesitated over the tiny blue notepaper nearly filled with these few desires. "P.S.," she wrote, "if you could bring my sister and my husband back from wherever it is they've gone off together, I would be more grateful than I could say. A.D.B." She folded this absently. Her father's typewriter could be heard in the strange snow silence. Cloud, cheek in hand, wrote with the stub of a pencil at the drum table, her eyes moist, perhaps with tears,
though her eyes often seemed bedimmed lately. Old age only, probably. Alice rested her head back against the chair's soft breast, looking upward. Above her, Smoky, charged with rum tea, sat down in the imaginary study to begin his letter. He spoiled one sheet because the rickety writing-table there rocked beneath his careful pen. He shimmed the leg with a matchbook and began again. My dear Santa, first of all, it's only right that I explain about last year's wish. I won't excuse myself by saying I was a little drunk, though I was, and I am. It's getting to be a Christmas habit, as everything about Christmas gets to be a habit, but you know all about that. Anyway, if I shocked you or strained your powers by such a request, I'm sorry. I meant only to be flip and let off a little steam. I assume, it's not in your power to give one person to another, but the fact is, my wish was granted. Maybe only because I wanted it then more than anything, and what you want so much, you're just likely to get. So I don't know whether to thank you or not. I don't know whether you're responsible, and I don't know whether I'm grateful. He chewed the end of his pen for a moment, thinking of last Christmas morning, when he had gone into Sophie's room to wake her, so early, Tacy wouldn't wait, that blank night-time still ruled the windows. He wondered if he should relate the story. He'd never told anyone else, and the deep privacy of this about-to-be cremated letter tempted him to confidences. But no. It was true what Doc had said, that Christmas succeeds Christmas, rather than the days it follows. That had become apparent to Smoky in the last few days. Not because of the repeated ritual, the tree sledded home, the antique ornaments lovingly brought out, the druid greenery hung on the lintels. It was only since last Christmas that all that had become imbued for him with dense emotion, an emotion having nothing to do with Yuletide, a day which for him, as a child, had had nothing like the fascination of Halloween, when he went masked and recognizable, pirate, clown, in the burnt and smoky night. Yet he saw that it was an emotion that would cover him now, as with snow, each time this season came. She was the cause, not he to whom he wrote. Anyway, he began again, my desires this year are a little clouded. I would like one of those instruments you use to sharpen the blades of an old-fashioned lawn-mower. I would like the missing volume of Gibbon, Volume 2, which somebody's apparently taken out to use as a doorstop or something and lost. He thought of listing publisher and date, but a feeling of futility and silence came over him, drifting deep. Santa, he wrote, I would like to be one person only, not a whole crowd of them, half of them always trying to turn their backs and run whenever somebody— Sophie, he meant. Alice, Cloud, Doc, Mother. Alice, most of all, looks at me. I want to be brave and honest and shoulder my burdens. I don't want to leave myself out while a bunch of slyboots figments do my living for me. He stopped, seeing he was growing unintelligible. He hesitated over the complimentary close. He thought of using yours as ever, but thought that might sound ironic or sneering, and at last wrote only yours, etc., as his father always had, which then seemed ambiguous and cool. What the hell, anyway? And he signed it, Evan S. Barnable. Down in the study, they had gathered with eggnog and their letters. Doc had his folded like true correspondence, its backside pimpled with hard-struck punctuation. Mother's was torn from a brown bag, like a shopping list. The fire took them all, though, rejecting only Lily's at first, who tried with a shriek to throw it in the fire's mouth. You can't really throw a piece of paper. She'd learned that as she grew in grace and wisdom. And Tacy insisted they go out to sea. Smoky took her by the hand and lifted Lily onto his shoulders, and they went out into the snowfall, made spectral by the house's lights, to watch the smoke go away, melting the falling snowflakes as it rose. When he received these communications, Santa drew the claws of his spectacles from behind his ears and pressed the sore place on the bridge of his nose with thumb and finger. What was it they expected him to do with these? A shotgun, a bear, snowshoes, some pretty things, and some useful. Well, all right. But for the rest of it, he just didn't know what people were thinking any more. But it was growing late. If they or anyone else were disappointed in him tomorrow, it wouldn't be the first time. He took his furred hat from its peg and drew on his gloves. He went out, already unaccountably weary, though the journey had not even begun, into the multicolored Arctic waste beneath the Decilian stars, whose near brilliance seemed to chime, even as the harness of his reindeer chimed when they raised their shaggy heads at his approach, and as the eternal snow chimed, too, when he trod it with his booted feet. Room for one more. Soon after that Christmas, Sophie began to feel as though her body were being unwrapped and repacked in a completely different way, a set of sensations that was vertiginous at first, when she didn't suspect its cause, and then interesting, awesome even, when she did, and at last, later on, when the process was completed, and the new tenant fully installed and making itself at home, comfortable, deeply so at times, like a new kind of sweet sleep, yet expectant, too. Expectant, the right word. There wasn't much her father could say when eventually Sophie's condition was admitted to him, he being just such a one as she carried himself. Being a father, he had to go through motions of solemnity that never quite amounted to censure, and there was never any question of what was to be done with it. He shuddered to think what would have happened if anyone had thought that kind of thought when he was growing inside Amy Meadows. "Well, my God, there's room for one more," Mother said, drying a tear. "It's not like it was the first time it ever happened in the world." Like the rest of them, she wondered who the father was, but Sophie wasn't saying, or rather in her smallest voice and with eyes downcast, was saying she wouldn't say, and so the matter had eventually to be dropped. Though, of course, Daily Alice had to be told. It was to Daily Alice that she took her news first, or next to first, her news and her secret. "Smoky," she said. "Oh, Sophie," Alice said. "No." "Yes," she said, defiant by the door of Alice's room, unwilling to enter further in. "I can't believe it, that he would." "Well, you better," Sophie said. "You'd better get used to it, because it's not going away." Something in Sophie's face, or maybe only the horrid impossibility of what she said, made Alice wonder. "Sophie," she said softly after they had regarded each other in silence for a time, "are you asleep?" "No." Indignant. But it was early morning. Sophie was in her nightgown. Smoky had only an hour ago stepped down from the tall bed, scratching his head to go off to school. Sophie had waked Alice. That was so unusual, so reverse of the usual, that for a moment Alice had hoped. She lay back against the pillow and closed her eyes, but she wasn't asleep either. "Didn't you ever suspect?" Sophie asked. "Didn't you ever think?" "Oh, I guess I did." She covered her eyes with her hand. "Of course I did." The way Sophie said it made it seem she would be disappointed if Alice hadn't known. She sat up, suddenly angry. "But this, I mean the two of you, how could you be so silly?" "I guess we just got carried away," Sophie said levelly. "You know." But then she lost her brave look before Alice's and dropped her eyes. Alice pushed herself up in the bed and sat against the headboard. "Do you have to stand over there?" she said. "I'm not going to hit you or anything." Sophie still stood, a little unsure, a little truculent, looking just like Lily did when she'd spilled something all over her and was afraid she was being summoned for something worse than having it wiped off. Alice waved her over impatiently. Sophie's bare feet made small sounds on the floor, and when she climbed up on the bed, a strange shy smile on her face, Alice sensed her nakedness under the flannel nightie. It all made her think of years ago, of old intimacies. So few of us, she thought. So much love, and so few to spend it on. No wonder we get tangled up. "Does Smoky know?" she asked coolly. "Yes," Sophie said. "I told him first." That hurt, that Smoky hadn't told her. The first sensation that could be called pain since Sophie had entered. She thought of him, burdened with that knowledge, and she innocent of it. The thought stabbed her. "And what does he intend to do?" she asked next, as in a catechism. He didn't. "Well, you'd better decide, hadn't you, the two of you?" Sophie's lip trembled. The store of bravery she had started out with was running out.
"Oh, Alice, don't be this way," she pleaded. "I didn't think you'd be this way." She took Alice's hand, but Alice looked away, the knuckles of her other hand pressing her lips. "I mean, I know it was hateful of us," she said, watching Alice's face, trying to gauge it. "Hateful? But Alice—" "Oh, I don't hate you, Soph." As though not wishing to, but unable not to, Alice's fingers curled themselves closely among Sophie's, though still she looked away. "It's just, well—" Sophie watched a struggle taking place within Alice. She didn't dare speak, only held her hand tighter, waiting to see what issue it would have. "See, I thought—" She fell silent again, and cleared her throat of an obstruction that had just arisen there. "Well, you know," she said, "you remember, Smoky was chosen for me. That's what I used to think. I used to think that's what our story was." "Yes," Sophie said, lowering her eyes. "Only lately I can't seem to remember that very well. I can't remember them. How it used to be. I can remember, but not the feeling. Do you know what I mean? How it used to be, with Oberon, those times." "Oh, Alice," Sophie said, "how could you forget?" "Cloud said, when you grow up you trade what you had as a child for what you have as a grown-up. Or if you don't, you lose it anyway and get nothing in return." Her eyes had grown tears, though her voice was steady. The tears seemed less part of her than part of the story she told. "And I thought, then I traded them for Smoky, and they arranged that trade, and that was okay, because even though I couldn't remember them any more, I had Smoky." Now her voice wavered. "I guess I was wrong." "No," Sophie said, shocked as if by a blasphemy. "I guess it's just ordinary," Alice said, and sighed a tremulous sigh. "I guess you were right, when we were married, that we wouldn't ever have what you and I had once. Wait and see, you said." "No, Alice, no." Sophie gripped her sister's arm as if to hold her back from going further. "That story was true. It was true. I always knew it. Don't ever say it wasn't. It was the most beautiful story I ever heard, and it all came true, just as they said it would. Oh, I was so jealous. Alice, it was wonderful for you, and I was so jealous." Alice turned to face her. Sophie was shocked by her face, not sad, though tears stood in her eyes, not angry, not anything. "Well," Alice said, "I guess you don't have to be jealous any more, anyway." She pulled Sophie's nightgown up over the ball of her shoulder from which it had slipped. "Now, we have to think what to do." "It's a lie," Sophie said. "What?" Alice looked at her puzzled. "What's a lie, Soph?" "It's a lie! It's a lie!" Sophie almost shouted, tearing it out from within her. "It isn't Smoky's at all. I lied to you." Unable any longer to bear her sister's foreign face, Sophie buried her head in Alice's lap, sobbing. "I'm so sorry. I was so jealous. I wanted to be part of your story, that's all. Oh, don't you see, he never would. He couldn't. He loves you so much, and I wouldn't have, but I missed you. I missed you. I wanted to have a story, too. I wanted—" "Oh, Alice." Alice, taken by surprise, only stroked her sister's head, automatically comforting her. Then, "Wait a minute, Sophie. Sophie, listen." With both her hands she raised Sophie's face from her lap. "Do you mean you never—" Sophie blushed. Even through her tears that could be seen. "Well, we did, once or twice." She held up a forestalling palm. "But it was all my fault, always. He felt so bad." She brushed back, with a furious gesture, her hair, glued to her face with tears. "He always felt so bad." "Once or twice?" "Well, 3 times." "You mean you—" 3.5. She almost giggled, wiping her face on the sheet. She sniffed. "It took him forever to get around to it, and then he always got so tied in knots it almost wasn't any fun." Alice laughed, amazed, couldn't help it.
Sophie, seeing her, laughed too, a laugh like a sob, through her sniffing. "Well," she said, throwing up her hands and letting them fall in her lap. "Well—" "But wait a minute," Alice said. "If it wasn't Smoky, who was it?" "Sophie?" Sophie told her. "No." "Yes." "Of all people! But how can you be sure? I mean—" Sophie told her, counting off the reasons on her fingers why she was sure. "George Mouse," Alice said. "Of all people! Sophie, that's practically incest." "Oh, come on," Sophie said dismissively. "It was only one time." "Well, then he—" "No," Sophie said, and put her hands on Alice's shoulders. "No, he's not to know. Never. Alice, promise. Cross your heart. Don't ever tell, ever. I'd be so embarrassed." Oh, Sophie. What an amazing person, she thought. What a strange person. And realized with a rush of feeling that she had for a long time missed Sophie too. Had forgotten what she was like even, and even forgotten she missed her. Well, what do we tell Smoky then? That would mean he— Yes. Sophie was shivering. Tremors ran around her rib cage. Alice moved aside, and Sophie pulled down the bedclothes and scrambled in, her nightgown riding up into the pocket of warmth Alice had made. Her feet against Alice's legs were icy, and she wiggled her toes against Alice to warm them. "It's not true, but it wouldn't be so terrible, would it, to let him think so? I mean, it's got to have a father somehow," Sophie said, "and not George, for heaven's sake." She buried her face against Alice's breasts and said, after a time, in a tiny voice, "I wish it was Smoky's." And after another time, "It ought to be." And after a longer time still, "Just think, a baby." It seemed to Alice that she could feel Sophie smile. Was that possible, to feel a smile when someone's face was pressed against you? "Well, I guess maybe so," she said, and drew Sophie close. "I can't think what else." What a strange way to live, she thought, the way they lived. If she grew to be 100, she'd never understand it. She smiled herself, bewildered, and shook her head in surrender. What a conclusion. But it had been so long since she had seen Sophie happy. If this was happiness, she felt, and damn if it didn't seem to be, she could only be happy with her. Night-blooming Sophie had flowered in the day. "He does love you," Sophie's muffled voice said. "He'll love you forever." She yawned hugely, shuddering. It was all true. It was all true. Maybe it was. A kind of perception was stealing over her, entwining itself in her as Sophie's long familiar legs were twining in hers. Perhaps she had been wrong about the trade. Perhaps they had stopped teasing her to follow them only because she had long since arrived wherever it was they had been teasing her to come. She hadn't lost them, and yet needn't follow any more, because here she was. She squeezed Sophie suddenly and said, "Ah." But if she was here, where was she? And where was Smoky? A gift they had to give. When it was Smoky's turn, Alice sat on the bed to receive him, as she had Sophie, but propped up on pillows like an oriental queen, and smoking a brown cigarette of clouds, as she now and then did when feeling grand. "Well," she said grandly, "some fix." Strangled with embarrassment, and deeply confused, he had thought he had been so careful. They say it's always possible, but how? Smoky walked around the room, picking up small objects and studying them, and putting them down again. "I never expected this," he said. "No? Well, I guess it's always unexpected." She watched Smoky go back and forth to the window to peep through the curtains at the moon on the snow, as though he were a renegade looking out of his hideout. "Do you want to tell me what happened?" He turned from the window, his shoulders bent with the weight of it. For so long he had dreaded this exposure, the crowd of ill-dressed characters he had been impersonating caught out, made to stand forth in all their inadequacy. "It was all my fault, first of all," he said. "You shouldn't hate Sophie." "Oh? I forced myself on her, really. I mean, I plotted it. Like a, well, All right, ragamuffins, show yourselves, Smoky thought. It's all up with you. With me." He cleared his throat. He plucked his beard. He told all, or nearly all. Alice listened, fooling with her cigarette. She tried to blow out with the smoke the lump of sweet generosity she tasted in her throat. She knew she mustn't smile while Smoky told his story, but she felt so kindly toward him, wanted so much to take him in her arms and kiss the soul she saw clearly rising to his lips and eyes, so brave and honest he was being, that at last she said, "You don't have to keep stalking around like that. Come, sit down." He sat, using as little of the bed he had betrayed as he could. "It was only once or twice. In the end," he said. "I don't mean—" "3 times," she said, "and a half." He blushed fiercely. She hoped that soon he would be able to look at her, and see that she would smile for him. "Well, you know, it's probably not the first time it ever happened in the world," she said. He still looked down. He thought it probably was. The shameful self sat on his knees like a ventriloquist's dummy. He had it say, "I promised I'd take care of it and all, and be responsible. I had to. Of course, that's only right. And it's over now. I swear it, Alice, it is." "Don't say that," she said. "You never know." "No." "Well," she said, "there's always room for one more." "Oh, don't. I'm sorry. I deserve it." Shyly, not wanting to intrude on his guilt and repentance, she slipped an arm through his and interlaced her fingers with his. After a tormented pause, he did turn to look at her. She smiled. "Dummy," she said. In her eyes, brown as bottle glass, he could see himself reflected. One self. What was happening? Under her gaze, something wholly unexpected was taking place, a fusing, a knitting together of parts that had never been able to stand alone, but which altogether made up him. "You dummy," she said. And another fetal and incompetent self retreated back within him. "Alice, listen," he said, and she raised a hand to cover his mouth, almost as if to prevent the escape of what she had put back. "No more," she said. It was astonishing. Once again she had done it to him. As she had first in George Mouse's library so long ago, she had invented him. Only this time not out of nothing, as then, but out of falsehoods and figments. He felt a cold flash of horror. What if, in his foolishness, he had gone so far as to lose her? What if he had? What on earth would he have done then? In a rush, before her no-shaking head could stop him, he offered her the rod of correction, offered it without reservation. But she had only asked him for it so that she could, as she then did, give it back to him, unused with all her heart. "Smoky," she said. "Smoky, don't. Listen, about this kid." "Yes." "Do you hope it's a boy or a girl?" "Alice." She had always hoped, and almost always believed, that there was a gift they had to give, and that in time, their own time, they would give it. She had even thought that when at last it came, she would recognize it. And she had. Old World Bird. Like a centrifuge, with infinite slowness accelerating, spring flung them all outward in advancing circles as it advanced, seeming, though how it was possible they couldn't tell, to untangle the tangled skein of them and lay their lives out properly around Edgewood like the coils of a golden necklace, more golden as it grew warmer. Doc, after a long walk one thawing day, described how he had seen the beavers break out of their winter home, 2, 4, 6 of them, who had spent months trapped beneath the ice in a room hardly larger than themselves, imagine. And Mother and the rest nodded and groaned, as though they knew the feeling well. On a day when Daily Alice and Sophie were digging happily in the dirt around the back front, as much for the feel of the cool, reborn earth under their nails and in their fingers as for any improvements they might make in the flower-beds, they saw a large white bird descend lazily out of the sky, looking at first like a page of wind-borne newspaper or a runaway white umbrella. The bird, which carried a stick in its long red beak, settled on the roof, on a spoked iron mechanism like a cartwheel, which was part of the machinery, rusted and forever stopped, of the old orrery. The bird stepped around this place on long red legs. It laid its stick there, cocked its head at it, and changed its place. Then it looked around itself, and began clacking its long red bill together and opening its wings like a fan. "What is it?" "I don't know." "Is it building a nest there?" "Starting to." "You know what it looks like?" "Yes." "A stork." "It couldn't be a stork," Doc said when they told him. "Storks are European, or Old World birds. Never crossed the big water." He hurried out with them, and Sophie pointed with her trowel to where there were now 2 white birds and 2 more nest sticks. The birds were clacking at each other and entwining their necks, like newlyweds unable to stop necking long enough to do housework. Dr. Drinkwater, after disbelieving his eyes for a long time, and making certain with binoculars and reference works that he wasn't mistaken, that this wasn't a heron of some kind, but a true European stork, Ciconia alba, went with great excitement to his study and typed out in triplicate a report of this amazing, this unprecedented sighting to send to the various bird-watching societies he more or less belonged to. He was searching for stamps for these, saying "amazing" under his breath, when he stopped and grew thoughtful. He looked at the memos on his desk. He dropped his search for stamps and sat down slowly, looking upward at the ceiling, as though he could see the white birds above him. Lucy, then Lilac. The stork had indeed come a great distance, and from another country, but remembered crossing no big water. The situation here suited her very well, she thought. From the high housetop she could see a great distance, looking with her red-rimmed eyes along the way her beak pointed. She thought she could even see, on clear hot days that brought breezes to ruffle her sun-heated plumage, almost as far as her own long-awaited liberation from this bird form, which for time out of mind she had inhabited. Certainly she once did see as far as to the awakening of the king, who slept and would sleep some time longer within his mountain, his attendants asleep too around him, his red beard grown so long in his long sleep that tendrils of it twisted like ivy around the legs of the feast table whereon he snored face down. She saw him snuffle and move, as though tugged at by a dream that might startle him awake. Saw this with a leap of her heart, for surely after his awakening, some distance farther on, would come her own liberation. Unlike some others she could name, though, she would have patience. She would hatch once again from her pebbled eggs a brood of quilly young. She would step with dignity among the weeds of the lily pond, and slay for their sakes a generation of frogs. She would love her current husband. A dear he was, patient and solicitous, a great help with the children. She would not long. Longing was fatal. As they all set off on the long and dusty road of that year's summer, Alice was brought to bed. She named her 3rd daughter Lucy, though Smoky thought it was too much like the names of her 2 others, Tacy and Lily, and he knew that he at least would spend the next 20 or 30 years calling each of them by the other's names. "That's all right," Alice said. "This is the last, anyway." But it wasn't. There was still a boy for her to bear, though even Cloud didn't yet know that. Anyway, if generation was the thing they wanted, as Sophie had once perceived, as she sat huddled and dreaming by the pavilion on the lake, this was a gratifying year for them. After the equinox came with a frost that left the woods dusty and gray, but let summer linger, spectral, and so endless that it summoned stray crocuses from the ground, and called the restless souls of Indians from their burial mounds, Sophie had the child which was attributed to Smoky. Compounding confusion, she named her daughter Lilac, because she dreamed that her mother was coming into her room, bearing a great branch of it, heavy with odorous blue blooms, and awoke then to see her mother come into her room bearing the newborn girl. Tacy and Lily came too, Tacy carrying carefully her 3-month-old sister Lucy to see the baby.
"See, Lucy? See the baby? Just like you."
Lily raised herself up on the bed to peer closely into Lilac's face, where she lay nestled now against cooing Sophie.
"She won't stay long," she said,
after studying it.
"Lily," Mom said, "what a terrible thing to say." "Well, she won't." She looked at Tacy. "Will she?" "Nope." Tacy shifted Lucy in her arms. "But it's okay. She'll come back."
Seeing her grandmother shocked, she said,
"Oh, don't worry. She's not going to die
or anything. She's just not going to stay."
"And she'll come back," Lily said, "later."
"Why do you think all that?" Sophie asked, not sure she was yet quite in the world again, or hearing what she thought she heard. The two girls shrugged at the same time. The same shrug, in fact, a quick lift of shoulders and eyebrows, and back again, as at a simple fact. They watched as Mom, shaking her head, helped Sophie induce pink and white Lilac to nurse, a delightful, easefully painful feeling. And with her sucking, Sophie fell asleep again, dopey with exhaustion and wonderment, and presently so did Lilac, feeling perhaps the same. And though the cord had been cut which joined them, perhaps they dreamed the same dream. Next morning the stork left the roof of Edgewood and her messy nest. Her children had already flown without farewell or apology. She expected none, and her husband had gone too, hoping they would meet again next spring. She herself had waited only for Lilac's arrival, so that she could bring news of it. She kept her promises, and now she flew off in quite a different direction from her family, following her beak, her fan-like wings cupping the autumn dawn, and her legs trailing behind like bannerets. Little Big. Striving like the meadow mouse to disbelieve in winter, Smoky gorged himself on the summer sky, lying late into the night on the ground staring upward, though the month had an R in it, and Cloud thought it bad for nerve, bone, and tissue. Odd that the changeful constellations, so mindful of the seasons, should be what he chose of summer to memorize, but the turning of the sky was so slow, and seemed so impossible, that it comforted him. Yet he needed only to look at his watch to see that they fled away south, even as the geese did. On the night Orion rose and Scorpio set, a night as warm almost as August for reasons of the weather's own, but in fact, by that sign, the last night of summer, he and Sophie and Daily Alice lay out in a sheep-shorn meadow on their backs, their heads close together like 3 eggs in a nest, as pale, too, as that in the night light. They had their heads together so that when one pointed out a star, the arm he pointed with would be more or less in the other's line of sight. Otherwise they would be all night saying, "That one there, where I'm pointing," unable to correct for billions of miles of parallax. Smoky had the star book open on his lap, and consulted it with a flashlight whose light was masked with red cellophane taken from a Dutch cheese, so its brightness wouldn't blind him. "Camelopardalus," he said, pointing to a dangling necklace in the north, not clear because the horizon's light still diluted it. "That is, the camelopard." "And what," Daily Alice asked indulgently, "is a camelopard?" "A giraffe, in fact," Smoky said. "A camel-leopard, a camel with leopard spots." "Why is there a giraffe in heaven?" Sophie asked. "How did it get there?" "I bet you're not the first to ask that," Smoky said, laughing. "Imagine their surprise when they first looked up over there and said, 'My God, what's that giraffe doing up there?'" The menagerie of heaven, racing as from a zoo breakout through the lives of the men and women, gods and heroes. The band of the zodiac. That night all their birth signs were invisible, bearing the sun around the south. The impossible dust of the Milky Way, rainbow-wise, overarching them. Orion lifting one racing foot over the horizon, following his dog Sirius. They discovered the moment's rising sign. Jupiter burned unwinking in the west. The whole spangled beach umbrella, fringed with the tropics, revolved on its bent staff around the North Star, too slowly to be seen, yet steadily. Smoky, out of his childhood reading, related the interlocking tales told above them. The pictures were so formless and incomplete, and the tales, some at least, so trivial that it seemed to Smoky that it must all be true. Hercules looked so little like himself that the only way anyone could have found him was if he'd got the news about Hercules being up there and was told where to look. As one tree traces its family back to Daphne, but another has to be mere commoner. As only the odd flower, mountain, fact gets to have divine ancestry, so Cassiopeia, of all people, is brilliantly asterized, or her chair, rather, as though by accident, and somebody else's crown, and another's lyre. The attic of the gods. What Sophie wondered, who couldn't make the patterned floor of heaven come out in pictures, but lay hypnotized by their nearness, was how it could be that some in heaven were there for reward, and others condemned to it, while still others were there, it seemed, only to play parts in the dramas of others. It seemed unfair, and yet she couldn't decide whether it was unfair because there they were, stuck forever, who hadn't deserved it, or unfair because, without having earned it, they had been saved, enthroned, need not die. She thought of their own tale, they three, permanent as a constellation, strange enough to be remembered forever. The earth that week was making progress through the discarded tail of a long-past comet, and each night a rain of fragments entered the air and flamed whitely as they burned up. No bigger than pebbles or pinheads, some of them, Smoky said. It's the air you see lit up. But this now Sophie could see clearly. These were falling stars. She thought perhaps she could pick one out and watch and see it fall. A momentary bright exhalation that made her draw breath, her heart filled with infinitude. Would that be a better fate? In the grass her hand found Smoky's. The other already held her sister's, who pressed it every time brightness fell from the air. Daily Alice couldn't tell if she felt huge or small. She wondered whether her head was so big as to be able to contain all this starry universe, or whether the universe was so little that it would fit within the compass of her human head. She alternated between these feelings, expanding and diminishing. The stars wandered in and out of the vast portals of her eyes, under the immense empty dome of her brow, and then Smoky took her hand and she vanished to a speck, still holding the stars as in a tiny jewel box within her. So they lay a long time, not caring to talk any more, each dwelling on that odd physical sensation of ephemeral eternity, a paradox but undeniably felt. And if the stars had been as near and full of faces as they seemed, they would have looked down and seen those three as a single asterism, a linked wheel against the wheeling dark sky of the meadow. Solstice Night. There was no entrance but a tiny hole at the window corner where the solstice midnight wind blew in, piling dust on the sill in a little furrow. But that was room enough for them, and they entered there. There were three then in Sophie's bedroom, standing close together, their brown-capped heads consulting, their pale flat faces like little moons. "See how she sleeps away." "Yes, and the babe asleep in her arms." "My, she holds it tight." "Not so tight." As one they drew closer to the tall bed. Lilac in her mother's arms, in a hooded bunting against the cold, breathed on Sophie's cheek. A drop of wetness was there. "Well, take it then." "Why don't you, if you're so anxious?" "Let's all." 6 long white hands went out toward Lilac. "Wait," said one. "Who has the other?" "You were to bring it." "Not I." "Here it is. Here." A thing was unfolded from a drawstring bag. "My, not very like, is it?" "What's to be done?" "Breathe on it." They breathed on it in turns as they held it amidst them. Now and again one looked back at sleeping Lilac. They breathed till the thing amid them was a second Lilac. "That'll do. It's very like. Now take the... Wait again." One looked closely at Lilac, drawing back ever so slightly the coverlet.
Look here. She has her little hands tight wound up in her mother's hair, holding fast. Take the child. We'll wake the mother. These, then. One had drawn out great scissors, which gleamed whitely in the nightlight, and opened with a faint snicker. As good as done. One holding the false Lilac, not asleep, but with vacant eyes and unmoving. A night in its mother's arms would cure that. And one reaching ready to take away Sophie's Lilac, and the third with the shears. It was all quickly done. Neither mother nor child awoke. They nestled what they had brought by Sophie's breast. Now to be gone. Easily said. Not the way we came. Down the stairs and out their way, if we must. Moving as one, and without sound, the old house seemed now and again to draw a breath or groan at their passing, but then it always did so, for reasons of its own. They gained the front door, and one reached up and opened it, and they were outside and going quickly with a favorable wind. Lilac never waked or made a sound. The wisps and locks of gold hair still held in her fists blew away in the quick wind of their passage. And Sophie slept too, having felt nothing, except the long tale of her dream had altered, at a turning, and become sad and difficult in ways she hadn't known before. In all directions. Smoky was wrenched awake by some internal motion. As soon as his eyes were wide open, he forgot whatever it was that had awakened him. But he was awake as if it were midday, irritating state. He wondered if it was something he ate. The hour was useless 4 o'clock in the morning. He shut his eyes resolutely for a while, unconvinced that sleep could have deserted him so completely. But it had. He could tell because the more he watched the eggs of color break and run on the screen of his eyelids, the less soporific they became, the more pointless and uninteresting. Very carefully, he slipped out from under the high-piled covers and felt in the darkness for his robe. There was only one cure he knew of for this state, and that was to get up and act awake until it was placated and went away. He stepped carefully over the floor, hoping he wouldn't step into shoes or other impedimenta. There was no reason to inflict this state on Daily Alice, and he gained the door, satisfied he hadn't disturbed her or the night at all. He'd just walk the halls, go downstairs and turn on some lights. That should do it. He closed the door carefully behind him, and at that Daily Alice awoke, not because of any noise he'd made, but because the whole peace of her sleep had been subtly broken and invaded by his absence. There was already a light burning in the kitchen when he opened the back-stairs door. Great Aunt Cloud made a low shuddering sound of startled horror when she saw the door open, and then, "Oh," she said, when only Smoky looked around it. She had a glass of warm milk before her, and her hair was down, long and fine and spreading, white as Hecate's. It had been uncut for years and years. "You gave me a start," she said. They discussed sleeplessness in low voices, though there was no one their voices could disturb from here but the mice. Smoky, seeing she too wanted to bustle some to overcome wakefulness, allowed her to warm milk for him. To his, he added a stiff measure of brandy. "Listen to that wind," said Cloud. Above them, they heard the long gargle and whisper of a flushed toilet. "What's up?" Cloud said. "A sleepless night and no moon." She shivered. "It feels like the night of a catastrophe, or a night big news comes, everybody awake. Well, just chance." She said it as another might say, "God help us," with that same degree of rote unbelief. Smoky, warmed now, rose and said, "Well," in a resigned sort of way. Cloud had begun to leaf through a cookbook there. He hoped she wouldn't have to sit to watch bleak dawn come. He hoped he wouldn't himself. At the top of the stairs, he didn't turn toward his own bed where, he knew, sleep didn't yet await him. He turned toward Sophie's room, with no intention but to look at her a while. Her restfulness calmed him sometimes, as a cat's can, made him restful too. When he opened her door, he saw by the moon-pale nightlight that someone sat on the edge of Sophie's bed. "Hi," he said. "Hi," said Daily Alice. There was an odd smell in the air, a smell like leaf mold, or Queen Anne's lace, or perhaps the earth under an upturned stone. "What's up?" he asked softly. He came to sit on the other side of the bed. "I don't know," she said. "Nothing. I woke up when you left. I felt like something happened to Sophie, so I came to see." There was no danger that their quiet talk would waken Sophie. People talking near her in her sleep only seemed to comfort her, to make her deep draughts of breath more regular. "Everything's all right, though," he said. "Yes." Wind pressed on the house, beating it in fitful anger. The window boomed. He looked down at Sophie and Lilac. Lilac looked quite dead, but after 3 children, Smoky knew that this scary appearance, especially in the dark, wasn't reason for alarm. They sat silent on either side of Sophie. The wind spoke suddenly a single word in the chimney's throat. Smoky looked at Alice, who touched his arm and smiled quickly. What smile did it remind him of? "Everything's okay," she said. He remembered Great Aunt Cloud smiling at him as they sat troubled on the lawn of Oberon's summer house the day he was married. A smile meant to be comforting, but which was not. A smile against distance that only seemed to increase distance. A signal of friendship sent out of infrangible foreignness. A hand waved far off from across a border. "Do you smell a funny smell?" he said. "Yes." "No." "I did. It's gone now." It was. The room was full only of night air. The sea of wind outside raised small currents in it, which now and again brushed his face. But it didn't seem to him as though this were Brother North Wind moving around them, but as though the many-angled house itself were under sail, making progress through the night, ploughing steadily into the future in all directions.